Okay, we are live. We are in 21 seconds. Hello, I'm just going to turn the volumes right here, get them right where I want them to be. We've got a heck of a show for you today. Patrick, hello. Good morning.
Good morning, Nate.
How's it going, brother? We're going to wait and let a few people arrive before I start this one, but I'm assuming, Patrick, you got a notification on Facebook. Let me see if I got notifications. Uh-oh, no. That's not good.
Steven running. Hello.
Hey, Steve, did you get a notification on YouTube? Is that how you know I'm live?
Steven running. Yeah.
Oh, great. Thank you, Steve. Okay, I'm not seeing them. But, okay, good. I'm glad. So I'm just going to assume that those notifications went out, and we're just going to start the show. Let's get the rumble down here where I can see it.
The Willie Bragg Show.
Hey, Willie.
Good morning.
Good morning, bro. How are you? I'm so glad to see you. We're going to be discussing David Pakman and Kyle Kulinski holding hands like Thelma and Louise driving off the cliff together. We're going to be talking about how your free speech can sometimes work against you. We're going to be talking about anti-Semitism, what it is and what it isn't. And we're going to be talking about, third rail issues and knowing when to shut your fat fucking trap and knowing when to just stop. Why are you tired? It's in the morning. Why are you tired? Why are you tired, Willie? Didn't you just wake up? We should be ready for the day, man. We should be completely awake and not tired. Completely untired. Anyway, my point here is we've got a lot of different levels to unwrap.
The Willie Bragg Show.
Oh, you work graveyard?
I work graveyard.
I'm sorry, buddy. That must be rough. Right on. Okay. I'm sorry. So you sleep during the day? Anyway, this is very interesting because the first I heard of this was from a tweet from Sabby Sabs. And I got to tell you, I don't follow Sabby Sabs too closely because she doesn't follow me back. As far as I'm concerned, as far as Sabby's concerned, I don't even exist. Because she's better than me. But, she has once responded to me in a super chat during her live show.
I sleep during
which
the
was
day
nice.
Mostly.
But she's never really responded to a tweet or anything too much that I put out. Maybe once. But she does make a really good point to David Pakman. So I'm going to take up Sabby's side here against David Pakman and Kyle Kulinski. Sabby says, hey, David, you should apologize for that tweet you put up. What did David Pakman do? He blocked Sabby on Twitter. Just for recommending that he should probably apologize for a tweet he said. She said, as a fellow Bostonian, I think you should probably apologize for that tweet you put out yesterday. He blocked her. And then he put up this video that we're going to watch right now. And then Kyle Kulinski put up a video. And we're going to be talking all about all the different angles that people are going after this. I have a feeling that you're really going to appreciate my take on this. So if you would, do me a favor. I'm assuming that you guys got notifications on YouTube. If you would, give me a thumbs up and share this around and try to get more than 6 people here. I'd greatly appreciate it because I promise you, this show should be heard by more than 6 people. For sure. I mean, 7 would be great. We'll start with 7. Maybe we could go to 17 from there. If you're watching on Rumble, you are going to like this show because I'm going to bash the heck out of David Pakman and Kyle Kulinski. Okay? So if you're on Rumble and you're one of those right-leaning morons over there, you're really going to like this because you're going to find out that we're going to agree on something. Okay? So, all you racists over there, consider this. And you might want to share this around and get some more people in here, too. I have a feeling that... I see there's 4 people over on Rumble already. I can't believe it. Wow, that's huge. Okay, man, so we can just get started. Let's get right into this, folks. I'll start with just... what I should do is show you David Pakman's original tweet. But he's going to show it to you on this video here, and I'll pause it and let you read it. So,
Nick Brown.
Let me bring this up.
Morning.
And also this. David Pakman's title of this video is, "My Tweet Pissed Off a Million People." Now that's like bragging rights. He's like bragging about it. It's like he's proud of himself for what he did. Look, if I pissed off a million people for the wrong reasons, I wouldn't be proud about it, and I wouldn't be flashing my disgusting little... I don't know, it looks like he's got like animal feces rubbed on his face. I don't know what that is. Is he trying to grow hair? I have no idea what that is on his face. It is the weirdest thing. It just looks like... I don't know. It looks like baby poop on his face.
Good morning and cheers.
Looks like baby poop on his face. Hey, Cinder came back. Right on, Cinder next. Hell yeah. So, here we go. We're about to dive in. Let's hear what David had to say about his stupid tweet. He's going to put his tweet up here, too.
If you're angrier about my tweet...
Okay. So, the pretext he starts the whole show on is, of course, off. Right, we'll start with that. His stupid pretext is like, if you're angrier, it's got nothing, whether you're angry about one thing or the other, it's got nothing to do with anything that he did, and he's trying to distract you from his wrongdoing
Jason
by
Holloway.
Asking you if you're angrier about
Bum
one thing or the
fluff
other.
under his nose.
It's a yeah, right, Jason Holloway? What is that? Bum fluff. Yeah, I know, exactly. Baby poop. I don't know what, it's like he wiped his face with a baby diaper. I don't know what that is on his face. I mean, I should show him how a real man grows a beard, but I'm too busy looking good. So anyway, I think it's very important that you all take notice of the tweet, because that's what this is all about. So this is what dumbass David Pakman, and let me tell you, before we get started here, let me just tell you this. Who's been telling you that David Pakman's a moron for years? He's got 1 point whatever the fuck million viewers. Who's been telling you that David Pakman's an idiot on this show? Oh, that's right, me. Over and over and over again. Go ahead, search it out on Twitter, search it out on my YouTube channels, right? You're gonna find me taking David down at every point, every time he ever said something dumb. Why? I wouldn't normally attack someone on every stupid thing they say until you ignore me. And I tell you, hey man, you should call it cannabis, not marijuana, not pot, not weed, not dope, not reefer, not all the other terms that you use but cannabis. I tried to talk to him about that and he just ignored me. So I was like, oh, you want to ignore me? Okay, fine. Well, then I will give you all of my attention since you want to ignore me. And I start going after him viciously. And him and Kyle Kulinski, same thing. They decided to ignore me. And that's what I do. When people ignore me, I get angry and I lash out. So this is part of my response to that. This has all been culminating for years. Understand, this is my moment to shine. This is where I take the spotlight and everyone looks at me and says, you were right about that guy from the beginning, man. We should have been listening to you all along. Right, of course. He's a moron. Look what he put up on Twitter. Are you kidding me? So there's a school shooting, right? People are making a big deal about who the shooter was and what the gender was and all that, and trying to make that the topic that everyone should be discussing. And David Pakman looked at that, and he comes up with thoughts and prayers, and he wants to go after thoughts and prayers. This is what he says: very surprising that there would be a mass shooting at a Christian school, given that lack of prayer is often blamed for these horrible events. So let's just stop right there. Okay, I'm just going to correct David Pakman. He's lying. I have never seen anyone blame a lack of prayer. I mean, maybe some crazy freaking preacher said it to his flock one day, and it got put on YouTube and picked up or something. I never saw that. But what he's saying is often blamed for these horrible events. No, man, that's a bridge way too far. Mom, enjoy your lunch. Tell them I said hello and I love them. That's a bridge way too far, and I'm going to tell you why. No one famous, no one big, no big podcasters, no big news people, no famous people are blaming a lack of prayers for any school shootings that ever happened. I've never heard that. So he just made that up. He pulled that out of his ass, or he pulled it off of his mustache, off of his upper lip, and just put some more shit on Twitter.
Right-wing creeps like Candace Owens and Donald Trump Jr. waging cancel culture on him as partisan warfare. But that David Pakman tweet was not his best moment.
Hey man, free speech.
He's been downhill since 2016.
Free speech, bro. If they want to speak out against David Pakman, he's spoken out against them plenty. They've never spoken out against him. How many times has you're like right, you're right, Nay, right? Aren't you, Willie? Right now you're going, wow, Nay, you're right. How many times has David Pakman blindly bashed Candace Owens on his show, bro, without any response from her because she never saw him because he's little, because he's tiny. You know, and he's getting a little bigger now. Now they're starting to pay attention to him. But for the past, 10 years that I've been watching Pakman, the last 15 years that I've been watching Pakman, how many times has he gone after Candace Owens and bashed the hell out of her? Hey, man, guilty as charged too, but I'm just saying. Was he a creep
The Willie Bragg Show.
for waging cancel culture on them?
They have free speech too.
Exactly. Everyone's got free speech here. So, hey, man, I'm not going to attack Candace Owens and Donald Trump Jr. for waging cancel culture on him at all. It's their right to say they don't like what he's saying and that people shouldn't listen to him. It's their right. He does it to them all the time. He says no one should listen to Candace Owens. No one should listen to the Trumps. He calls people Trumpists that support Donald Trump. I go, what? You just took the word Trump and the word racist and you put them together, and now you're calling every single human being that supports Donald Trump a racist by calling them Trumpists. And you know what he said to me? He's like, no, that's just coincidental. Yeah, I literally called him out on his live stream for that one day. I was like, bro, isn't it weird that you're calling all Trump supporters racists? Because they aren't. They aren't. They might be supporting one, but it doesn't make them one themselves. Personally, they might not be a racist. Personally, they might have something that they need to take care of in their personal life, and maybe Donald Trump is the only one offering that solution. And maybe they have to sell themselves out a little bit to vote for him so that they can get what they really need in their lives. I've always said, hey man, if you vote for a racist, you are a racist. If you vote for fucking Trump, you're a fucking racist. But you know what? I'm taking it back.
The Willie Bragg
You know
Show.
why? Because I have the ability
David
to, and I'm allowed to do
Pakman is
that.
kinda of an elitist prick at times.
David Pakman's kind of an elitist prick at times. Bro, he's a fucking troll cunt at all times. I don't think you and I watch the same episodes of the people that we watch. I stopped watching Pakman years ago, and I told my audience to stop watching Pakman years ago. Somebody that's not going to report on the bad as well as the good isn't doing anyone any services at all. They're just floating a narrative. And, how many times you see David Pakman bash Hillary Clinton? How many times do you see him bashing the Democrats for their war hawkery? How many times do you see David Pakman bashing Democrats at all? It's always Trump, 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 Trump. In fact, do a search on Twitter. Do a search on David Pakman's YouTube channel. Do yourself a favor and type in Trump. Search the term Trump and see how many times he's gone off on Donald Trump. Now, look, I'm not saying it's bad to bash Donald Trump. I do it all the time too. He's an asshole and he deserves it. But what I'm saying is, hey man, when Biden is out there sniffing children, I talk about it on this show. How many times did David Pakman mention that our current president gets off on sniffing children? Never! He'll never say it. Why? Because he's a fucking narrative pusher. That's why. And I'm not yelling at you. I want you to know this, Willie. I love
Willie
you.
Bragg Show.
And I don't want you to think I'm yelling at you.
David
Sometimes
Pakman
I get
is a
worked up and I
Ben
just start yelling
Shapiro
about
for
stuff
sure.
and it gets me mad, but it's not you. I want you to know I love you and this isn't about you at all. Just so you know. It's all fine. It's all good. I want you to know that. This is part of my thing, is I get mad and I yell. I just don't want you to think that this was going to happen anyway. I want you to know that too. I was definitely going to be yelling on this show. And there's going to be a lot more yelling. I don't know if you know how I do my shows and stuff, Willie. But
The Willie Bragg
cool,
Show.
bro. Cool. cool. I don't want you to take it
No
personally.
problem.
I don't want you to perceive this as me yelling at you, and if you do, I will totally stop, because I don't want to do that to you. David Pakman is a shitlib Ben Shapiro. David Pakman is like the alternate Ben Shapiro. It's like they're the counter to each other. I mean, David Pakman isn't a straw man. I'll give him that. I don't see David Pakman straw manning unless you just say, well, he doesn't cover all the other things that would make it, and that is kind of straw manning. Is leaving off the other side. Yeah, 6 of one, half a dozen the other. I think you got it, bro. Yeah, he is the Ben Shapiro of the left. I think that Ben Shapiro has more support than David Pakman does. David Pakman is getting some support now from this incident. But I digress. These should all be things that we talk about later. What I want to talk about now is the tweet, and I want to talk about the response. Okay? We didn't even finish the tweet. What he said was, is it possible they weren't praying enough or correctly despite being a Christian school? And he goes like, and he's going like that, like asking a stupid question. And it's a loaded question, and of course he knows the answer to it, and of course it's bullshit. And he's doing that to troll Christians. He's doing it to troll Republicans. He's doing it to troll everyone that fucking already hates him. And guess what? Problem solved, man. Not only did he take the tweet down, but he's been attacked. They went after his family. They threatened his family. He's been getting what he claims are anti-Semitic threats and all kinds of threats against him. And, according to Willie and other things I've heard, Donald Trump Jr. and Candace Owens have probably had a lot to do with that because they've got gigantic followings. But when you make a name for yourself in this business, and luckily I have not, so I don't have to worry about it. I'm under the radar. But when you make a name for yourself and you start talking shit, you need to remember there's a lot of other people out there. Man, when I went to Rumble, I realized we are way outnumbered. People that like facts and reasoning, and it's about the shitlib versus neocon culture war. Yes. I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought. Anyway, he's trolling, right? And when you go and you look at what's going on with his feed on Twitter, you'll see there's a lot of people that disagree with him. And he's bragging about the fact that he's pissed off 1 million people. That's something that I don't want to ever brag about doing. I mean, I'm sure I have the capability of pissing off way more than David Pakman does. If one of my clips made it out viral, oh bro, I'd probably have to change my state where I live. I'd probably have to leave the country. I've said horrible things about all people. Everybody. You start mining through my stuff, man, you could put a highlight reel together and I'd probably be in prison by the end of the day. I've said such horrible things on this podcast. But once again, I'm not famous. I don't have 1.5 million followers. Nobody hears my shit, and nobody cares about what I say anyway. That gives me the freedom to say whatever the fuck I want. So I do.
Me too.
Right? Well, David Pakman doesn't have that luxury. He can't just say whatever the fuck he wants. He can't just spout stupidity anymore, and he's going to learn that real quick. That's what fame does to you. There's eyes on you now. But let's just hear how he's handling it, because this is a chronic case of doubling down, the likes of which you've never seen before. David Pakman is such an idiot when it comes to his own narrative. He literally can't admit when he was wrong about something. He doubles down. He deletes the tweet, but then he doubles down with this video. So I'm not going to let him off the hook, and I want everyone to know what a fucking piece of human garbage David Pakman is. And I've been telling you this for years, not even based on this bullshit, but based on his other bullshit. But I was ahead of the goddamn... I'm the tip of the spear. I'm the fucking tip of the spear. Why is this happening?
My tweet
Why is that starting all of a sudden?
Shooting in Nashville,
is that
Tennessee,
weird?
Than you are about the fact that 6 people, including 3 kids, are now dead as a result of that shooting. Then we have a real problem here.
No, David. Nobody's more pissed off at you than the children being killed. So that's a false premise. That's a straw man. It's not even an arguable point. And the premise that you began your whole video on doesn't even make sense. It holds no water. It's a sieve, bro. It's a fucking sieve. And all the water just dripped out. Just like your fucking watery eyes and that whatever that baby poop is on your face. I don't know what that is. What is that on his face? I don't know. He's starting to remind me of that Ben guy from Ben Norton from the fucking the Gray Zone with the weird baby poop. Why are they doing baby poop now? You smear baby poop on your face before you leave? What is that? What is that look? That's not a look, dude. You look weird as fuck. Anyway, once again, I've digressed. And I want to go back and listen to the whole thing all over again. Here we go. I'm going to turn the volume up too, probably.
Angrier about my tweet regarding yesterday's shooting in Nashville, Tennessee, than you are about the fact that 6 people, including 3 kids, are now dead as a result of that shooting. Then we have a real problem here.
Okay, you don't have a problem. Nobody is more pissed off at what you fucking tweeted than 6 children being murdered, okay? You can't weigh them. It's not comparable, David. You're a fucking straw man, just like Ben Shapiro is, you know, and Willie had me figured out. Yeah, you're a fucking straw man too, bro. You know, I can only say this so many times. Let's move on.
I support people who pray if they want to pray.
No! You do not support people who pray, you motherfucking cunt. You don't, because you literally said that those children got killed because they weren't praying strong enough.
You really do get emotional in the moment.
I've been known to pick things up a little bit. I get a little worked up sometimes. My mom says more people would listen to me if I wouldn't scream, but I can't stop myself from screaming and getting angry. I can't. So if my mom and I are having a conversation like this, I have to walk out. Because I literally just want to start screaming. Not at her, but about what we're talking about. And I can't. So I have to walk out. That's why I come to this show. Because here, like Willie Bragg knows, I've got the free speech to say what I need to say, get it off my chest, process it. You know, like Donald Trump's going to get processed today.
The freaking Oracle.
My processing takes less time now. Hey, freaking Oracle, what's up, buddy? Anyway, I digress. Let me go back. Let's listen to what Pakman is saying here. And once again, when he says, you know, we have a big problem here, we don't have a big problem. It looks like you have a big problem, David. The big problem is you put out some hate speech on the internet. That's what you did, and you should be punished for it. You should have your account taken down for 12 hours. This video should be taken down, and you should get a fucking strike on your channel, and you should have to not be able to upload for 7 fucking days, you fucking hater. That's what you should get.
I support people who pray if they want to pray.
He does not, as evidenced by his tweet, where he's making fun of them, making fun of children who died, and claiming that they were praying wrong. So, he's lying to your face. You can't undo the tweet. You literally showed it to us, you moron. Is it possible they weren't praying enough? Dude, you don't support people who pray? Now, granted, I don't either. But I ain't saying that.
Cannabis.
And I'd have more class in my goddamn clipped fingernail laying on the fucking floor than this motherfucker has in his whole body.
Cannabis. Why, how asterisk?
Natural cannabis. Why hope far behind I am went down. Natural cannabis. Catch up. That's cool. We'll let you catch up. Also, I'll talk slow for you. Natural cannabis. So it sounds like I'm speaking in real time.
Than you are about the fact that 6 people, including 3 kids, are now dead as a result of that shooting. No one is, David. Then we have a real problem here.
Okay, I'll stop again. No one is saying that, David. No one is saying that they're more mad about your stupid tweet, than the 6 kids that got killed. You want my personal opinion? I'm more upset about the 6 kids that got killed than your stupid little fucking tweet. Now, I've already covered the 6 kids that got killed. We already covered the trans issue. We already covered guns. We've already covered all of it. Now, we're going to cover your stupid response to it.
Here, I support people who pray if they want to pray, praying, if that's important.
No, you don't, as evidenced by your tweet. We'll keep going. Durbin! What's up, Durbin Poison Wisdom? What's up, man? We got the natural cannabis. We got Durbin Poison Wisdom. Hell yeah.
Important to them. But it doesn't prevent shootings. And so when elected officials offer nothing more than thoughts and prayers, and then we have another shooting and another one, and they continue to offer nothing more than thoughts and prayers, they were the target of my ire, not the victims of the shooting. And that I stand by 100%.
Well, if they were, then why did you go after the victims of the shooting then?
Also behind playing at 2 times speed, are you racists over there? LOL, so don't mention there's sexists, huh? Racists against whom to whom? The freaking Oracle. Donald and his entourage were very happy yesterday. Seems he may have something up his sleeve, maybe a Big Mac. Ha ha ha.
It says, is it possible they weren't praying enough or correctly despite being a Christian school? No, you're attacking the kids who died. You are going after the victims, David. In that tweet, you're criticizing them, the 6 people who died, for not praying correctly. Okay? You don't get to rewrite your tweet. You don't get to rewrite history, and I'm not going to let you. This is what he's trying to do. It's so funny. He's doubling down and he's trying to back off at the same time.
Poison Wisdom.
He's backtracking and doubling down at the same time.
Good.
What a masterful piece of shit.
He's not trying to grow a beard, though.
No, he's not trying to grow a beard. He just woke up this morning, took his baby's poop and smeared it on his face, and went out and didn't think that anybody was going to notice.
And that I stand by 100%. Anyone who knows me knows I would never blame the victims of a mass shooting for...
And I'm confused, so if you EW a beard you wouldn't look good? Too busy looking good.
I gotta go back to this.
The freaking Oracle. Is there a correct way to pray? If you believe, you believe.
Right. Oops. My bad.
And by 100%. Anyone who knows me knows I would never blame the victims of a...
You did! You did just blame the victims! We don't have to know you, David. We read your words. You blame the victims. You said that maybe they weren't praying properly. You blame them! You don't get to reword what you said, David. You said it. It's there for all people to see. No matter what you say now, you can't backtrack.
Also, sorry, maybe he's trying to
No. Let me say this. Let me say this in a way that everybody's going to be able to understand. I'm not going to scream when I say this. Sabby Sabs was right. David Pakman should apologize, and Sabby doesn't deserve to be blocked. And next question is, Sabby, why do you even follow David Pakman? Next question is, why do you even give a fuck if that dumbass blocked you? He goes after people on the way they pray and makes jokes. He makes jokes about children being slaughtered in a school. And you want him to unblock you, Sabby?
That's so messed up.
Hey, Sabby,
victims for mass shootings.
Be thankful that this moron blocked you and just let it go. Let it go at that. You know, I'll take care of it from here because you don't have the ability to say what needs to be said about this jack buck. So I'll take care of it from here, Sabby. You know, maybe you could do a show. Maybe you could do a show about the trans community.
Holy diarrhea
could you do that, Sabby?
That guy's mouth.
Sabby Sabs. Hey, could you do a video and defend the trans community? That would be great. I'd appreciate that. Or maybe do something and defend the Jews and anti-Semitism. That'd be great too, Sabby. Let me know when you do that. Or let me know, Sabby, let me know when you do a video about the Palestinians and the way Israel's treating the Palestinians. I'd love to see that video too. Let me know when you do that, Sabby. Great.
The mass shooting for that mass shooting. Thoughts and prayers are fine, but we have to go beyond it. I took a shot at thoughts and prayers, and every parent I know is feeling the fury and the anger and the frustration.
Sean, the Orca guy. Saying they didn't pray properly, so that's why they died. Undefendable statement.
Undefendable statement. Sean, I couldn't say it any better. And yet here he is, doubling down and backtracking at the same time, if that's even possible. But here it is. If you want to know what doubling down and backtracking looks like, oh my God. I got to share this on Twitter right now, right in the middle of this show. I'm sorry. Hold on. Look. Copy. If you want to know what doubling down while backtracking looks like,
Durban Poison Wisdom.
No further
Yeah, Joe Biden
than
sniffing
this
children.
abomination of a fake apology video. If you want to know what doubling down while backtracking looks like, look no further than this abomination of a fake apology video. Doubling down while backtracking. I just made that up. You guys, I just made up a term. Doubling down while backtracking. Do you guys like that? Wow. Can I just say I'm impressed with myself right now? Wait, where's the fucking video? Dude, I hate this. Fucking Twitter's not putting up videos, bro, and I've got to take the, this is so weird. I'm a hacker, so I figured this out. I have to take the address. I have to post it into a notepad. I have to recopy it. Copy and repaste it in. It's so stupid. Oh my God. Copy. Oh shit. Okay. Delete. Yes. New tweet. Sorry, guys. Paste. Okay, hold on. Copy. This should have only taken 1 second, but now because of Elon Musk, it takes me 20 seconds to do something that should only take me 1 second, because you can no longer just, for some reason, today, Twitter isn't allowing you to just paste links into your tweets anymore. I don't know. Is anybody else seeing this? Or am I the only one that's experiencing this? It's driving me freaking crazy. It got humid and hot in here really quick. Give me a second. We'll get right back into this. Just let me cool down, guys. Yeah, fuck Joe Biden sniffing children. Durban poison. I know. Fuck Joe Biden sniffing children. I know. I'm sorry. I'm just cooling down, guys. I'm sorry. It got really hot really fast. I'm wearing jeans, and it's warm outside. Okay, so. Okay. We're getting right back into it.
Durban Poison Wisdom. That is weird.
That is weird. Okay, where's the video at? Okay, I'm lost now. Now I'm lost.
The Valentine Collection. Morning.
Oh, here it is. I'm sorry. I was trying to find the video. I'm like, where's the video at? All right, we're going to keep going. Here we go.
Durban Poison Wisdom. A video started on its own.
I know, right? It's weird shit's been going on lately. Billy, what's up, buddy? Here we go.
Detailed.
Hey, Billy, I got your favorite podcaster here, David Pakman. He's got baby poop smeared on his face today, Billy.
Actually do something about mass shootings. 10 different points and policies, none of which by itself would solve the problem of mass shootings, but taken together in conjunction with cultural and other issues would dramatically reduce mass shootings. I get, not naive, if you're a Second Amendment fundamentalist, it's convenient and easy to go after someone like me who wants gun safety regulations. And
dude, it's convenient and easy to go after you because you wish harm on people that are Christian, because you celebrate when people that are offering prayers and thoughts are getting killed, and you celebrate that, and you act like you're doing an end zone touchdown dance because Christians got killed at a Christian school, and you bring up thoughts and prayers as if that's the issue. That's the issue that you wish to bring up right now.
When Zachary K. Hubbard predicted Donald Trump would win the presidency, his light turned on his own during his live stream. Durban Poison Wisdom. Back in 2015 or 16, I forgot.
That's weird.
Durban poison wisdom.
I wonder if this means something.
On its asterisk.
Right?
We may not make productive progress in figuring out how to solve this problem.
Durban poison wisdom. Not on his sorry.
All right, Durbin, you don't have to correct
The
yourself like that.
Valentine
Just realize
collection.
every time you chat like that,
Jesus,
it interrupts
it's
me, okay?
Snazerface.
It's okay if you got
He's
something to
Sir
say, but when
Didymus
you
from
do like
Labyrinth.
5 things in a row, I have to sit
Snappy
here and
little
wait.
sumbitch.
So I would appreciate it if you wouldn't like correct yourself like that in my chat, since I'm giving you a voice to talk over me. Thanks.
Maybe you're part of the group that says there will never be a solution. Mass shootings are always going to happen. They're here forever. And I was almost there for a while. And now I'm back to, we have to solve this. We have to do something about this. And as a parent myself and
Oh, now, see, this is how David Pakman works. And it's fucking perfect. Before he had a child, he didn't give a fuck about y'alls. Oh, but now he's got a child and we need to do something about this. We better do something about this. Oh, I'm proactive now. What a fucking hypocrite and what a cuck.
speaking to other parents, that fury makes a lot of sense. So we should all be mad. I'm mad, but we should be mad about the fact that at this point, as parents and community members,
I love how everyone's mad at him and he's telling everyone they should be mad, but this is what you should be mad. Don't be mad at me. I'm just a messenger. Don't be mad at me. I'm just telling you about thoughts and prayers and telling you that Christians get what they deserve. And, you know, so what if 3 8 9-year-olds got killed? It's a great opportunity for me to laugh at their thoughts and prayers. He's an opportunist and he's a fucking piece of shit.
and teachers
Oh, and he's also a piece of human garbage.
and relatives, seeing what's happening with the deaths of children as a result of guns, taking NRA money is like taking blood money. We should be mad about the fact that a huge number of our elected officials
Jesus, it's Snouser face. He's Sir Didymus from Labyrinth. Snappy little sumbitch.
openly say this has nothing to do with guns. Nothing to do with guns? Could it be mental health as a component? Sure. Let's deal with it. Could it?
And don't worry, guys. This is going to get way better. All right? Just stick around because we're going to move on to Kyle Kulinski trying to defend this bullshit, which is hilarious.
Be the culture surrounding
It just
firearms
shows
in the
how-
U.S.? Absolutely. That's a
How tied into each other the left is that when one of their anchors goes down, they can't help but go down with them. Every anchor, it's just another anchor, another anchor, another anchor, and they have no ability to stop that chain of anchors being thrown over the side of a fucking boat. All of them. Just like I said in the video, David Pakman and Kyle Kulinski are holding hands like Thelma and Louise driving off the cliff together. And it couldn't happen to two nicer guys, as far as I'm concerned.
particular problem with the U.S.
If Kyle's going to go down
but
with
it has
this,
something to do with guns.
hey
as
man,
well.
choose your battles. That's
And
what I
so
said.
when is the
he's
right
he's
time
picked the wrong
to
one
talk
this time.
about that and the fact that the thoughts and prayers don't prevent shootings? Is it right after the shooting? Well, no, you're politicizing it. It's too.
No, dude, it's none of your business that people say thoughts and prayers. Shut the fuck up and quit letting them troll you, because that's what they did, David. You're the one that got trolled. You're the one that's going to get hurt over this. You're the one that's losing subscribers. You're the one that's going to get silenced. You know, you can complain about their thoughts and prayers and Christianity and churches all you want. You being a Jew, I understand where you're coming from, bro. At the same time, hey man, let it go. Okay, this is not your battle to have, bro. And you need to let Christians have their thoughts and prayers. You need to let Lindsey Graham and Mitch McConnell and Nancy Pelosi and fucking Hillary Clinton and all of them send their thoughts and prayers, because that's what they do. And you need to just fucking swallow it like the fucking dick you're swallowing right now.
Too soon. It's not okay. They haven't buried their dead. Well, is it right after the funerals? Is it in a month when they've moved on from this shooting, even though we have one or two every day, even if they don't make the news? When is it? Is it right before the next shooting? So, listen, I tried something.
So this
To
left,
avoid falling
this
into
left
complacent-
narrative,
The Willie Bragg Show. It is weird that Kyle Kulinski was at one time friends with both David Pakman and Jimmy Dore.
so was I. I mean, I
Of
consider...
course, Kyle Kulinski and Jimmy Dore are no long buddies.
Look, Jimmy Dore walked away from Kyle Kulinski for all the right reasons. I walked away from Jimmy Dore for all the right reasons too, bro. But, I mean, you make a good point. It's just Jimmy Dore ain't an angel anymore. You know, Jimmy Dore has done so much damage And when I go on right-wing media, Rumble, and I look and see that Steven Crowder or DML has, or Salty Cracker, 25,000 live viewers when they go live, and Jimmy Dore's got 6,000, 7,000, 8,000. What does that tell me? There is more of a demand for the right-wing garbage, and they are winning people over. And you can chalk it up to whoever's, running the fucking social media, or you could just say, you know what? There's just a lot of hate in this fucking country. There's a lot of hate. And it just seems like
Durban Poison Wisdom.
hate's winning.
Gotcha, I won't anymore.
Thank you, Durban Poison. Just put it all in one sentence instead of like blah 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 blah, blah and keep interrupting me, because I'm trying to do segments. So I appreciate it. I want you to have a voice.
The natural cannabis.
But I want you to contribute, not walk over me.
While seeing how far behind 444.
Seeing how far? Wow, seeing how far behind 444. I don't know what that means. Okay, so let's just keep going with what Pakman's going to say here, because then we got to move on to Kulinski.
Not everybody liked it. I've been duly chastised. But how and when do we take action? I leave it up to you. So for everyone
He's been duly chastised, and he never says the two words that he needs to say, which is I'm sorry or I apologize. It won't happen again. I'm never going to attack Christians for saying thoughts and prayers ever again. That was wrong of me. My timing was wrong. My attack was wrong. My narrative is wrong. I should be talking about other things. Maybe I could expose, some of the Democrats for some of the bad they do once. Maybe one time I could talk about the Democrats doing something illegal or something bad, or Joe Biden sniffing kids or whatever. Or maybe that stupid fucking bitch at the White House that sat there and laughed at the Fox News reporter for saying, hey man, if we don't do something about AI, we're all gonna die. And she laughed at him. I got news for you. It wasn't Fox News who came up with that, man. It was the fucking, it was MIRI, what do they call the Machine Institute? Whatever. Yeah, guys who've been studying this for years and years said, hey man, you need to control this goddamn AI. It's already out of control. And if you don't do something now, it's going to be too late. And we're all going to get killed. And she laughed at him. The White House representative fucking laughed at him and said, oh, you've got such a funny way of wording things. Oh, you're just so over the top. You're so dramatic. And she goes, but the White House does have a set of policies in place that are addressing this. What? Well, we're not going to tell you what they are. No transparency. What are you fucking doing? Well, we're not going to tell you anything that we're doing because you're not doing anything. Are you, White House?
Durban Poison Wisdom. Shabin.
Whatever.
The natural cannabis. Shabin.
Well, I have a feeling that natural cannabis and Durban Poison Wisdom are the exact same person. I'm
The
going to block.
Valentine
I'm going to block
Collection.
both of you, I think.
Did you hear about the AI that fooled a rep into solving a captcha for it?
I'm
It
blocking.
said it was blind.
I'm blocking both of you. Goodbye. Yeah, Shabin. Yeah, goodbye. How about that? Goodbye, both of you. Fuck off. Did you hear about... does Willie Bragg do that when... Willie, you ever get trolls? Do you block them or do you just let them troll you? Because I let the voices go out live on my thing. I could turn that off. But I like to give my audience members a voice so I can actually hear them interrupt me if they need me to stop talking for whatever reason. It's so we can actually have an actual conversation. When people take advantage of that, I block them. I hope that's not going against free speech absolutism. I don't think it is. I think they're being subversive, and trolling. And I think it's okay if you're a free speech absolutist to block a troll when you're only dealing with fucking 16 viewers. And I'm only dealing with 16 viewers. Well, and the 4 that aren't saying anything on Rumble. So 20 people. But as such a small group, I'm cool. I'm cool to do that, right? As a free speech absolutist, I don't want to hear someone interrupting me while I'm trying to do my job.
The Willie Bragg Show.
You do
I
block
get
the
a
annoying
few
ones?
trolls,
Yeah.
but not too bad.
When one troll says
I
one
do
thing
block
and the
annoying
other
trolls.
troll literally says the exact same thing within a second, I know it's the same fucking person. You know, and I knew they were the same person when they came in. I saw one person says cannabis and the other one says something about cannabis too, and I was like, yeah, it's the same person. I'm ready. I'm ready for them. And sure enough, they start not making any sense. Talking shit.
Reaching out furious with me, if you're willing to actually talk proactively about what to do and find what can we agree on, the lowest hanging fruit that must be done to reduce shootings, I'm willing to talk to you.
No, he's not. He literally put up a tweet today that said, how do I make my Twitter feed work so I only see the comments from people that I follow? That's what he fucking said. This is all bullshit, lying. He's trying so hard right now to backtrack. I want to talk to you. I want to have a conversation.
The Willy Bragg
No,
show.
you don't, dude.
I blocked someone from Facebook because he started insulting me. ...
And then you said ... like you're going to say something else.
If you're on the side of making threats, sending me or my family threats, anti-Semitic messages, we
THCV.
Hey.
Hi, I searched cannabis and filtered to live.
THCVI. And you found me.
The
Great.
Valentine Collection. Ha ha ha,
That's
that's
the same guy. Maybe it is. Maybe it is. He's like, you felt immediately to come in and tell me how he got here, right? And he's got an unknown channel with an unknown avatar. Right. THCVI.
THCVI.
Is it?
Is it?
Yeah, it is. I'm just gonna block you. Bye. Good job. Good eye, Billy. We'll get him every time he comes in. So anyway, thank you, Billy. What David Pakman is saying right here is he's willing to have a conversation with people he disagrees with to try to come to a point. Look, when I was nice when I first approached him and told him that marijuana was a fucking racist word, and he fucking ignored me, and he kept saying it, he fucking kept ignoring me. And finally I was like, the guy doesn't want to hear from other people. He's set in his ways and he doesn't want to hear. I'm telling him, I know the history of it. I could explain it to you. I could tell you why we call it cannabis on my podcast. Not interested. No response. Nothing. Fine. I know you know how to read, David. I know you saw my fucking tweets. I know you saw my messages. I know you saw my chats. I know you saw it all. So the man is not interested in talking to you about anything that he disagrees with. Understand, when you go to his Twitter feed and you see that he says, how do I make my Twitter feed just so... You should see what everyone was saying to him. They're like, wow, it's so surprising, David. You don't want to hear what anyone else has to say that's different from what you say, and they might have an idea that you might actually like, but you're not going to listen to them? Wow. You know what I said? Bubble boy. Fucking everybody else was like echo chamber. I'm like, right? But I digress. I just want to make that one point. Let's keep going. I need to smoke, obviously.
Probably
I'm a little
don't have
wrapped
a lot
up today
to talk about, but anybody reaching out in good faith who says, hey, I get that you're angry, I didn't like what you said, or at least
Billy
initially I
Bob
misunderstood it.
I don't like Pac-Man, only the game. Watched one of his videos and unsubscribed from his channel.
I watched a lot of his videos back when him and I used to agree on almost everything. And then as I started parting ways, I realized that he was not being critical of the left on anything, ever. That's fucking straw manning. That's narrative. The left fucks up too, bro. Biden fucks up all the time. Kamala Harris, she's a fuck up. Talk about it. Expose it. People would watch you. You'd probably have 5 million viewers if you were critical of everybody. But you're not. You're playing one side and you're an idiot. You can't fucking play one side in this world anymore, guys. You'll end up being... you'll end up exposing yourself for not being able to listen to other people. And that is all that these people do. They just expose themselves regularly for their own hypocrisy.
Misinterpreted it. Maybe we can make some progress. I'm more than willing to hear from you and talk. I haven't given...
That's a fucking lie. He's a fucking liar. Okay? He just fucking lied. Now look at the way he's looking away from the camera when he says that and like making some weird fucking excuse face while he says the words. That's a perfect facial expression for the words that just came out of his mouth because he is not being sincere. But I digress. We've already covered that.
I almost did. But especially as a parent, how can I say, well, we're never going to solve this problem? We have to solve it or at least try. The tweet didn't work. Okay. From what I understand...
No, it's not. The tweet didn't work. Okay. The tweet didn't work. I'm an asshole. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have tweeted that. I will never tweet it again. How can this person not have any ability to admit when he makes a mistake? That is such a character flaw. Man, you want to know why he suffers from Trump derangement syndrome? Because he suffers from the exact narcissism that Donald Trump does in his inability to actually admit that he was wrong. That's why he suffers from TDS worse than any other human on the planet. Go look up my tweets about his TDS. Go see my video about his TDS. Okay, I've already covered this years ago. That's a perfect example right there of why he projects. When he sees Trump, he sees himself. Hilarious.
From what people of faith, including Christians, realize that prayer alone isn't working. We have free will. Free will creates consequences in the real world for our actions.
Hey, I got news for you, David. Guess what? All those people that give their thoughts and their prayers, they ask for other shit. And you don't give it to them. They want to fortify the schools. They want to arm guards. They want to arm teachers. Don't act like they're not giving you their solutions, you fucking cunt. You're a fucking liar, you're a subvert, and you're a cunt. Fuck you.
Our inaction, so what else can we do?
And I must apologize to Willie Bragg, because Willie, I am going way over the top on this one. I knew I was gonna, and I hate you having to sit there and listen to my fucking garbage spewing out of my mouth.
To prevent these shootings must be done. Why aren't we trying lots of the things that I've suggested that we haven't yet tried? If we do nothing, nothing will change. That we can be sure of, and that simply cannot be.
Whatever. You're an idiot. Nobody fucking cares what you have to say. You don't make fucking sense anymore. And let's hear Kyle Kulinski now try to shill for you, which will be hilarious.
So we had a shooting in Nashville the other day. There are 6 victims who are dead, 3 adults, 3 children. It was at an elementary school. Audrey Hale is the person who committed the shooting. She is transgender. The right is, of course, using this fact to fan the flames of hatred and make it seem like trans terrorism is a colossal issue that needs to be addressed, even though like 99.9% of shootings are not done by trans people. They just disregard that fact and come up with whatever examples they can of trans shooters and act like, see, we need to do something about this. And it's because this is the culture war, and this is what they do, and they want to make it seem like it's deranged and degenerate and evil and terrible and bad, and you're icky and wrong if you're trans or whatever. And so this is the angle they focus on. They don't focus on, for example, the fact that she was able to get 7 guns legally when she was on the record as having an emotional disorder, and her own family members said she shouldn't be able to have guns. They don't talk about that. They talk about the fact that she's trans. Okay, well, anyway, Candace Owens went through a list of what she described as the most horrific takes on the Nashville shooting. By the way, amazing, we may have found the first mass shooting that every right-wing commentator felt the need to comment on. Gee, I wonder if that's because the shooter was trans. I wonder.
The Ballantine collection.
I mean, look, and I've experienced
Nice
this too,
hair.
where
Did he get
you'll
the
have a
vomit off
shooting,
his sweater
and it's
already?
like, you're doing prep for
spaghetti?
the show, and you're like,
He's
well,
about to lose
should we cover
himself
it?
in the
It's like,
music.
I don't know, these have become so common that it's like, is it even really news at this point? If you have a mass shooting and like 3 people die, it's like, does that make the show? I don't know. And so we're all like desensitized to it. But the fact...
I'm not desensitized to mass shootings at all. I don't know why Kyle is desensitized to mass shootings unless he's lost his ability to be a fucking human being. I don't care if a school shooting happens 3 times a day. I'm never going to get used to them. I'm never going to be desensitized to them. What kind of a fucking out of touch, cold, fucking non-human robot do you have to be to make that kind of a comment? Hey, speak for yourself, you fucking blonde-haired fucking golden boy fucking cunt bitch. Speak for yourself, Kyle. I'm not desensitized to school shootings. Liar.
That this one was done by a trans person.
Douchebag. Hey, man,
they could...
guys that color their hair don't get to fucking speak for me, you fucking Adolf Hitler wannabe fucking baby poop fucking mustache lip bitch.
Hammer away on one of their pet issues. Transness is wrong and bad.
I know what you guys are thinking. What do you mean Adolf Hitler? Dude, he's coloring his hair blonde. He's trying to be a fucking full-on Aryan. He's looking like he wants to be Adolf Hitler. That's what I mean by that.
And so they all decided, let's talk about it. So anyway.
Fucking Kyle Kulinski, bottle bleach, fucking bleach blonde. What do they call them? Bottle blondes? What a cuck bitch.
She, gets to one of the takes that she thinks is the most...
Willie, you're natural blonde, aren't you, bro? You're au natural. I like that.
Horrific. And it happens to be from David Pakman. So let's see her fake...
Nice hair. Did he get the vomit off his sweater already? Mom spaghetti. He's about to lose himself in the music. Dude. Oh, the angst. Oh, the angst, Billy.
outrage and see what David Pakman said. We'll react.
I love it.
Let's talk about anti-Christian bigotry that's taking place. Well, we found out the children and 9-year-old...
What's going on with her boobs? There's something really weird going on. Is she... I think Candace Owens is transitioning, everybody.
The Valentine Collection.
I applaud you.
New joke. What side does he love most?
Candace Owens is turning
Peroxide.
into Kevin Owens, I think, everybody. I think she's getting rid of them boobs. I don't know what's going on right there. That is really weird. But I don't like to body shame people too much. I don't know. If Candace Owens wasn't such a cunt, I might actually find her physically attractive. I don't know. It's hard to stop all the spew, filth that flies from her mouth hole. You know, it's so hard for me to see beauty behind that. All I hear is the scourge of her fucking racism and hatred and self-loathing and everything else that she is. She's vulgar and just disgusting and nasty. You know, she's a horrible human being. But at the same time, what's going on with her boobs, man? You guys want to take a look at that? What's up with the woman's boobs there? Is she going braless? I think that's what that is. Is that a new thing? I think that might be a new thing. I think she's trying to start a thing, man. I think Candace Owens is trying to start a braless thing. Dude, those are for women who have, like, perky tits, Candace. You can't do that. You're saggy. Stop it. Okay, saggy. Okay? You've heard of Sabby Sabs? I'm calling her Saggy Sags. Is that okay? Can I do that? Okay, Saggy. Come on. Sabby's gonna hate me.
Girls that were shot to death at an elementary school were Christian.
Look at Kyle vaping. Kyle's vaping behind his microphone. You guys see that? Fucking A.
So this was a good opportunity for David Pakman to issue...
What a cuck. He's vaping... He's not even vaping cannabis. He's vaping nicotine because he's a moron.
This tweet. He wrote, very surprising that there would be a mass
I have to
shooting at a
smoke. My
Christian
stomach
school,
is acting weird.
given
Cheers,
that
guys.
lack
Love
of
you.
prayer is
Thanks for
often
taking
blamed
time
for
out
these
to come
horrible
here.
events.
Cheers.
Is it possible they weren't praying enough or correctly despite being a Christian school? I have no words for the hatred that I am feeling in this moment for this individual. I have no word.
I think saying you have no words was good. I think those are good words. She's doing it good. I agree with her right now.
Words for David Pakman. Could you imagine waking up and learning that 9-year-olds had been slaughtered and shot, and what you think the right thing to do is to make a joke about the facts that they're also Christians and they pray, and maybe they just weren't praying
The Valentine Collection.
She makes a great point.
It's TH producer. Anything on a newscaster, hair, clothes, makeup, it's all by design. She's told to wear that.
Right. Well, Saggy Sags is making a really good point here. And I got to commend her on her braless wonder. She makes an excellent point. She looks like an idiot with her mouth like that. But at the same time, I agree with her. And, oh boy, the day that I agree with Candace Owens against David Pakman has arrived.
Billy Bong Thornton.
It's today.
It's Saganagi.
Billy Bong, watch the racism.
Way at this Christian school.
I know where that came from.
She's so dense, it's unbelievable.
So, if Billy Bong, you think I'm stupid? I'm not. You might want to take that back, actually. I would recommend you delete the fucking racist comment you just put in my chat.
Candace, the point that he's making is to mock you guys, because after every single mass shooting,
Billy
every
Bong
Republican
Thornton.
politician in the country...
Bullshit!
No racism.
Bullshit! Don't even try that with me, bro. I know where you got that term from. And you do too. So don't even act like you didn't do it intentionally.
And every right-wing commentator is out there within the first 5 hours saying,
Don't get to fucking play me like that,
thoughts and
Billy
prayers.
Bong.
Oh, we give you our thoughts and our prayers. We give you our thoughts and prayers. And it's become a bit of a meme, a bit of a joke, that, like, the most we can muster up after another mass slaughter fest.
So this is Kyle Kulinski now. He's bargaining and reasoning for David Pakman's hypocrisy and hatred of Christians. He is here trying to clean up. He's like a fixer for David Pakman. Isn't this funny? This is how they operate, man. This is how these morons operate. They have each other's backs like this, and it's fucking pathetic. I got news for Kyle. Candace Owens made nothing but perfect sense. I'm making fun of her boobs while saying, hey, man, this woman is making complete sense. She's breathing straight fire. And Kyle Kulinski is somehow trying to word pretzel that into Candace Owens is wrong? What? For chastising David Pakman for making jokes about kids who got slaughtered?
Some thoughts and some prayers, which is basically like coming out and saying, I'll hope that this doesn't happen again. That's what I'll do. I'll say, man, I really hope this doesn't happen again, but am I going to actually do anything about it? No, of course not. Am I actually going to support any legislation that could change this? No, of course not. So what he's doing is mocking the people who actively have no solutions and are part of the problem in many ways. When they come out and say thoughts and prayers, that's all I'm going to offer you is thoughts and prayers. Not legislation, not gun reform, thoughts and prayers. And so the point he's making is, hey, isn't it ironic? If you guys seem to think thoughts and prayers are always the answer, it's the best solution, it's the best way to react to this stuff, it's the best way to prevent the next one, well, isn't that weird? There was a shooting at a Christian school. So it seems like prayers are not necessarily the thing that's actually going to save lives when it comes to this issue. Now, is it?
No, but no one has to say that, Kyle, because everyone knows that prayers aren't going to solve the issue. See? You see where I'm coming from, Kyle? David Pakman didn't have to make that tweet. And him deleting it was the smartest thing he's ever done in his entire life. You trying to defend a deleted tweet is the most moronic thing I've ever seen! He deleted it for a reason, you idiot!
He is making what is effectively the most benign point you could possibly make in the aftermath of the shooting. Like, okay, I didn't tweet that. Why didn't I tweet it? Because I think it's too obvious, right? Like, it's like a duh thing. Like, yeah, oh, your guy's solution is thoughts and prayers. Well, how did those prayers work out for you? This was a Christian school. No doubt they were praying, and look what happened. Almost like prayers don't work.
Doubling, tripling down here for David Pakman. Reciting the joke as a joke. Duh. Saying duh while some kids got killed. Just as guilty, man. They're holding hands in that fucking coop. They're holding hands at the top down, getting ready to go over that fucking cliff. Thelma and Louise, right here, folks. Wow.
Right? That's his point. His point is to mock you guys. And right over your head. And what does she go? Anti-Christian bigotry.
It didn't go over her head. It didn't go over her head. It doesn't matter what his narrative was, Kyle. It doesn't matter whether she caught his drift or not. It didn't matter. What mattered was he said something stupid, mean, driven by hate, and she's calling him out on it. That's what matters. You don't get to change the fucking narrative here, Kyle. You don't get to change the narrative here, David Pakman. Both of you are working together to try to change the narrative, but we're not going to let you do it because we can see it. We're not blind, you idiot.
Anti-Christian bigotry.
Yeah.
Please spare me.
It was anti-Christian bigotry, and that's why both you and David Pakman have the exact same look-away response when you make the fucking comments that you know aren't true and won't hold water, because all of a sudden, you just heard the words come out of your ears, and they didn't make sense to you, and now you're trying to bargain and reason with yourself. And it's not working, bro. Look at you.
Spare me, man.
You're still not looking at the camera, huh? Not going to make eye contact with your audience? We're over here, Kyle. What's wrong, Kyle? You don't want to look at us while you lie to us? Huh.
David Pakman does not have it.
Oh, yeah. Let's flip to the video real quick because you still feel too uncomfortable to look up at your camera so your audience can see what you look like when you fucking lie. Wow.
A soul.
You're a sellout, Kyle. You're a fucking sellout. All you had to do was say, hey, man, you know what? David Pakman owes everybody an apology. Enough said. I don't care who's your friend, who's your fucking enemy. I don't give a fuck. The truth deems that David Pakman says an apology. He deleted the tweet for a reason. He just doesn't have the balls to fucking apologize. And neither do you. And Candace Owens is calling you out, both of you out, and she's making both of you look like little bitch boys.
And if you think that
and man, I can't believe I'm defending Candace Owens. Because, hey, man, guess what? I can't stand Candace Owens. I can't stand her. I cannot stand her. But you know what? She's right this time.
About this tweet, well, he did take it down, but here's why he took it down. Because he's the victim. He tweeted outright
hobo.
Too many anti-Semitic
I have
attacks.
something he can make eye contact with. D's
nuts. Hillhouse, what's up, buddy? This is what I want to say. All right. During David Pakman's video, he said that he was being attacked. And then he called all of those attacks anti-Semitic. Did you guys catch that? I'd like to go back to that. When you attack someone because they said something stupid, that doesn't make your attack anti-Semitic because they're Jewish. That's not a fucking bulletproof vest that Jews get to wear around like some kind of cloak of armor. Okay? You're a Jewish person that says something stupid. Guess what, man? You get the criticism, and you don't get to call it anti-Semitism, or somebody that's 99.9% Jew, this guy is going to fucking call your bullshit out. And I think 99.9% Jew is more Jew than 90% David. So I think I know what anti-Semitism is 10% more than you do. So this ain't anti-Semitism, bro. Now, if people said anti-Semitic threats to you, then those threats specifically would have been the anti-Semitic ones. But not every single threat, and not every single fucking comment, every detraction, and every single dissenter, and every single person that disagreed with you. Or liked Candace's tweet over yours. You know, that's not anti-Semitism, you fucking little dick bitch.
And threats to my family. I've deleted the tweets. Yeah, you guys, you're actually in the wrong for noticing how sick and how sinister and how soulless he is. So now he's going to hide behind the fact that he's Jewish.
She's 100% correct. As a 99.9% Ashkenazi Jew, I agree with Candace Owens. He's hiding behind his 90% unpure Judaism. Yeah, he is. And let me just say, as someone who's 99.9% Jewish, I find that vulgar and disgusting.
No, Candace.
No, Kyle. Yes, Candace. No, Kyle, okay? No, Kyle. All right, let's go on.
His dad was literally getting death threats.
Who cares? He fucking earned that shit. He brought that on his own family. He said stupid shit on the internet. And when you say stupid shit on the internet and you're famous, guess what? People like Shaquille O'Neal come after you and tell you to sit the fuck down. What are you going to do about that, Kyle? Did you see what your little leftist buddy fucking Keith Olbermann put up on the goddamn internet? And to have Shaquille O'Neal fucking silence that motherfucker? It happens. When you're famous and you start talking shit, you're going to get noticed. And people are going to tell you, hey, I noticed that. You should fucking sit the fuck down.
That's what happened. And so that's why he deleted the tweet.
Kyle, you sound like you're having a hard time explaining your way through this, so let's just go back a little bit. Let's hear Kyle try to walk his way through this.
He's going to hide behind the fact that he's Jewish.
No, Candace. His dad was literally getting
Shaq would use him
that's
as a
what
butt
happened.
plug.
And so that's why he deleted the tweet. Because he didn't want his dad, who has no...
So Kyle is saying the tweet was okay, but the death threats. It was the death threats. Did you guys get that? The death threats is why David Pakman deleted the fucking tweet. Not because he was wrong. Not because Kyle thinks it was wrong to make jokes about dead kids. Fuck this narrative, motherfucker.
Nothing to do with any of this to continue to get death threats. That's what he's saying there.
Whatever.
And that is the case. His dad was getting death threats.
No. Let's just get one thing clear. He doesn't know exactly why David Pakman deleted that tweet. Neither do I. Neither does anybody. David Pakman is the only one that really knows why David Pakman deleted his own tweet. For him to sit there and act like he knows the reason, I don't care if David Pakman himself fucking called him up and said, this is why I deleted the tweet, still doesn't mean that that's why he actually fucking did it. Don't be a water boy, Kyle. Don't be a fucking water boy for David Pakman. You look like a little butt bitch. God.
Not that he's playing the victim. It's that he's saying, hey, my benign, obvious commentary is now leading to an insane...
Benign? Benign? Really? Making fun of dead children is benign? Is that what you say, Kyle? Man, those hands are gripped so tight together now. They're just approaching the cliff, guys. Fucking Thelma and Louise. They're just approaching the cliff, man. There's a couple of little boulders there on the edge of the cliff, and those tires are just going up in the air, lifting up. That's where they are right now. Let's keep going.
Backlash.
I need another
These
bong rip.
anti-Semitic tweets that he allegedly received. He's just going to delete the tweet so he doesn't have to deal with any consequences.
I like that she said allegedly. I say allegedly too. I never saw any anti-Semitic tweets. In fact, when I was going through the whole Twitter feed that was going back and forth and all these people talking about all this shit, I didn't see any anti-Semitism at all. I saw a bunch of people calling David Pakman a little bitch for saying something that a little bitch says. That's what I saw. I don't know, like Candace Owens. I got to agree with Candace Owens here. Someone who I've never agreed with ever before in my life. I'm going to say this. I totally agree with Candace Owens right now. Completely, 100% agree. Wow. I'm saying it. I never thought I'd say these words, but I 100% agree with Candace Owens. Wow. This is the first time this has ever happened. This is a big deal. I need a bong hit. I totally need a bong hit right now.
Consequences for his immoral behavior online. I thought I had seen it all.
Look, I'm going to buy Candace Owens a Wonder Bra, and then I'm going to take her out on a date.
His immoral behavior online. A very obvious political point that is non-controversial to anybody with a brain is immorality and anti-Christian bigotry. Unbelievable. Again, I think the most important point here is we finally found a mass shooting that every pundit on the right is talking about. It just happens to be because the shooter was trans, but all it takes to get them to actually care about mass shootings is to have some minority figure carry out the mass shooting.
Yeah, but then the way they react to it is to try to silence the trans community, to try to muzzle the trans community, to try to eradicate the trans community. Kyle, you sit there with a fucking smile on your face like this is some kind of a fucking joke to you.
If it's just another lonely, awkward white dude, young white guy, they'll go back to yawning in the face of every mass shooting, and they'll go back to offering
thoughts and prayers.
Right. By the way, just wait for it, man. There's going to be many takes now. All of a sudden, all the pro-gun Second Amendment stuff, all that will be out the window, and they'll try to say trans people should not be allowed to own weapons. I'm telling you, it's coming. It is definitely coming. It is definitely coming. They wouldn't take the obvious position of, like, people with severe mental health issues shouldn't have guns, or people who's...
Yeah, I see that rhetoric. Actually, I have to agree with Kyle right here. This is what's going on, guys, because I've gone and dabbled into the right wing. It's not easy. It's not easy. But because I've done that, I can actually attest to this. This is the new narrative. They're already saying it. They're coming into my live stream and saying, when we were live the other day, somebody was trying to put up the definition of what mentally ill was, or something like that. And then tried to say, does that not sound like trans people? And I was like, dude, that is just completely off. So far from the fucking truth. And if you were born with a confusion around your gender, like trans people are, some of them are confused, some of them aren't confused. Some of them know exactly what the fuck's going on. But let's say you had some confusion around that, then you might know what it feels like. And you might also realize that these people do exist. And these people deserve your love, and they deserve your understanding, and they deserve your protection. And I don't know why neither David or Kyle can just say it like that. But they're already up in the air. The car is up in the air now, guys. David and Kyle fucking holding hands tightly.
Whose family members say they're a threat and they shouldn't have guns. Shouldn't have guns. They're going to go right to, like, trans people specifically shouldn't have guns. Because we have a trans terrorism problem because a whopping 3 or 4 mass shooters have been trans, whereas there's been tens of thousands of non-trans shooters. Anyway, you guys get the gist of it. I'm a little annoyed by how fake the dialogue and the discourse is around this. And I love how David Pakman's benign reaction just
He calls it benign again. I did get notifications at... Okay, cool. Notifications went out for this show. He's calling it benign again. Dude, if it's benign, then why did he brag about pissing off 1 million people? Why did he delete the tweet if it's benign? Do you guys know what the definition of benign is? I'm going to give you the exact definition. Gentle and kindly. Not harmful in effect. So, just him referring several times, I think it's been 3 times he used the word benign. Like, you guys aren't going to understand what the word benign means. But when you go back and you look at David Pakman's tweet, did he put the tweet up? Is that a benign tweet? And if it's benign, why did he have to delete it? If it's benign, why was his father supposedly getting death threats? If it's benign, why was he supposedly getting anti-Semitic threats? Allegedly. Is that benign, guys? Who's more of an accurate reporter? Kyle Kulinski or me? Who's better at reporting the truth to you? Let me know in the chat right now. Who's more accurate reporting this is not benign? He's saying 3 times it's benign. Who's more accurate? Who's going to answer me in the chat?
Hill House Hobo. You give it straight, even if you don't like it.
I do give it straight, but I'm asking you, who gives you a more accurate version of reality? Kyle Kulinski that says that's a benign tweet and he said it 3 times, or me that tells you that's a very harmful tweet and it did nothing but harm David Pakman and get a lot of people pissed off and angry, and like David Pakman is bragging that he pissed off 1 million people. Does that fit the definition of benign? So I ask you again, who's a more accurate reporter, me or Kyle Kulinski? Who can tell me in the audience, in the chat?
Hill House Hobo. You do, mate.
Yes.
You have no hidden agenda.
Right. Yeah, that's all. That's all. And if that's me being a cult leader asking you to fucking support me when I'm making sense, well, then I'm a fucking cult leader. Put a fucking swastika between my eyes. I guess I'm a fucking cult leader. You know, how dare me ask you to fucking support me for making it, for making sense and getting shit right on this live stream. Whatever.
Young white guy. They'll go back to yawning in the face of every mass shooting, and they'll go back to offering thoughts and prayers. By the way, just wait for it, man. There's going to be many takes now. All of a sudden, all the pro-gun, Second Amendment stuff, all that will be out the window, and they'll try to say trans people should not be allowed to own weapons. I'm telling you, it's coming. It is definitely coming. It is definitely coming. They wouldn't take the obvious position of, like, people with severe mental health issues shouldn't have guns, or people whose family members say they're a threat and they shouldn't
Hill
have
House
guns.
Hobo.
Shouldn't have guns.
If this is a cult, does that mean we get free seed.I.acid?
They're going to go right to, like, trans people specifically shouldn't have guns. Because we have a trans terrorism problem because a whopping 3 or 4 mass shooters have been trans, whereas there's been tens of thousands of non-trans shooters. Anyway, you guys get the gist of it. I'm a little annoyed by how fake the dialogue and the discourse is around this. And I love how David Pakman's benign reaction, just pointing out the obvious fact that the only thing you guys believe in is thoughts and prayers. The only thing you believe in is thoughts and prayers. How that led to a meltdown. I mean...
Hey, look.
By the way, also...
I'm smoking for Hill House Hobo because he's the only person in the chat who's responded to me so far. And I don't understand how I go through all this trouble to create all this awesome content for you, and that you guys won't even fucking say anything to me in the chat. And you'll just walk out on my show. I don't understand that. So, I don't understand it. There's a whole bunch of you here. Not one of you seems to be able to say anything to me.
I think like you, Nate. Give them the what's up.
Thank you, Woodchuck. Okay, 2 of you. So I smoke for Hill House Hobo and Woodchuck Montrose, and I don't understand why there's not 1,300 people here watching, or why you guys aren't getting more people here, or why I'm not getting more people here. Understand, it's a source of frustration for me, especially when I'm giving you content
Hill
like
House
this.
Hobo. Load up a fat mother or mate. Heavy Padilla.
Heavy P, thank you for joining us
Good
this morning.
morning, Nate.
Just trying to get some fucking support in my chat. That's all, guys. Just trying to get some fucking support here. You know, I'm sorry if I'm yelling, and if I'm distorting the mic. Sorry, it looks like I might be distorting. But, just trying to get some support here. Because I went through all this trouble to do this segment for you guys. We've been live for 1 hour and 20 minutes. And I've been covering this, diligently, accurately, nailing it, being funny and fucking exciting and lively and bubbly and all with bong hits and everything. And I got 13 viewers on the main channel. 13 on the across the main channels. 11 though on Rumble, but let me say hello to everybody on Rumble. There's 11 people watching on Rumble. I didn't know. You guys feel free to chat at me on Rumble. You're going to agree with me. You should subscribe to this channel. I'm about the truth. I'm not about narrative. So, let's just listen to the rest of Kyle and David Pakman going over the fucking cliff here of with the Thelma and Louise style.
Don Jr. was on this too.
Cheers.
Like,
cheers to all of you guys. Thank you.
These people just fish the internet for things to get, like, super outraged by, and they misfire all the time. If you want to see me and Crystal Ball interview legend...
He's calling it faux outrage. That is the most slant.
Heavy Padilla. Cheers.
Kyle Kulinski's inability to not play team sports. I think he got what he fucking deserved from the squad. Now I truly believe that. He got exactly what he fucking deserved. If he's that kind of a person, fuck you, Kyle. The truth over everything, guys. The truth over everything. You know, you want to tell me that that trans people shouldn't be doing twerking in front of little kids, 2 years old and whatever. I agree with you. They shouldn't be. They shouldn't be. They shouldn't be twerking in front of little kids, just like they shouldn't. You wouldn't take a little baby to a fucking strip club. You know, and whatever these trans people were thinking when they disrobed and became, you know, almost clothingless to do this in front of children, was unnecessary, and it only hurts their own cause. And you know what? It makes them lose support. And if the trans community doesn't speak out against that sort of behavior, they're going to find themselves in the exact same situation that the Jews did in Germany in 1934, 1935. And you've got your pronouns. You could speak out against that. You've got your school shooter. You could speak out against that. You've got these moronic idiots on libs of TikTok. You could speak out against that. And you speak out against all these fucking idiots that are twerking in front of school children. And you could win some people back. But until you keep it real, like I keep it real, you're going to lose support, man. And I lose support keeping it real. And if I lied and played a narrative, I'd be fucking huge. I'd be bigger than Steven Crowder if I played a fucking character like he does. You know, or Alex Jones does. But I'm just not greedy like that. And if people don't want the truth, well, then people are just dumb. You know, and I can't force people into the show. I can't even bring my own goddamn audience here. You know, where's all my regulars at right now? You know, I should have 100 people here. Literally, there should be 100 people here. I got 25,000 subscribers. There should be at least 100 of you here. So, what I'm saying is, while I'm doing this show for you, it's very fucking frustrating if you're not sharing it and getting more people here, and the fucking social media is not telling people that I'm live. It's frustrating for me when these numbers are low. Look. God damn it. So sick of fucking Windows 11 forgetting shit. There's the tweet, guys. There it is. Is the Thelma and Louise tweet regarding David... that fast. I did it that fast. At Nays Garden on Twitter, guys, to see the meme. To go retweet it, to go support me and show me that you love me and that you appreciate the content. You appreciate me keeping it more real than David Pakman and Kyle Kulinski and Jimmy Dore and everyone else out there that's lying to your fucking faces and trying to carry a fucking narrative. Not me. Not me, man. Non-narrative nay. That's my new name. No narrative nay. I like no narrative nay. No narrative nay. That's me. Third rail, baby. I'm riding on the non-narrative nay. No narrative nay. I like no narrative nay. No narrative nay is riding on the third rail. Is riding the third rail to podcast history. The smallest amount of viewers on the internet. Still going. No narrative nay. Riding the third rail. Feel free to run to Twitter. Everybody feel free to switch over to Twitter right now. Go to @NaysGarden and like and retweet and share that tweet that I just put up about David Pakman and Kyle Kulinski. It's a meme of Thelma and Louise. And it says, we could Thelma and Louise our way out of here. Heavy P, thank you. Daniel Mercer, Heavy P. You liked it. Will you retweet it? Yes, you reached both of you. Yes, Daniel and Heavy P retweeted me. Thank you, guys. I'm retweeting you. Yes. Heavy P. Heavy P. Where's Daniel Mercer now? I gotta find Daniel Mercer. Daniel Mercer, I'm gonna like and retweet yours now, buddy. Oh, I liked and retweeted yours already. Okay, I guess. It goes, it's like likes my own shit when I try to like your...
Kill House Hobo. Gotta do the retweet.
You gotta retweet it at... You gotta say at... You gotta retweet... We gotta quote tweet. When you hit retweet, hit quote tweet and make it at Kyle Kulinski, at David Pakman. Do that. And I think that Heavy P just did that. I think someone did that. I thought I just saw that. No, maybe not. But you guys should at that. At Kyle Kulinski and at David Pakman. That would be great.
Robert the Connoisseur.
Hey, Robert.
Cheers.
It's official. The human race is ended. I like that one. There is no closet. No shit. We can see them. He says they're closeted racists. I said, well, there is no closet. How do people say they're against white supremacy and support NATO? And Unholy says they're closeted racists. And I go, there's no closet. We know and see them. You know, they're I mean, here, let me finish that. Let me add to that with this picture of Ukrainians saluting a Nazi salute at a sporting event. See? Nothing to see here. No closet. They're out of the closet. I swear, all I want to do is just smoke cannabis and just scream at the top of my lungs right now. But, let me fix this. I don't know why this is doing this. Okay, let's get rid of that. Alright. Remove. Okay. I need a producer so fucking bad. Okay, okay, there we go. There's that. See, I could be doing a bong rip while my producer was doing this shit right now. And there's this one over here on Rumble. We're going to add the Rumble next. Which, dude, there was a ton of people watching before, but none of them... said anything in the chatting. It was like that weird shit, you know, where nobody says anything. So... Am I done yelling? I think I am. I think we did the segment. Dude, an hour and a half to get through that freaking segment.
Kill House Hobo. Is his Twitter David Pakman Show?
That's one of his Twitters. He's got two. He's at David Pakman, or he's at D Pakman, and he's at the David Pakman Show. Thank you for asking, Hill House Hobo. Holy shit, thank you. Phil L is getting in on it. Thank you, Phil. Thank you so much. Oh my God, thank you. He liked my tweets. Yes. The tweets are getting liked and retweeted, guys. Thank you. 6 views. Ooh, 6 views. Is that psychotic? You guys are liking and retweeting my shit, and it literally only has 6 views.
Kill House Hobo. Retweeted and quoted.
Retweeted and quote tweeted? Did you quote tweet it at them? David Pakman Show. Excellent. Kyle Kulinski. Excellent. And now do at D Pakman too. Now do at D Pakman. Here, I'll do it at D Pakman. Yeah, at D Pakman. Definitely. You got schoolioed. I said D Pakman, you got schoolioed. I love it. Oh my God. So, dude, I love the Thelma and Louise. I just need Billy Ballantyne. Billy. Is Billy here? Yes, Billy. Billy
The
Ballantyne.
Willy Bragg Show.
Billy
I
Ballantyne.
was thinking about the same thing for my channel.
What were you thinking about, Willie? Tell us now. Billy, oh, Billy Ballantyne. Listen to me, Billy. If you would do me a favor, Billy, could you Photoshop David Pakman's and Kyle Kulinski's face on that meme for me and send it back to me? I would greatly appreciate it, bro. If you could do that. Let me send it to you. Here it is. If you would put and put David Pakman needs to be driving the car. And Kyle Kulinski is the passenger. Okay, but David Pakman is Susan Sarandon with his hands on the wheel, bro. That's got to be David Pakman on the left. If Billy Ballantyne can hear my words, I have sent you the meme, bro. It's on my Twitter. I hope you hear my voice, and I hope you could put their faces on there. Their faces are readily available all over the internet. If you make both of their faces looking straight at the camera, that'll even be better. Like South Park. Oh my God. That'll even just, their faces just looking straight ahead at the camera. You know, not looking, just looking straight at us. That'd be so fucking funny. You're thinking about the same thing for your channel. Okay. Willie Bragg, what are you thinking about for your channel? Let me know. So I can tell everybody what you're thinking about for your channel. I need to smoke this bong rip. That's what needs to happen. So, to all of you guys that smoke cannabis, cheers to all of you that don't smoke cannabis. That's cool too, man. We love that you're here. joining us, and you're more than welcome to hang out with us. And cheers to all of you as well. And cheers to everyone. No law regarding cannabis. That's what I like to say. I say it many times.
Hill House Hobo. I wonder if they'd crash onto jagged rocks and crap themselves like when Chef in South Park went dark side? Woodchuck Montrose. Cheers. The Ballantine Collection. Sorry, I was blowing leaves. The wife said you said my name. Trey.
Billy, could you do me a favor? I sent you an email, in the messenger on Twitter.
The Willie Bragg Show.
I sent you a meme.
I was thinking about getting a producer too.
Oh, right, Willie. God, we need a producer. You and I both. Billy Ballantine, if I sent you a meme and I wanted to know if you could replace the women's faces with David Pakman and Kyle Kulinski's faces looking straight at the camera with David Pakman driving the car. David Pakman's face over Susan Sarandon's. I messaged you that in Twitter. And if you could take a picture of David Pakman and put him driving the car but looking straight at us. Make his face just like this. So he's looking right at the camera. And then Kyle Kulinski back here looking right at the camera with smiles on their faces. We could Thelma and Louise our way right out of this place together. It says at the top. And it's perfect. It's perfect for Twitter. It's a perfect the way. Did you see the way I demonstrated that David Pakman is just jumped the shark and then Kyle Kulinski grabbed onto the fucking anchor as it was going over the side of the boat with David and it's sinking down with him? I was like, it's like Thelma and Louise going off the cliff holding hands together.
The Ballantine Collection. Not a TH moment cause I got crazy stuff going on today, but I can later.
Oh my God, no! Okay, it's fine. Whenever. If you could make that for me at some point, I would greatly appreciate it. I do not have Photoshop. I've got it on my other computer in California, but I don't have it here. I use other software. It's possible, but it's not as easy. Anybody that had Photoshop or other graphic software like that, it would be so much easier for them. They've even got just face replacement. You just put that into face replacement. Boom, boom. But I don't want that. I want it pasted right over their heads. Old school style. Old school meme style, bro. South Park style. Saddam Hussein style. Yo, son, what? Saddam Hussein. Why? Because he's a stain now, man. Why you call him Saddam Hussein? Because he's a stain, yo. Got a tough stain you want taken out? Don't worry. Billy Mays here with OxyClean and the power of oxygen. That's right, everybody. I'm Billy Mays, and I got OxyClean here. I'm going to show you how to make that stain go away. Don't let it be a pain. I'll take any stain and make it go first class to Spain. That's right, Billy Mays, power oxygen, OxyClean. Cocaine in my face. Billy Mays. Cocaine in my face. Okay, OG Kush, just a little bit on top. Oh, yes, just a little bit on top. We're going to put a little bit of OG Kush on If you guys are here for the smoking, great. If you're here for the chatting, even better on Rumble, if you are. I mean, I am watching the chat. So far, there's nothing in the chat. I'm going to refresh it. Nothing in the chat on Rumble. So, I mean, if you're upset over the fact that we all agree with Candace Owens on Rumble, okay, and you just don't want to be my friend, okay. But I'm telling you, Candace Owens is right. She's 100% right. I 100% agree with Candace Owens. And it's the first time in my life I've ever said that. But if that's the kind of growth that you're interested in seeing and being a part of and talking about, I'm sure a lot of you are probably Candace Owens fans over there on Rumble. Feel free to engage me in conversation. Make sure you subscribe to my channel. Look, you don't have to subscribe to a channel to chat anymore, guys. You can just chat. Oh, I got 2 thumbs ups already on Rumble. Thank you, whoever did that. I just wish you could chat, man. Chat with me. Say something, No? Okay, it's cool. I don't know why they won't chat over there. That one day, they were chatting like crazy. I've never seen it like that. It was like, all of a sudden, everybody was talking on Rumble. And when my audience members go to Rumble to check it out to see why nobody's chatting, they type in the chat and they're like, yo, it works, bro. They don't know why no one's chatting over there. I mean, I'll say hello. Hello, duh. There's the chat. Hello, duh. You could talk right there, duh. I don't know why you don't. It's right there. We could have a conversation. You just want me to smoke my cannabis and look pretty for you. Okay, I get it. You're too busy jacking off with both hands to type on your keyboard. Okay, I know I'm sexy, Rumble. Calm down. All right, for the rest of you people who chat with me, come to think of it, not a lot of you chat with me over there either. Out of the 15 of you, I'm talking to Hill House Hobo, Woodchuck, Billy Ballantyne, and Willie Bragg. What's that, 4 people? 4 people.
Aaron,
Oh, Aaron!
What's up, Nay? Been here the entire show. This is the first time I got my hands free at work to chat. I apologize.
Aaron, thank you for saying hello.
Hill House Hobo.
Cheers. That's fair.
Smoke that, you sexy biatch.
I was getting very upset, Aaron, because the people like you weren't chatting, but I understand now why you weren't chatting. Thank you for telling me why. That makes me...
Heavy Padilla.
Literally makes my blood pressure go down.
Don't have much to say.
People are like, Nay, when we chat, you yell at us. Nay, when we don't chat, you yell at us. What do you want us to do?
Billy Bong Thornton.
I want you to
Tokay.
understand.
Hill House Hobo. The chat censors curse words now?
I censor words.
Aaron, I am very invested in the show this morning. Loving it.
Okay, good.
Stephen Running.
I'm very invested in this show, too.
Cheers.
I'm so glad to hear that you guys are enjoying it. Okay, that's good, man. I needed to hear that. I could even go get a second cup of café. We could even rock some endorphin. Some endorphin live in the background, perhaps, guys.
Billy Bong Thornton. Oh, endorphin.
The stars are shining just for me. right back.
Billy Bob Thornton. I'm going to do my hair like that lead sin.
You're gonna do your hair like him? Let me turn. I've got
The
an
freaking
equalizer.
oracle. Finland has officially joined NATO.
Right? Yes, they have. I got an equalizer, guys. Not bad, huh?
Did anything ever go farther with the suing of Elon Musk? It may be too recent to know any more details.
Did you guys hear the music okay? You guys, look where our investment's at. Put out silver. 46,005, guys. All-time profit is $11,700 profit, guys. $11,000 profit. Oh, I gotta grab my cassette up here.
I'm here because when you have a kid, you have anybody that you love that much, and you're genuinely fucking scared for them to survive, especially if it's your fucking kid, man. I mean, it fucking kills you, and the only thing you really, really, really want to do in this fucking world is just fucking scream about it, but I'm in a hospital, and I can't just fucking scream. So I came here to see you guys tonight, and I thank you guys from the fucking bottom of my nuts so much, man, because you're giving me a reason to come out here and scream and not be a complete fucking idiot, man. Scream! Believe me when I tell you that each and every one of you guys is doing way more for me right now than I could ever do for you. Yeah, fuck you. I didn't say yes. I'm pointing that way.
He said them.
Alright, but anyway, fuck all that shit. Let's just sing in Spanish. Let's sing in Spanish.
We'll go back.
Thank you, Mr. Suba.
Sean the Orca guy. Pakman sounds like a giant cup. Shab_junkie. Hey, what's your live schedule, man? I turned on notifications, but want to be better prepared for your lives.
Shaba Junkie. That's a good question, man. I go live morning, noon, and night usually. It's generally in the mornings around 8 or 9 a.m. I'll go live, and then I'll be live for several hours. Depending on how long I go for, I'll go around 1 o'clock in the afternoon or 4 o'clock in the early evening. And then sometimes like 10 o'clock, 9 o'clock at night, 8 o'clock at night. Sometimes 7 o'clock at night. It's nighttime though. I usually do a nighttime show. Like last night I sat here. If I sit here at this computer and I'm tweeting and everybody's ignoring my tweets and nobody's getting notifications and I'm tweeting shit and nobody's liking my tweets, I won't go live. And I'll just be like, I need people to be on Twitter, supporting me and getting because nobody sees my shit. So I tell my audience, I'm like, help me out. So those night shows, when I get that, so if I come home from a show like that, I'm definitely going live. If I'm pumped up. But you know what pumps me up the most is if I go on Twitter and people fucking help me out over there. At Nays Garden on Twitter. That's what really inspires me to go live, because I've got messages and things that I'm sharing all day on Twitter that I want people to hear about, and they come to the live shows and talk to me about them. And so I end up a lot of times just going through my own Twitter feed for the podcast. So, yeah.
Sean the Orca guy. How can he defend this pencil neck LOL F tard?
Pakman sounds like a giant cuck. How can he defend him? I think, is Sean, is Sean in real time with us right now, or is he back maybe in the show? So, Sean might be way back in the show, talking about David Pakman still, and we're watching Endorphin.
Billy Bong Thornton. Looks like someone is 20 minutes behind.
Dude, Adam has lost over 20 fucking pounds, guys. On the guy on the far left. Oh my god, he looks fucking great. Since this, he's lost fucking 20 pounds, man. And when you see that belly on him and it's going away, dude, and he can move now, it's fucking great, dude. I just love watching people, do this, because you can do it, You can do it. You can do it. You can do it. going to be able to move around even more. Here we go. Who cares what you look like when you play guitar like that now?
The Valentine collection.
I know I'm bad, but seriously.
Okay, brother. I stopped everything and started working on that for you, but I'm sorry to say there are no proper shots of either of them to make it work.
Dude, I just need two heads. Just put a freaking David Pakman head on the driver and a Kyle Kulinski head. I could give you the heads. You want the heads? I could get you the heads off of Twitter right now. I'll get you their heads. Boom, head. No problem. Just you want me to grab the heads for you? I can do that right now, bro. Okay, let's see this. Okay, here's one. It's okay that he's not smiling.
The Valentine collection. The heads have to be PNG transparent or it won't work.
Okay, I'll save it as that.
Or take all day.
Okay, I'll see if I can save it as that. Hold on. It's a JPEG. I thought I could just save as differently, but it's not giving me any options to save it as differently, bro, which is really weird. Let me try this. What's the suffix for that? Is it PNG? .png? I have to just type that. Let me see what happens. Okay. No.
The Valentine collection.
It won't work.
You don't understand.
Okay.
If it's not already cut out, I'll have to take hours to cut it out myself.
Wow, that sucks.
Twice.
Fuck it. Don't worry about it then, bro. It's too much trouble. It's just something funny and cute. I want to just pop a couple heads on there. Don't even worry about it. Forget about it. If it takes you more than a second, I don't even want you worrying with it, you know? Can you believe the return on this investment, guys? Yeah. 46.5 right now.
Is this about ovaries? What the fuck is this song about? It's all about ovaries. This is a song about ovaries.
The Valentine collection. I'm sorry, I'll make it up to you. I hate being deflated.
I don't mean to deflate you. It's not that. It's not. I understand it's too much trouble, bro. Don't worry about it. I don't want you to worry if it's not a problem.
Stop! What are you taking pictures of, bro? Seriously, they say that shit adds 10 pounds. Do you think I fucking need 10 pounds added? Or should we let the music play? now, step.
That echo. That was so cool, dude. I gotta give Adam massive credit for that. If that was Adam's echo doing that, that is fucking, what an awesome effect that was. This is the cartoonish, man, yet perfect, man. It's like perfect sounds to go with Jimmy's animated personality, you know, or the sounds that Adam comes up with.
He just wants validation for his anti-gun and anti-religious freedom if the religion is Christianity agenda. Josh G. Refresh Sean. Yorka guy. Gotcha, Josh, thanks.
Welcome to the real world, Sean. Welcome to reality. We've been waiting for you to arrive. Through time. You just traveled through time, bro. You fast forwarded, homie. It's awesome. You went ahead in time, man. You went right to the future. You're a visitor from the past.
Sean Yorka guy. Appreciate the welcome, Nick. Restream.io. Congratulations. You've received 100 messages today with Restream chat.
You guys love this song. You want to hear it again?
Billy Bong Thornton. Again.
I gotta tell you, man.
Billy Bong Thornton.
Jimmy missing the
Playing
vocals
it in
right
high
there
part.
really gives you an appreciation for the rhythm, or that what they're playing right there, because you really wouldn't have heard it as clearly if Jimmy was singing over it, and you're like, oh, that's pretty cool what the guitars are doing right there, and the bass, you know? Pretty complicated, you know? you this part again. It's so fucking badass.
Josh G. Name of this song
90s.
again.
I believe the song is called 90s or in the 90s. I'm in the 90s right now, hitting this big old bong with Yellow, man. That's what I did in the 90s, and I hit bongs, and I still do today. I'll smoke to that. Cheers to all of you. Thanks for coming out, guys. Cheers. Feel free to chat.
And the Yellow 90s song would be complete without the iconic Pearl Jam driven Blue Owl solo. Here we go. I'm here because, anyway, fuck all that shit. Let's just sing in Spanish. Let's sing in Spanish.
Josh G. Wow, how versatile.
How hard is
That's
that
really
to play
cool.
and sing at the same time?
Thank you all for being here tonight. Am I speaking in
Look
English
at
again?
that hand. Playing that rhythm. Yeah, look at this is kind of awkward, right? Because whatever it is that's being played over there by Pete, you can barely hear it. But man, it's it sounds like it should be much louder in the mix. And whatever it is, it's cool, man. If you see what Pete's doing on that aqua guitar. There it is.
It's alright, man. He was playing a bass solo. They didn't even notice. Hey, now I'm solo. Oh my goodness. Damn it, Super Dave. Why are you so right about us being so old? Shit. You're gonna hear some cool shit. This is a song for Bill Hicks. It's called Song for Bill Hicks. If you won't bring the rhyme to me, I'll sure as fuck bring it to you.
I love this fucking song. Like, hey man, nice shot, vibe right there.
Thank you.
Look at Jimmy pulling everybody forward, man. I love this. About to grab me. When Jimmy grabs me.
Get your ass up here.
Yeah, get your ass up here. I knew the sound was gonna change. But I can break the low stuff. so fucking badass. Oh my god. I'm enjoying watching the transformation, actually. It's happening fast. He's young, man.
Travis Jones. You're a loser. Quit YouTube and get a job, loser. Thornton. Rock on.
Yeah. Thank you guys. And you know what? Honestly, thank all of you guys for coming up. You didn't have to do that.
Thank you!
I mean, out of nowhere. We weren't even expecting that. Yeah. Right in the front of the stage.
Thanks for pulling us up here!
Hey, old man. Hey, old man. Let me see your shirt.
Get over here!
Scream at the sky, huh?
Same thing, Tyler. Scream
Travis Jones.
Sky.
Loser.
No Spice World tonight, huh? Nobody had that Spice Girl shirt that we were wearing. We had agreed that you would be in a Spice Girl shirt tonight. I had a bet with him. He bet
they fucking run.
that he could get Mark Tremonti
Travis Jones.
to be out here tonight.
Loser.
I was like, Mark Tremonti ain't slumming around with us. Not tonight. He's like, I'll do it. I'm like, okay, you do it. I'll wear a fucking Spice Girl shirt. I ain't wearing no Spice Girl shirt tonight.
Bitch, we couldn't even
And the guy from the Reed is probably somewhere in fucking Mexico right now.
He's in New York.
Is he?
Yeah, he's doing the soccer thing.
Do you really
Moderators,
follow
that would
Reed
be the time
close?
to fucking block someone.
Hey, leave him alone, man. Whatever leads you to that next guitar solo, Adam. I'm not gonna.
You know, future reference.
Got my devices. Come on. Oh, pulling out the big guns. All right, this is a song.
Billy
Actually,
Bong
you know what?
Thornton.
That was my dad. I love that.
I'm not
fucking
a
old
mod
guy.
on the other YouTube channel, just this
Nobody
one.
loved him so much. Speaking of, I love you. Hey, buddy.
I got you.
Says the sex song's all about you.
Yeah, as much time.
All about you, my
Yeah, you
friend.
fucking punk.
Hey, whoa! That's my brother's brother.
Yeah, now that guy who was in the audience, that is the drummer's brother right there.
That's my brother's brother.
Don't talk shit about this guy. weirdly unprofessional of us. Big surprise. But this is our last song, and I feel like I should probably let you guys know the name of our band is Endorphin. Yeah, I kind of forgot that one. Sorry, guys. So yeah, the name of our band is Endorphin. I'd like to thank every band that came out tonight to play. Everybody that was here before, I'm sorry, once again, I would have been here to watch it every time. A little bit of weird shit happened last couple of days, but I know you guys did good. Thank you guys for opening. We got, is it No Self that's coming up? No Self is coming up right after us. I mean, clearly, it's No Self. I don't have to tell you to stick around for fucking you're gonna be here, right? I mean, but just in case, stick around for No Self. Or if you're stupid and go home. I mean, come on. Seriously. Don't be stupid. Don't be stupid. Just stay here and watch No Self. Duh. You already fucking paid. So, this is our last song. And it wouldn't be right to leave you guys on an empty stomach, honestly. This song is called Spaghetti. endorphin.
He uses that broken symbol. You guys hear him accenting on that? It's got a nasty sound, bro. When he hits it, it's crazy. $28,000 Bitcoin. It's kind of fighting right now. Doge is at 24% because Elon manipulated the market, but it's down to 9.5 cents now. So people are already starting to lose money on Doge. Watch for the dump. People that put a lot of money in are going to take their money out really fast now. Watch. And they're going to dump it down. Watch it go down to 7 cents, man. What's the 24-hour low on it? I already called it. I called it, right? I said, watch, it's going to go to 7 cents. They dumped it down to 7.6, guys. Just like I predicted. The dump's already happened. I just didn't realize. The Doge dump already happened. They pumped and dumped it. Because Elon's a douchebag. So, anyway. Don't you guys just love endorphin, man? I want to hear the stars are shining just for me. They didn't do it that night, huh? That's weird, isn't it? I don't know. I guess they didn't do it on that night.
The stars are shining just for me.
You're welcome.
Everybody look at me. Don't you wish that you could be so smooth just like me? Aesthetically pleasing. You are welcome, Shovelhead. You are welcome for the amazingness. Right over there. No shit. Place called
Lost and Found. If they do that song again, They do it again, man. It's good to see them do it in another venue, but I think it's later on. It's later, but it's called the 90s. That song just hits so hard, man. It really just hits so fucking hard. And this one, his vocal works, so you can hear him sing the whole vocal.
Liquid Lost and Found, man. Come on.
Liquid Lagoon? That's the wrong one.
We got some old fuckers in here with us tonight, so you know what? Yeah, let's do that. This is Kick That Funky Shit.
Kick that bass.
He knows what I'm talking about.
Dab. Granddad's Dabber style. They first recorded this in my house. I don't know how many years ago it was.
Treasure Coast Waters.
Hey, TC Dub.
Morning.
What's up, buddy? Some endorphin. Doing some dabs.
Didn't I see you on cable access television?
Treasure Coast Waters. Thanks, Doc.
Alright, everybody. Bill Laurie running Kansas. Here's thanks to all of you guys for joining the show. I hope you're all enjoying yourselves watching the show, listening to Endorphin with me. Bill Laurie running Kansas. Or just like the shirt says. Adam Phillips and Jimmy Grant, everybody.
Yes, we somehow made an album. I don't even know how that's fucking possible in this age of MP3s and downloads, but we made an album.
Go steal it from online, please.
Yeah, you really don't have to steal it. We're giving it away, literally just giving it to you.
You gotta buy the fucking vinyls though, motherfucker.
Just tell us we look good when you see us in the grocery store. That's all we really want, and we're here for the ego trip. That's what all musicians want.
That's it.
This song is a very serious song, as most of ours are. This song is called Food Fight at the OK Corral.
Shab_junkie. You ripping on the bong, bro?
Yeah, I'm ripping on the bong, bro. What's up, Shabba Junkie? I'm ripping on the bong, bro. See him out right here? All the bongs, bro. It's all bongs, bro.
Shab_junkie. Who is this guy?
Me or him? That's Jimmy from Endorphin. That's the band Endorphin. Playing at a live show that I recorded on my smartphone.
Shab_junkie. The guy on the video.
Yeah. Jimmy Grant from Endorphin.
Shab_junkie. What are you talking about next?
We did live for 2 hours, 45 minutes, so basically, it doesn't matter. Look at Adam.
Shab_junkie. It's hard to hear you over the video, sorry.
Yeah, okay. I got a little carried away with the music there.
While you watch your oceans burn!
I love Jimmy, man. And his father and his uncle, his whole family, his band. They're all great, man. And their music is just so. I just think it's just so well written. They're so fun to watch live, man. It's great. 28.30. Hey, Bitcoin went up, back up a little bit, guys. So let's see what's Harmony going to do. 21.27, which is looking nice on our investment there. 35,000 is now 45,700. So we've made, $10,000 profit on that crypto. The market recovered for the most part. And Doge is, let's see, is it still at 9.5 cents? Doge is still a little over 9.5 cents. It's at 0.0966. So it dropped, and it might drop more. Keep your eye on that. You can't trust Doge at all, man. It's a dog. I hold some, but I bought it much more expensive than where it is right now. So hopefully you can hear me okay now. And we've got Donald Trump is going to be we still don't have, it's not happened yet, I guess, so he hasn't been arraigned yet. Jeez, huh? How long are they going to make people wait? Trump to turn himself in. He will officially become the first president to face criminal charges when he appears in court after last week's historic indictment. Trump is losing his capacity to control his own fate. Here's how Trump's day is expected to unfold. Live updates. I wouldn't mind taking it live when it happens, man. So maybe I'll turn it on. Right? Maybe I'll turn it on, and I'll have it going in the background where I can see it. If something happens, I'll go live with it. How about that? Is that cool? Huh. Oh, I see what's going on there. Right. Here. Okay, so I got the mute button on. They're talking in the news here. This is really weird. They've changed it. Some re-engineered the way you watch TV.
9-year-old children. And police are also now saying that the attack had been...
Okay, so I've got CNN now. Okay. And I can just do this. Whoa, what is that? Black screen, dude. You see that? That's weird, bro. They're not gonna... Oh my god, dude. This is crazy, man. Hold on. This is psychotic. Oh my god, dude. Dude, it went to a black screen, man. This is so not cool. Look at this. Dude, it won't let me show you CNN footage. on my... You see it's coming up a black screen? But I've got it live. That's a live feed, man. I can see it. But it won't come up on my software. This is... I know what this is. This is... They've got some kind of a block on there. So there's a way around that. Okay? It's a little old-fashioned, and it's a little childish, but at the same time, you know, they're a bunch of fucking idiots, and they forced me to act like this in order to bring you this footage. So how am I going to bring you this footage? You guys see the picture on my glass right here? It's right there. When you look, there's a little camera right there. You know what that is? That's my third eye right there, son. That's my third eye. That's what we call that. We're just going to grab this cable right here and take this over here. Go like this. See this? What do we got here? Look at this. What do you got on the screen now, son? Psh. I'll tell you what you got. Psh. Let me just move this a little bit because unreal. Psh. Look at this. So, what do we got right there?
Something a little different. One whole story, one whole hour.
So, we're going to still have our feed when it happens.
Kissy level.
Kissy! Hi. How are you? Nice to see you. I hope you're doing well. We're waiting for the, maybe that Trump thing that might happen today. So I'm going to bring that live on my show for everybody so they can see it live. Now, I tried to do it digitally. Let me see if I can close these blinds behind me. And that might even improve the picture even more. Let's do this one. Let me bring this one down here. Okay, so let me just say, you guys ever heard of Jimmy's Chicken Shack? If you guys are familiar with that band, I just want to tell you what I've found out about Jimmy's Chicken Shack. Jimmy in particularly, is he's one of the most down-to-earth, wonderful people. And he really does care about other people. He's a really cool guy. So I'm just saying, if you ever wondered, now you know, because I know somebody who knows, I know several people that know him personally. I got to meet him.
Kissy level.
Yeah, I got to shake his hand, which was cool.
Hello. How you doing?
Hey.
I'm doing 41 and fabulous. What Trump thing are you talking about? I don't really watch the news too much anymore, BC. It's so depressing.
He's getting criminally indicted today. In any minute. It could happen any minute. So we've got this up. So when it happens, we totally go live with it. I can go full screen like that with it. And maybe even work on my framing here. Look at that. And just work on my aiming, my framing and my aiming, my framing and my aiming. Look at this.
Kissy level.
Kissy.
Oh, wow.
Look at that. I can even do this. There we go. Look at this. I've got options here, folks. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, I got options here. We got options, man. We got stuff going on. That's what I'm saying. In the meantime, we can just put that right there. When Trump indictment goes live, we'll take that live. People on Rumble, don't get offended. It's news. You should be interested in news. I went through all the trouble of getting the glare off the screen for you guys. Look, it's really clear, actually. There's that. What you're seeing on that screen, very little. You could barely see my hands in that monitor. See that? When I go like that, there's very little glare on that screen now, man. I'm working at it. I almost got this thing right in front. This camera right where it needs to go. Right. I've got options, guys. I'm just saying. I totally got options here. Check this out.
Kissy level.
We can even get more straight.
It looks good.
Thank you.
Job well done.
Thank you. They're talking about basketball now. They're talking about the hand in the face thing. Or is that what
Stephen
they're
running.
talking about? No.
Very clear, thanks.
Jill Biden wanted to invite the losers to the White
Iowa
House
to claim the title. CNN's MJ Lee is at the White House. What exactly
Kissy level.
did she say that is seeing
I'm off to
quite
go
a bit of
clean my
backlash?
rabbit's room.
Okay, Kissy.
Have a
Yeah,
good
Sarah,
day,
the
Ben.
First Lady, sparking a little bit of controversy, if you can call it that.
Thank you so
As you said,
much.
she attended the NCAA championship game on Sunday, and then after LSU won, she said this. Take a listen.
I know we'll have the champions come to the White House. We always do. So, we'll have LSU come. But you know what? I'm going to tell Joe, I think Iowa should come too, because they played such a good game. So, right? So winners and losers, that's sportsmanship. That's good sportsmanship.
People are like,
It is, of course,
Gabriel
tradition
Bassett.
for the champions to be
I felt
invited
gay.
to the White House, but it is not typical for the losing team to get that invitation as well. So that suggestion from the First Lady not sitting well with some people, including LSU star player Angel Reese, who said on Twitter that this suggestion was a joke. Now, a spokesperson for the First Lady has since offered a clarification of sorts, saying that Jill Biden's comments were intended to applaud the historic game and all women athletes. She looks forward to celebrating the LSU Tigers on their championship win at the White House. Now, as you know, Angel Reese had already been in the headlines for...
that is some crazy ass exclusion, just over the top exclusionary bullshit. We're going to invite the losers to the White House. Are you kidding me, Jill? Really? Would you do that if it was an all-black women's team? Did you feel bad for the one white girl? Jill, your racism...
Dominic Leo.
Your racism is showing, Jill.
What's up, Nay?
Jill, your racism is showing.
News Central. I'm talking about the Masters
Hey,
here. Scotty Scheffler, Rory McIlroy, John Rahm, all among the favorites to win. Not favorite to win, Tiger Woods. But that cannot stop the circus. Always the center of attention. CNN sports correspondent Don Riddell joins us now from Augusta. And Don, Tiger is chasing his what would be record-tying 6th green jacket.
You guys, I don't care about hearing about Tiger Woods at all, so we're just going to minimize that. When they start talking about something that we want to hear about, we'll go to it. How about that? In the meantime, that can go right there. And also, let's fix this so we can see our prices going on. So we keep our eye, because those rascally little cryptos, we don't know what they're up to with fucking dumbass Elon and his market manipulation and everything he's pulling. So let's just keep our eyes peeled, man. Watch those numbers and see. I mean, that says 45,730 right now. I think it stopped tracking again. 45,730. So let's see where we're at. That's even better. 45,922. We like that. So we're making headway there. We're making headway there. That's what we're doing. 32%, guys, on our return, on our investment. So anybody that's an investor out there that's wondering, I invested $35,000 in Harmony One, and right now I'm at 32% profit. That means I put down a little less than $35,000 for this investment, and right now, if you look at the corner, it's worth about $45,900. So I'm at an 11,000. What it's calculated, it's right there, $11,121 profit. If that sounds like a smart investor to you, then you might want to keep watching my channel and learn what I do to make this kind of money. You know, so I take that money and I try to do really nice things with it. So instead of buying more crypto, you know, I take some of the cash I have in the bank and I send it to people that are doing good things.
Of Donald Trump's day in court begins after this break.
Shit. So they tell them all to chat, or, you know, after the, make sure you guys start talking as soon as we go to break, and they have to start talking. And this is a creepy commercial. They added the redness on her forehead that didn't used to be there. You see the redness on her forehead? That wasn't there before, so they added that digitally. And my mom and I both noticed that. I go, hey, Mom. She's like, what? I was like, how many times you see this commercial? She's like, a bunch. I was like, you ever notice the red stuff on her forehead and stuff? And she's like, no. I'm like, look now. And she's like, oh, my God, I would have noticed that before. They put it on her forehead. They put it on her elbows. But it didn't used to be there, bro. It's like as the commercial aged, her condition got worse. You know? It got visibly worse. I can't make this stuff up, folks. I just cover it on here for you to laugh at. Basically, this is what we do in the garden. We're in the garden. Look, we're right in the middle like you like. This is what we like here. We're crushing the skulls like we always
Heavy Padilla.
AI is crushing the skulls. AI is killing the humans. But the White House is laughing it off. We like to talk about stuff like that. Why are you laughing? I wonder if Kyle Kulinski and David Pakman covered, you know, the White House laughing off the end of all humanity just from AI alone. We got so many other things going against us. The last thing that Guy McPherson ever figured in was AI. I'd like to get him on here for an interview and be like, hey, dude, you know, let's not even talk climate. Bro, you heard AI is going to finish us off now? Like way before climate does. Let's talk about AI. We're going down, son. You know what I'm way better at than all those dudes? Being shorter. And I'm real good at it. None of those guys are as good as me at being shorter. 5'9". Woohoo! There's a commercial break in progress, and then we'll resume momentarily. Let everybody know that. Nay, over. Don't forget to make your static sounds at the right time, and that is after you're done talking. Thanks for talking. Over. Somebody, you're holding your button down. No, I don't know. Just waiting for the commercial break. Waiting for the commercial break to finish, man.
Shab_junkie. Do you play Warzone?
I have played Warzone. My friends play Warzone. In fact, they're probably playing it right now. Some of them might be playing it right now. I don't know. Maybe they're working.
Gabriel Bassett. I play it.
Hell yeah, we got 2 Warzone players in the house.
Dick Hole.
Dick Hole.
I also play WZ.
Oh boy, where's Billy at? Billy, oh Billy. Billy, Billy, where art thou for, Billy? Oh, Billy's working, that's right.
Skip. I also play it, man.
Here we go, let's see. We'll go back to the hot blonde at CNN. You guys ready to go back to the hot, sexy blonde at CNN?
You are looking at live pictures, the venue for an American first. 100 Central Street in downtown Manhattan, playing host to a new chapter in U.S. history today, the arrest and arraignment of Donald Trump. Former President Trump is back in the city that made him famous, but this time to face a new reality. The first ever former president to face criminal charges. Good afternoon to our viewers around the world. I'm Anderson Cooper, New York.
And I'm Jake Tapper in Washington, D.C. We are just hours away from the opening gavel of the people of the state of New York versus Donald J. Trump. This is the scene, the Manhattan Criminal Courts Complex, where Mr. Trump will surrender, we're told, and then where prosecutors will drop an indictment, spelling out multiple charges against him. At this very moment, we still do not know exactly what those charges are and how many there are connected to Mr. Trump's alleged scheme to buy the silence of adult film actress and director Stormy Daniels at a pivotal 2016 campaign moment. As we come on air, we are told that the former president remains inside Trump Tower in Manhattan. We're told that he will soon leave his namesake New York high-rise for a trek to the 15th floor courtroom. A journey that required days of negotiation and planning with officials. Every single police officer in New York City, some 35,000, has been told to be ready for, well, for anything. Our reporting team will be inside the courtroom to bring you all the information about the arraignment. We'll see photographs of the former president in court, but the actual court proceedings will not be on camera. CNN's team of reporters is embedded at every step of this unprecedented moment in U.S. history. CNN's Caitlin Collins is outside court right now. And Caitlin, you're getting word that Mr. Trump plans to speak briefly before going into the building.
Yeah, Jake, the former president has been itching to talk about this looming indictment ever since he arrived here in New York yesterday. Of course, he is going to become the first ever ex-president to face criminal charges when he enters the Manhattan Criminal Court building behind me. That is what he is expected to do just shortly. And he's been wanting to talk publicly about this. He has not done so yet, but he will soon. And one thing that his own team is worried about is what he will say, because they are hoping he does not come before cameras before he enters that courtroom and says something that could further inflame the situation or potentially hurt his case, which as of right now, even though they have yet to see the indictment either, Jake, they do believe is one that will ultimately benefit them and fall in their favor in the end. Of course, that is far from certain at this point and at this stage of where we are at, as he is about to turn himself into the authorities. But Trump has been wanting to speak publicly. He did not want to wait until he returned to Mar-a-Lago tonight, where he is still scheduled to give an address around 8:15.
Billy Bong Thornton.
And supporters,
Fuck, I have to go get some popcorn. This about to get good.
Plan for maybe him to deliver a speech outside of the courthouse after he left. Now he's expected to do so when there is a camera outside of the courtroom before he goes before the judge that he has been trashing. Of course, the district attorney that he has also been criticizing. So his own team isn't quite sure what he's going to say. They are hoping that he will stick to their talking points about how they believe this is a political prosecution, Jake. But certainly a historic day, as the president has been on the phone with aides and his advisors all morning.
Paula Reed is also in New York for us. And Paula, Donald Trump is already out there publicly questioning whether he can get a fair trial.
Do you know what would be a funny movie?
Manhattan.
A movie covering this This whole thing, this whole ordeal,
right. But at this
and coming
point,
down
it's a political
to when
argument.
Donald
One
Trump
former
gets in front of the
president is
cameras
making on social media,
before
one of his
he
advisors
goes
was pushing over
into the
weekend.
jail,
But I've spoken
before he
to this
walks
legal
in,
team, and they've told me, look, we're
and
going to wait until
or the
we
police
see this
station,
indictment before we
and
decide
he looks at the
which
cameras,
motions we are going to file. But I
and
would
the microphones are all there, and he's putting his hand on it and adjusting it, right, and getting ready to speak. And at that moment in the movie, it goes to every single advisor, and boom, cutscene, right, back in time. Hey, Donald's like, hello, how's it going? And they have these conversations. Listen, the one thing you don't want to do today, you don't want to incite a crowd. Okay, that's the first thing.
Dominic Leo.
You don't want to incite rioting. You don't want to do this. You want. And Donald's like, yes, of course. I've already talked to several people about this. Yes. And then cutscene, somebody else. You know, Donald. It goes back. Donald Trump's still adjusting the microphone, getting ready, moving closer to the mic. You know, and all the cameras, everyone's paying attention to what he's about to say. Cutscene to another person. Same thing. They're on the phone with Donald Trump, and they're pleading with him. Donald, this is what you don't want to do. This with like 20, 30 different people. They just said he was on the phone with all of his advisors, talking to advisors and aides all morning. All those conversations and all those people, man. And then when he finally goes up to the mic and says,
an 11-car motorcade, but without the
I want
phalanx
today,
of,
I want you, if you follow
leading
Donald
it
Trump,
and the
to make
entire route
January
closed along
6th
the way,
look like
and a
a
lot of
birthday
specialized
party
vehicles.
for your
This will
children.
be,
Let's all come
police
to New
escort
York
front and
and
back,
support your
and,
president.
basically,
Peacefully march
his Secret
to
Service
the
detail and some
courthouse.
staff cars.
We're all going
So a
to
lot less
peacefully
pomp,
march down
but for a very different circumstance.
to the courthouse, and I will be there marching with you. And then cut back to all the people that are watching on their phones and watching on TV and watching on monitors and watching from the White House and watching from everywhere, going like this.
This process as close as they can.
And people going, no!
They're not going to come that close. But they're trying to split the difference.
Also joining us is former chief assistant.
And then, you know, all the psychos going clink, clink, and putting on all their bulletproof vests and putting on their helmets and, oh, shit. That would be a crazy movie, wouldn't it?
You know this process. What are you looking at this morning?
So everybody's of course waiting to see what the charges are, and we want to see the indictment and exactly what it looks like.
Indicty, Shabbat Shalom. Hey! Shabbat Shalom,
motherfucker. Try to restrict anything.
It's unlikely. There's been talk about some sort of gag order. That seems highly unlikely.
I think a gag order is unlikely given the First Amendment constraints. That being said, this judge, Judge Merchan, is somebody who's going to keep a tight control of his courtroom. He's not going to think about politics. He's going to think about this case. From now on, he is defendant Donald Trump. He's not presidential candidate Donald Trump, and so you have to protect the integrity of the jury process and the trial process. So I think he's going to make sure that these threats and these comments
hey, Maddox going up.
Defendant
Guys,
Trump
straight
has
up,
been making all
$1.13.
warning about the judge, about the prosecutor. He has to rein that in, and this judge will not allow him to in any way make it so that the integrity of the
everything
process
else is trending downwards right now, except for Maddox.
I think at a minimum.
Oh wait,
he will
Harmony's
caution
trending
him
upwards now
and
too.
Tell him he has
Slightly.
to stop. It's clear Donald Trump is trying to somehow either get the judge off the case or the DA off the case or get the case moved to another venue that he thinks is more friendly to him. And this judge is not going to allow him to do anything to cause
trending
that
upwards
to
now to
happen and to
$1.14,
somehow,
guys.
I
told you,
make this,
right?
This
I told you it's trending
up. Be less than exactly the way it should be, which is fair, and
Bitcoin
for him to
just
get a
hit
fair trial.
Do you also have a sense of when the president,
you
or
can
the
see
former
that down in the
president
bottom
and his
left
attorneys will
corner of the
actually
screen.
get the indictment?
And you can
when
see
they
how
will
high
actually
Ethereum
make charges,
is,
because they'll know,
1861.
obviously, before the judge reads them out loud in court
1891
to
is the
defend.
24-hour high.
I would expect around the time that Mr.
ago.
Trump gets arrest processed, the way John Miller was saying, I would expect that at that point, that's normally when the lawyers would receive the charges. That being said, in this case, Mr. Trump has been talking about speaking before he goes into court, so there may be some consideration about whether he should be permitted to speak about it before the judge speaks about it to him.
And Anderson, to me, the biggest moment of today will be when we see that indictment. That will be our first meaningful, substantive look at the prosecution's case here. And there's a couple things I'm looking for. First of all, how much detail do they put in the indictment? As Karen knows, prosecutors have complete leeway. Indictments are written by prosecutors. Some indictments are very bare bones. Could be this, if it's 34 counts, there's a chance this could be 12 pages. However,
you guys
sometimes,
heard that it's
especially in
34
high-profile
felony
occasions,
counts?
prosecutors put
Did you
much
guys
more
hear that?
detail in there. So that's number one. And the second big question is, what are the charges? Dividing into sort of two lanes here. Is it all based on the Stormy Daniels hush money payments, or
Did
is
you
there
guys
something
hear
else?
that
How
it's
many different
34
fronts is
felony
Donald Trump
counts
going to
against
have to
What's with
defend
the
himself on
45,
here?
9,
Well, I think we have some signals there, which is 34 counts, could be 12 pages, or it could be
45,
50
9,
pages,
22.
but the signals are that the district attorney has called a press conference for this afternoon after the indictment is unsealed.
What does that tell you?
What it tells you is district attorneys generally confine themselves to
Billy Bong Thornton.
page of the indictment in their
CNN been waiting for this moment all their lives. Rating just went through the roof.
Ratings went through the roof.
Press conference to call and get through with any substance. So it's a tell, a hint at best, that there's more to it, and that this will be his first opportunity to not just release the document after the judge.
CNN, lowest ratings in 9 years.
Karen, you also said that
We have to completely cover this event.
What's there and what's
There's the hot blonde leading the way,
so much
Anderson Cooper.
speculation about what this indictment could be. As John said, perhaps there could be a conspiracy charge, and that would tell a whole story about election interference, not just about this one scenario of hush money payments to Stormy Daniels. If the theory could be here that this has been a conspiracy to influence the 2016 election by the various catch and kill stories, with David Pecker, who was the
Catch and kill
CEO
means
of
that somebody had some dirt on you and you were able to stop those stories from hitting the press
and
by
perhaps
paying off people.
other situations
That's a
where they
catch and kill.
agreed to do things to
caught and killed the
influence
story.
the election. So will they confine this to just the
You're like,
the
nice
false
story,
business
call
records,
Reader's
which-
Digest.
which
Wait, don't
we
call
think
Reader's
it would be,
Digest,
or
here's
will
some
they
money.
make this a bigger sweeping
You guys like that?
case about
Megadeth
election
reference?
interference?
You're not gonna
and,
get
and
Megadeth
Donald Trump
references
sitting in the Oval
anywhere
Office
else.
as sitting president, writing these checks, 11 checks as president of
You're
the United
welcome.
States.
And right now he's going through this as the GOP frontrunner, right? So we're in this moment where typically kind of post-term immunity was a kind of legal courtesy extended to former presidents. Culturally, the U.S. kind of said, especially with Gerald Ford pardoning Nixon, that look, we're not going to do this. We want to back away from the brink when it comes to...
Dude, shut up. Nobody cares what the fuck you're saying. You're not even talking about what's going on right now. Shut up. Wow. How does that woman qualify to be sitting there with those people talking about what's going on, saying the types of things that she says? It's beyond me. But hey, she's got some questions. CNN has the lowest ratings in 9 years, and she's part of the reason why. Guaranteed. But you're welcome. I put her on mute so you don't have to listen to her dumbass. And this is another moron, this right winger they always have on. He's always defending Trump. He's funny because he's always like really polite about defending Trump
against a former president, and it's something that's deemed to be, I'm not trying to minimize again, but deemed to be minor, right? Not expansive. I think it's going to be really
So it would be
really
said the
destructive.
same with documents. People would say, "Oh, it's just documents." I think with every
I'm not
case,
trying to minimize it,
no,
I'm just
I'm not.
saying.
I'm saying none of the cases
Shut up.
would be considered.
Nobody's
the same.
talking to you,
Well, if
dude.
this is the only pebble
Nobody's
that
talking
gets
to
thrown
you,
at Donald
dude.
Trump
Shut
after all he's
up.
done, I agree with David. But this could be the first pebble in an avalanche, and then we're going to
Oh,
look at
Van Jones, nobody wants to hear from you either. You're bought for $100 million.
New move from
Shut
District
up.
Attorney Bragg in the wake of repeated personal attacks from the former president. CNN special live coverage continues right after a quick break.
God, they have a fucking a 100 millionaire there, you know?
Living with plaque psoriasis? Otezla is a pill that can help you achieve clearer skin with no routine blood tests required. And doctors have been prescribing Otezla for over 8 years. Don't use Otezla if you're allergic to it. Serious allergic reactions can happen. Otezla may
Look at
cause
her
severe
elbows are
diarrhea,
red now, too.
nausea, or vomiting. Some people taking Otezla had depression, suicidal
See her
thoughts,
around her
or
head?
weight
Look,
loss.
there, her elbows are
Upper
red there,
respiratory tract
and you'll
infection
see
and
it.
headache may occur. Ask your doctor
There,
about
her
Otezla
elbows, both
today.
elbows are red. Look, that's all digital, man. They did that after the fact. I wouldn't be surprised if they had a contract with that actress that allows them to alter her image in any way. She would have had to check her contract, because if that's not included in the contract and then they put red marks on her body and she didn't agree to that, to be filmed that way or to be altered in that way, she could sue the hell out of that drug manufacturer and the advertising agency that did that. She named them all in the suit. She could make millions of dollars off of that. It just depends on what it said in the contract. There's been lawsuits like that before, and I'm going to give you an example, okay? It wasn't even about a human body, man. It was about a work of art. The movie was The Devil's Advocate with Al Pacino, and he played the devil in that one, and there was Keanu Reeves was in that one, I believe, and in the end of the movie, there's a piece of artwork that the artist agreed to have in the movie. Now, at the end of the movie, in one of the final, scenes where they're having this big buildup of the climax of the movie, that they digitally altered that piece of artwork. They made it come to life digitally. They didn't tell the artist that they were going to do it, and the artist didn't agree to it. And when the artist saw the final cut, he didn't like it. So you know what he did? He fucking sued him. He's like, you can't alter my artwork like that in a movie without my permission. It's like, I gave you that because it was a work of art that I did, and you altered it. So for what? Now, if I was the artist, I would have been like, hell yeah, what you did with my shit, you took my shit and you just took it to another level, son. I could have never done what you did with my art. It didn't affect his art at all. His art still stands on its own, He brought it to life in this movie. Really cool. No, this guy had to be a dick. What I'm saying is, that woman with the red on her forehead and her elbows, she could be a dick too. It just depends on if she signed her life away or not. You can use my image however you see fit. If it said that, and I wouldn't be surprised if the acting contracts include that now, because they're CGIing everything. So they need a CGI clause. Hey, now that we use CGI on everything, we have to make sure that the actors and actresses know that we can make you look horribly ugly. We can alter you. We can put you on somebody else's body. We can put your head on somebody. We can put your body on somebody else's head. We can do whatever. We can make you do things that you weren't normally doing. But you got to give us permission to do that if you want to act for us. Because you never know what we're going to do post. And, we'll fix it in the mix type thing. That would be the fix it in the mix clause. Opt in or opt out. What are you going to do? I don't know, but it's afternoon. See, I'm over here on the East Coast. So understand, it's past midday. Donald Trump has not left Trump Towers yet. So, what does that tell me? It tells me that they could be doing this later. They could do it right now. But they haven't done it yet. So, half of the time available to do it is gone. We're down to half of the amount of time that was allotted to get this going.
Coverage, the arrest and arraignment of Donald Trump. Soon we're going to find out which laws Manhattan prosecutors claim Trump broke when he allegedly orchestrated a hush money scheme in 2016. Let's go to CNN's Kara Scannell, who's in New York. And Kara, what signs are we seeing today of the heightened security measures we were told about from the Manhattan District Attorney's Office?
Well, Jake, as you can see behind me, the crowd of reporters and photographers has really grown. That's because the Manhattan District Attorney's Office is directly over my shoulder, and that is where we expect Trump's motorcade to drop him off. Now, sources tell our colleagues that they're going to have some kind of white curtain or draping as an additional security measure, so when Trump exits the motorcade in his car, he will go right into the district attorney's office, and that is when he will be under arrest and the processing will begin. We expect that to be expedited, and then he'll go into the courtroom, enter his not guilty plea, and then exit. But one other thing that we've noticed today is that on the Manhattan District Attorney's website, they have a section that says Meet Your Team, where it identifies the top prosecutors in the office. that appears to be taken down. It says the page is not working. And, this comes as the former president has called for protests. We've seen some flags here. We've seen some Trump 2020 flags here. A small crowd, but it's a growing crowd. And there have been threats against Bragg's office. We did remember there was an envelope delivered here with some non-hazardous white powder, and Trump also saying, verbally attacking Bragg. So we're seeing some protections that the office is taking to try to minimize who their prosecutors are, given the increased threats and the real security risks at play here, Jake.
That's right. Donald Trump going after District Attorney Bragg with really harsh invective. Now let's go over to CNN's Jeff Zeleny at Trump Tower, where 8 years ago this June, Donald Trump came down that escalator and changed the world forever. Jeff, you are getting new information from the inner circle of Mr. Trump. What are they telling you?
Jake, I am told that former President Donald Trump has spent the majority of the morning talking with his political advisors and his legal advisors. And that is significant because both of these two very distinctive teams, Susie Wiles, a campaign manager from Florida, Todd Blanche, a criminal defense attorney from here in New York, they all now have the same client, if you will, that is Donald J. Trump. What they want to know overall, first and foremost, is what charges are in this indictment. What are the political challenges going forward? And without knowing what is in the indictment, they cannot fully assess that. But once the indictment is unsealed, they do plan to sort of assess what is next from here. Of course, he has been inside Trump Tower for about 20 hours now. Of course, this is the building that made him famous, from the apprentice boardroom that took him to the Oval Office, as you said, some 8 years ago when he first announced in June. But once he leaves Trump Tower, the confines and the comforts of Trump Tower, shortly after lunchtime here, within the hour, we believe, he will also be leaving some control that he has long had as he's been going through legal battles, tabloid scandals, business dealings here in his native New York City. Once he heads to Lower Manhattan inside the courtroom, Jake, Donald Trump no longer is simply a former president. He's also a criminal defender.
He's going to stop and talk
criminal
to
defender.
reporters.
Jeff Zeleny outside Trump Tower. Thanks so much. Let's talk with my panel here. So, Dan, in about an hour or so, we expect Trump's going to walk down the hallway, go to the courtrooms, and we expect he's going to say something before he goes into the building. What do you think he's going to say?
He's going to try to put forward a sort of veneer of a fighter, of somebody who, this is according to a source I spoke with this morning, who has been in constant touch with him. Team captain, team leader, team being, of course, Team Trump. He sees it as Team Trump, Team Republican. And most importantly, whether he says it today in the hallway or tonight when he speaks at Mar-a-Lago, today it's me, tomorrow it could be you. The same kind of message with a different variation that he has been giving since that escalator moment in June of 2015. That what you're seeing now play out is a different version of what is happening to you in your lives, Trump supporters, American people, American voters.
Right, and I understand that that is part of the Republican playbook these days to talk about how Democrats weaponize the government. But this is not a particularly relatable crime. There aren't a lot of Americans out there who are about to be indicted for falsifying records because they helped pay off a porn star.
Correct, and some legal experts have been skeptical about these charges.
I'm skeptical.
But I want to say
I'm
this.
skeptical.
We have talked a lot about how easy it is to get an indictment. Alvin Bragg knows what's at stake here. He didn't do this just to get an indictment. He wants to get a conviction. And so I think it's worth saying over and over again, not only don't we know what's going to be in this indictment, we don't know what the evidence is going to be. And we have heard from multiple sources, documents, that things are going to be corroborated, witnesses. We know members of Trump's campaign staff were witnesses at the grand jury. So I just want to end with two words: under arrest. Donald Trump is going to be under arrest in a couple of hours.
And Abby Phillip, one of the things we hear, we hear a lot of defenses coming from Republicans on Capitol Hill and on right-wing media. One of the things you don't hear is, there's no way Donald Trump paid off a porn star.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much everybody is conceding
to some degree
hasn't been able to
that they
orgasm
can't
since
argue on
he became
the
president.
substance of what he's being
Until just
accused
now.
of. They're just saying that it shouldn't be prosecuted, that maybe it doesn't rise to the
Live on
level.
the
And
air.
we'll see. We actually don't know whether that's true or not. It could very well be. But I think that when you look at the poll numbers in the CNN poll this week, it's overwhelming that Americans by far think that it was either illegal or unethical. And that's amazing because you can't get 90% of Americans to agree on basically anything. But generally speaking, they agree on that. And one other point to what you were saying about how this is not a relatable crime. I mean, we've seen this from Trump from the very beginning. He has said it's almost a campaign slogan at this point. They are trying to get to you, and I am standing in their way. That's what he tells his supporters at rallies. But the reality is that that's an argument he's been using since the Mueller investigation. And the American people rejected it in 2020. And when you look at the numbers, generally speaking,
they're trying to get to you.
The partisans are in their camps, but the independents are open-minded about what this could mean. And so that's why the substance of what we will learn today is really critically important. It's not baked in politically the way that the Trump team would imagine that it is.
Right, I think that point's critical. This chapter begins today. People have spent 5 days since we learned of the indictment saying what they think. Today we find out what prosecutors, at least some of what prosecutors know. So hit the reset button and start today. We've also seen, though, in the last 5 days, the Trump effect on American politics, which is, chairman of House committees on the Republican side of the House attacking a judge, criticizing an indictment, criticizing a process they know nothing about. They know nothing about attacking the rules, attacking the norms, attacking the system. That is Trump's playbook. So that's the Trump effect. But today we'll start to learn the details of what effect this might actually have on Trump going forward. Yes, he's the front runner today. Yes, this will help him. It has helped him in the polling today and tomorrow and next week. Nobody votes for 10 or 11 months. We have a long way to go.
And Andy and Carrie, just as the legal experts on this panel, it seems from what we know, and again, we'll see what the actual facts are in a few minutes, but it seems a pretty open and shut case in terms of the misdemeanor offenses here.
Billy Bong
The misdemeanor
Thornton.
seems very clear.
The Trump
from
effect.
what we've heard
like
about
the Trump
what
effect
everyone
on David
thinks will be in
Pakman,
the indictment,
Trump
it's
derangement
that falsification of business records. We know simply from the things that we've heard Michael Cohen say publicly after his testimony in front of the grand jury and others that these payments were made to him and obviously disguised as legal as payment for legal fees, and there was a reference to a legal retention agreement. None of that existed. It was all a fraud in that respect. So that side of the case seems very clear.
Well, and so the question is, what actually are the charges going to be? What is this all about? Is it just going to be about misdemeanors? I mean, are we going through this entire risk to security, costs of all of the Secret Service and the NYPD and the court security and all of the attention that's being paid to it for just misdemeanors? Or are there going to be felonies charged as well? Is it going to pertain to one set of facts that exist, or are there going to be multiple fact patterns that are part of the charges? And these are all the things that, we're wondering, because there are substantial risks. There are risks that people will get hurt if there is some sort of altercation following all of this. There are risks if it's just misdemeanors, that harms the credibility of the justice system, that all of this was due to just something small. So we'll have to see what's in there.
Yeah, the theory being obviously, as you know, that misdemeanor business fraud committed in the name of concealing a different crime can be jumped up to make it a felony. But we'll see. We don't know what's in there yet as Mr. Trump is about to leave Trump Tower. Tensions are running high, as Carrie was just alluding to. The challenge of securing such a historic arraignment, that's next.
Alternative champion.
Okay, they've gone to commercial. We'll go to silence on them, and we'll update our investment here, see where it's going. Okay, it's going up. That's good. Cool. We are looking at a rising market. I can show you that. If you look at Bitcoin, of course, Doge is at 25.7. You look at all the altcoins, guys. I mean, don't look at Bitcoin right now. It's at 28.50, right? But Ethereum, One, Matic, Cardano. Look at them, man. They are all just kicking ass. And Ethereum is forming one of those steps we always talk about, right? Another step up. We'll see if it holds it. It'd be interesting to go back and look at the 90-day and see if those steps have retained where they were, because we had that big drop. And we'll see if we're still in a step pattern going up. It's been interesting to watch. That's basically all I have to say about that. And we have been noticing it. But, you know, there it is, just so you guys can see. They keep showing the same advertisement, the girl with the red stuff on her. Wow. It's crazy what they did to her with that makeup, or, I mean, CGI, obviously. I'd like to compare both of them, that'd be funny. What's he gonna say over here about this, I wonder?
Hey guys, welcome back to another crazy day in crypto. Because first of all, what the hell is happening to Dogecoin? And of course, Bitcoin is also having a pretty important price movement. It had some pretty important price movement yesterday, but currently Bitcoin is seeing a pump towards the upside, because what is happening is the DXY is currently losing its value. We perfectly came down from this level to the support of the symmetrical triangle, which I did talk about in yesterday's video, because we saw a shooting star reversal candle on the price of Bitcoin, and now we're seeing a price movement towards the upside because the DXY, the dollar value, is currently dropping. So there's going to be a lot of stuff in this video, so make sure to leave a like, subscribe, and continue watching till the end of the video, because today is going to be very, very interesting. And guys, I'm CryptoKid, I'm 15, and I will be delivering you guys latest TA and breaking news updates to you on Twitter, on
That'd be
YouTube,
funny if he
and
kept
through
growing,
all of my
you know,
socials.
every year.
However,
And
first
kept
of all,
telling
before
everybody that
jumping
he
into
was
Bitcoin,
15.
I do want to
Like when he's
have
like
a
22,
quick
he's
look
like, I'm 15.
into what is happening with
That'd be
Dogecoin.
so
And by the
funny.
way, on my
We should
Twitter,
tell
I
him to
did
do
mention
that.
this break towards the upside on
Just see
Twitter.
how long it takes
So
for people
do
to
make
realize
sure
he's
to
doing it,
follow
you
me
know?
on Twitter, because I do post some
Hey,
pretty
dude,
crazy
you're
stuff,
like been
and
live for like
sometimes
2
it
years,
blows
and weren't
up
you
just like
15 when
this.
you
So thank you
started?
to everyone who leave the like on this. This was perfect. This was absolutely crazy. But basically what happened was with Dogecoin yesterday, Elon, well, Twitter changed, right? They changed the exact Twitter logo on the Twitter web app to a picture of Dogecoin right over there. And immediately when they did this, the price of Dogecoin skyrocketed. I mean, skyrocketed. So if I show you how much we went up by an approximate of 37.5%. And I also did a YouTube short, which you can check that out also. But we went up by 37.5% when Twitter changed the logo to a picture of Dogecoin, and this was around 9:45 p.m. Yesterday Dubai time. So Dogecoin went through the roof, and the second catalyst that caused Dogecoin to go absolutely
criminal court building and his arraignment. But first, we have some breaking news just into CNN. A critical court loss for Donald Trump in the Mar-a-Lago documents case. CNN's Caitlin Polans has details. What have you learned?
Anderson, it's loss after loss after loss when Donald Trump has tried to block testimony of his advisors in federal court when they're called to the grand jury, especially in the January 6th criminal investigation. And again, we just got word that a federal appeals court has denied this emergency attempt of Donald Trump to try and wall off some of the testimony of his top advisors including people like his former White House chief of staff, Mark Meadows. That means now that the appeals court has said, no, we're not going to give you any emergency help here, Donald Trump, we now know that that means the Justice Department could try and get some of these top advisors into a grand jury, asking them questions and forcing them to answer about their conversations directly with Donald Trump during the presidency. Just a reminder that this is another thing happening in criminal investigations at the same time, separately from this New York case.
So is it just Mark Meadows?
No, actually, this decision, we believe from our sources, would apply to any of the advisors that are close to him. There's a whole list of them where he was trying to block their answers. People like the National Security Advisor, Ken Cuccinelli at the time, who was the Department of Homeland Security Secretary, and other advisors, Stephen Miller, Dan Scavino. It could apply to all of them if they have the questions of the grand jury.
Covering one of
All right,
Donald
Caitlin,
Trump's
appreciate the breaking news.
cases
Back to New
to
York,
cover
on the
another
streets
one of
outside the
Donald
New York
Trump
courthouse
cases.
and CNN
Donald
Shimon
Trump's
Prokupecz. This is obviously a very complex security operation this morning.
No, it certainly is, Anderson. I mean, there are indications that this could be happening at any moment now. We're seeing certainly an uptick in police presence. There are more officers here than I have seen the past several days. I want to show you, Anderson, exactly what's going on now outside the courthouse. There are court officers lining the entire street here at the front of the courthouse on Center Street, and then this just continues here down into this area.
Rich people don't do
and when
jail
you look
time,
down Hogan
except
Place, where,
Bernie
as you
Madoff,
know,
LOL.
I've been the past couple of nights. This is where the motorcade will wind up. This is the street where the former president will ultimately surrender, where he will walk in and turn himself in and be arrested by the Manhattan District Attorney's Office. And as you can see, there are several law enforcement officials, high-ranking officials, all now waiting for the former president to arrive here. He will walk into the building, be greeted by staff from the District Attorney's Office. He's going to be walked in by the Secret Service, taken up to the 7th floor, where they will process him. And then that is when his attorneys will learn what the indictment is, what the charges are, and then we go from there, Anderson.
Shimon Prokupecz, appreciate it. We'll check back with you shortly. I'm joined by former Deputy Commissioner of Intelligence and Counterterrorism for the NYPD, John Miller, and former Secret Service agent Jonathan Wackrow, both CNN contributors. John, does somebody ever say to him, "You are under arrest"? When is he technically under arrest? Does he get fingerprinted? Is there a mugshot?
So he's going to meet a district attorney's investigator, not a New York City police detective. This is a civilian investigator who works for the DA's office, who has law enforcement powers, carries a badge and a gun. Often they're retired police officers. And that's somebody who is going to be the arresting officer, first in American history, for a former president of the United States. And think of the bizarre moment that you've just set up, which is someone has to say, "Mr. President, you're under arrest." And, you know, then they have to take his prints, do the processing, wait for the prints to come back. The rest is kind of a routine process, just nothing routine about it for a former president.
But do we know about a mugshot? We also have do we know for a fact there will be
service agents take their guns.
So there will be fingerprints. That's how you get into the system with the New York State Department of Criminal Justice Services and the records. He'll get what we call a NYSID number, a New York State ID number, showing he's been arrested and charged with a felony. So all that's going to happen. The mugshot is the nuance piece. It's part of the normal procedure, but in this case, there are some arguments that A, everybody knows what he looks like, we don't need his picture, and B, there's a high risk it's going to leak out, which could be prejudicial to the case and against New York state law if there's not a legitimate law enforcement purpose for it.
And handcuffs?
No handcuffs, and I'm going to pass to Jonathan. That's a Secret Service decision, which is if you have a protectee, handcuffs are a complication.
Jonathan, this is a strange role for the Secret Service. Explain what their job is here.
Well, their job is not as a coordinating entity that we typically see the Secret Service take.
So they're not in charge here?
They are not in charge. The NYPD,
Billy Bob
working
Thornton.
with the New York State court officers,
Does
they're
Secret
in charge
Service
of
really
the protective
go to the
structure,
process with
not only
Trump,
at the
LOL?
courthouse and around the
yeah,
courthouse,
bro.
but at the city
There
at
could
large.
be an assassin
the Secret
inside that
Service
police
is
station.
primarily focused on protection.
There could be a
They're getting
subvert,
down to
man.
their
There
core
could be a
remit,
fucking
making
psycho
sure
in there.
that
There could
getting
be
the former president from point A
inmate,
to
someone that
point
they're
B
holding in there
safely,
that
allowing
gets
him
out
to do the business in
and
front of
puts
the
the
court,
president at risk. They have
then
to be with him
returning
at all times.
is done
If he goes
as
into a
efficiently
room
as possible, but as
with
safely
one other
as
person,
possible.
they'll be
So
outside the
when
door.
we talk about
You know,
the
if there's no other way
processing
in.
of
Billy Bong
the
Thornton.
former president, the
Secret
fingerprinting,
Service.
the moment that he is
Protect the
actually taken
presidents,
into
man. It's their
custody
job. It's just
and
like the
under
movies.
arrest, that is going to be done under the watchful eye of the Secret Service, but they are not going to interject at all. They've asked for no special accommodations. Now, when we get to handcuffing, the Secret Service prefers never to have a protectee in handcuffs should they need to take an immediate emergency action.
Some from the Trump camp had said last week that the reason he didn't come up immediately to turn himself in was the Secret Service wanted time. Is that accurate? Do you know?
No, it's not accurate whatsoever. It's nonsensical. And I said it was nonsensical, and here's why. The Secret Service, their mission is protection. They can take any protectee to any location in the world at any time. Don't start, dragging the Secret Service as an organization into the political back and forth.
All right. Jonathan Wackrow, appreciate it. What is Donald Trump thinking as he gets ready to surrender? Coming up next, a former Trump insider weighs in.
Sunday. Nobody cares about Sunday nights on CNN.
Billy Bong Thornton.
Amazing new show that nobody cares about.
Why did a general go to your house?
Because I used to run a recording studio here.
Billy Bong Thornton. What did you have, LOL?
I used to run a recording studio, and General Wesley Clark was running for President of the United States of America, and he came to my recording studio in my home to record his speech for the Democratic National Convention. And I believe Rob Mulligan was the audio engineer on that session, if I remember correctly, because I don't think Jeff could make it.
Billy Bong Thornton. No, that's cool.
Yeah. You think General Wesley Clark was cool, man? You should ask me about Dana Snyder, the voice of Master Shake from Aqua Teen Hunger Force, coming into my studio. When Chuckles was there with me, and Rob Mulligan, and Death Angel, they were all there. Looks like they're getting ready to pop out of their commercial break. I am looking for my B-O-N-G. B-O-N-G-O. 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 You must be watching Nays Garden. A time to laugh, a time to cry, 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 and a time to laugh, a time to cry, a time to laugh. What am I thinking here? What am I thinking? Gorilla Glue, baby. What are you doing? What are you doing with the glue suffer there, pals a wowsy? What are you gonna do? Put some triage oil in between your toesy woesies there so you don't get athlete's foot ever again? You know, it's funny. I used to say in California, I'm like, dude, you just put triage oil in between your toes and get that. If you have athlete's foot, just put it on there and it'll go away, bro, and it'll never come back. I used to say that, you know? Boy, was I wrong once I moved to Florida with the humidity here. It's different here, man. I got to put it on all the time. But as long as I put on triage oil, I don't get it.
Yes.
But I have to.
Joining us now, someone very familiar with Donald Trump, former acting White House Chief of Staff Mick Mulvaney. Good to see you, sir. What do you make of it all? Your former boss, former President Trump, heading to the Manhattan Criminal Courthouse today to be arraigned.
Yeah, Jake, I think defiance and focus is probably consistent with what I would expect. My guess is there was a short period of anger and frustration and shock after the indictment was originally handed down, and then the team, led by Mr. Trump himself, immediately switched into PR control, which is, okay, if we're going to go to New York, we're going to make it look good for us. We're going to turn this into a PR event for Donald Trump. It doesn't surprise me that he's proposing to speak in a national address tonight. He's really good at this. He's really good. He's a great showman. So my guess is he's trying to take this, what can only be perceived as a negative, and I'm sure he perceives it as a negative as well. He doesn't like being charged with a crime, but to make it a positive, both from a PR perspective and a political perspective.
We hear a lot of Republicans defending Donald Trump, criticizing the district attorney, and on and on. One thing you don't really hear is any of his defenders saying that he didn't do this, that he didn't pay hush money to Stormy Daniels or have hush money paid. He didn't have business records falsified. That argument is seldom really made.
Yeah, well, of course, not that many of his political folks, including myself, would have any indication as to how the books were handled at the Trump organization. So that's not unusual. But yeah, a lot of Republicans are silent on that. A lot of Democrats, Jake, have been silent. Look, a lot of my Democrat friends are very privately concerned that, you know, this is a situation where a DA ran for office saying, if you elect me, I will indict somebody. Where's the next state AG in Texas or Oklahoma or South Carolina going to run for office saying, look, if you elect me, I will indict this Democrat leader? So it's a very unusual time. It doesn't surprise me that folks are coming to the president's aid, but not really speaking to some of the other issues.
Do you expect whatever political boost this creates for Donald Trump within Republican circles, do you expect it to last long term, especially given that there are potentially going to be other charges in other cases? CNN just reported that Trump's team lost an appeal to shield some of his closest aides from testifying in the special counsel's probe into his involvement in January 6th.
Yeah, I think the boost that he's going to get in the short term, even the midterm, within the Republican primaries is undeniable. I think that's there. The sympathy is there. You're seeing that in the polling data. You're seeing that in the money that he's raised and in the new donors he has added to his cause in just the last couple of days. The better question, though, I think, goes to the November 2024 election. I still think it's an uphill battle for him, but I guess you could sort of theorize a circumstance where the trial on this particular charge is a month or so before November 2024, and if he's found not guilty, being able to turn that into something positive politically, to make himself out to be a victim of a political vendetta. So it's really hard to predict politics in general in this country right now, other than divisiveness, but it's especially hard to predict Donald Trump.
All right, former acting White House Chief of Staff Mick Mulvaney, thanks so much. Joining us now, former White House Deputy Press Secretary Sarah Matthews, along with Olivia Troy, who served as an advisor to former Vice President Mike Pence. Sarah, Trump spent last night huddled with his lawyers at Trump Tower. One lawyer said this morning the president is resilient, upbeat, and is as determined as ever to fight off drivers of injustice. I'm not sure if I completely buy that he's resilient and upbeat, but in any case, the former president has also been on an all caps Truth social media tear. In one post, he attacks former Attorney General Bill Barr, his own Attorney General, saying, quote, why does Fox keep putting on Bill Barr? He said he did investigate the 2020 election, but he didn't have the guts to properly do so, and on and on. What do you think is going through Donald Trump's head right now?
I think his Truth Social is revealing of where his mindset actually is, which is he's panicking. They're going to try to spin this into a win, the Trump team. They're going to try to say that, this is a good thing for him in the sense of their fundraising, that his supporters are rallying around behind him. But the truth is that we know this isn't a good day for him. Donald Trump is feeling the walls closing in. He's finally being held accountable for, a potential crime he may have committed. And so this certainly isn't a good, positive day for them. But he's probably going to go out there and try to put on a fake bravado and try to, rally up his supporters when he gives an address, whether that's later today around 8 p.m. Eastern time, or if he does end up making remarks before or after the arraignment. So we'll just have to see how he handles it. But there's no way that this is a good day for him or his team.
And Olivia, as Sarah noted, the walls are closing in. This is just the first wall of potentially many. Their special counsel, Jack Smith, has 2 investigations into Donald Trump when it comes to classified documents, when it comes to January 6th. Down in Atlanta, Georgia, the Fulton County District Attorney is looking to Trump, trying to steal that state during the election, not to mention, of course, civil cases going on. Do you think this is just the first domino of many? What do you think?
I do. I think this is the first step finally towards accountability. And I think, for many of us who have been out here speaking the truth, calling things out very honestly, I think we're all sitting here saying it's about time. I mean, Michael Cohen, he's sacrificed a lot. Outside. He has been out there telling the truth for years now. And I think, this is someone who went to jail. He paid his time. So to Americans out there, and I was watching a poll with Republican voters who were saying this is all politically driven, all of this, because they're parroting the talking points that our Republican leaders are out there saying time and time over and over again without even really waiting for the facts to play out on this. I would say if you had broken the law and you had gone to jail for this, you would, and somebody else had broken that same law, and you had carried it out, breaking that law at their request, you would want that person to be held accountable. And that is why this first case matters to me. I think that is all part of what this country is based on. It's based on rule of law and our principles, and saying that no one is above the law and they should be held accountable.
All right, Olivia and Sarah, thanks so much. We're just seconds away from history and former President Trump leaving for 100 Center Street, where he is set to surrender to authorities. But the Manhattan hush money case is not the only thing on the president's mind. We have more CNN special live coverage. We're going to squeeze in this quick break. Stay with us.
On wealthy people having privilege
tomorrow.
And skating above the freaking law. That's what this country's been built on. Damn, nice leather skirt there, bitch. Holy shit. She's a hot little tamale, isn't she? I mean, if she didn't want me to notice, she shouldn't have worn that flashy fucking leather skirt. But, not CNN, lowest fucking ratings in 9 years, so. They want to drag me down into the mud with them, fine. Here I am. With your fucking trashy little fucking leather skirt on, bitch. Where do I put the fucking $5 bill? You got a problem with that? Anybody? Fuck no you don't, because nailed it. Shouts out Dusty Smith. Called it Dusty what? Check him out on YouTube. He goes out live on, he went live last night, I think. He goes live once a week, twice a week sometimes. He's really good, man. He's fun. Him and I don't agree on everything, but you know what? He's pro-trans community too. He thinks those people have a right to survive too. Just like me. And I like that. It's right now, nothing is more important for all of you than to support the trans community. So, that's where Dusty's at. So, give him your support. And, when you find other podcasters who are doing that, let me know. I'm assuming people like Graham and Lee and Ron are all doing that. I assume that Jimmy Dore is doing nothing of the sort, I would think, Be interesting to see where H.A. Goodman is about where he is about the trans community right now. If he, if that's 2/3 rail for him, I bet it is. But, so is, sometimes letting your audience know who you are or what you're about. Too third rail. You know, it's too hot a topic. Can't go there. Oh my goodness gracious. There's a little time clock, a yellow status bar at the bottom of the CNN screen. You guys see that? Slowly crawling. It's about to reach the halfway point across the bottom of the screen. I'm assuming that's the amount of time we have to wait until it goes back from commercials to live. I'm just noticing that. And I would say it's reached
Heavy Padilla.
It's reached the halfway point.
Just got my mom to watch your show.
Heavy P, your mother's. Let me just tell her that your son is awesome, Mom of Heavy P. Heavy Padilla, Mom Padilla, Mother P, Mumsy P. I like that, Mumsy P. Mumsy P. Where dost my Beazle go? He's still laying here. Cool. We know by that little yellow marker line now how long we gotta wait for these commercials, I guess. We can refresh the price there on our tracker. Oh, we're coming back here. Here we're coming back. Hey man, we hit 46,000, guys. Where's the volume at? Fucking idiots.
Former President of the United States heads for his motorcade and for the Manhattan Criminal Courts building. We're just now seeing a flurry of activity around Trump Tower. Police, motorcade drivers getting in position to make the drive up 56th Street. I'm Anderson Cooper. You're watching Special Live CNN coverage of the arrest and arraignment of Donald Trump.
And I'm Jake Tapper in Washington, D.C.
Does he know something that we don't know, guys?
U.S. Secret Service agents
he did
as
used
well
to be
as
in the
NYPD
CIA.
officers away from his New York
but Anderson
home
Cooper
to
just
100
said
Center Street
murdercade.
in the southern tip of Manhattan.
Talking
when he
about
gets there,
Donald
he
Trump
will surrender.
going to court.
He will be booked. He will be fingerprinted. He will appear before a judge.
Wow.
He will enter a plea of not guilty. He will do that personally, according to his trial team, not through a lawyer. He will likely then be released on his own recognizance, and then Mr. Trump will step outside and we will get a reminder as to how he is no ordinary defendant. He will then head to his Mar-a-Lago compound in Florida for a planned primetime speech. CNN's Jeff Zeleny is at Trump Tower for us. And Jeff, Donald Trump due to leave any moment. Tell us what the scene is like there.
Jake, there definitely is a sense that a movement is imminent. I will turn to you and show you. He'll be coming out the side door of Trump Tower there. That is the entrance to the residence of Trump Tower on 56th Street. He'll be making his way up 56th Street to Madison Avenue and then heading down to Lower Manhattan. So there is a sense of anticipation that his movement is coming. He spent the day, I'm told, up in his office on the 26th floor of Trump Tower, huddled with, again, his political and legal advisors. But I'm also told the former president has been thinking about the other cases that are pending potentially before him, not just the one here in Manhattan, that Georgia case, a couple cases in Washington, and how all of it will sort of play into his 2024 presidential campaign, from scheduling purposes, from scheduling rallies to, just simply appearing at this case here and if there are others in the future. But one advisor told me that these cases will be a constant rallying cry for him. So, Jake, that underscores the point here that his court cases, his legal cases, will be a soundtrack of his presidential campaign. As we turn here again, he's expected to be coming out of those doors shortly, his aides say. He's been working on two speeches. One, he is going to essentially give a one-line speech. At least that's what his advisors are sort of telegraphing to us at the courthouse. then he's going to be giving a full-throated defense tonight at Mar-a-Lago. Jake?
All right, we're told that Donald Trump is at the elevator door and about to come outside. I believe one of his top aides, Jason Miller, has been cited. CNN's Paula Reed is outside the Manhattan Criminal Courts building. And Paula, you'll forgive me if I interrupt when Mr. Trump appears, but tell us more about the Trump legal team with whom you've been texting all morning. What have they been saying to you about the pending indictment?
Well, the legal team is expanding. Yesterday, they added Todd Blanche, a very experienced defense attorney, to the team. Now, there are a lot of questions, though, about what this means. Is this some sort of shakeup? But it appears, Jake, to just be the logical next step. This has gone from being an investigation to being a full-blown criminal prosecution. The former president is going to need all the help he can get. Also, some questions about what this addition meant for Joe Tacopina, who has been the most forward-facing member of the defense team. And Joe tells me he is still on the team. He expects to be the lead counsel at today's hearing, which could make sense because Todd has only been on the case for about 24 hours. But amid all these questions about who's the lead, I will note that it's the other lawyer, Susan Nicholas, who's been the one who's been filing motions to the judge in this case. So, look, there is plenty of work for everyone on this team. The former president has historically had lawyers who defend him in court, and then also lawyers who defend him on TV. Joe Tacopina is someone who can do both. Todd Blanche, Susan Nicholas are fantastic attorneys who can help the former president as he moves through this case, possibly even successfully. But once they see this indictment later today, they may even potentially add additional people once they know what exactly this case is all about.
All right, Paula Reed, thank you so much. This reporting just in from Kristen Holmes, Dana Bash. It says, well, it's unclear if Trump will have his mugshot taken. The campaign, remember, he's already declared he's running for president in 2024, is already discussing creating Trump merchandise using either the actual mugshot, if taken, or a digitally created version. I mean, that is how otherworldly this entire thing is. Whether or not he gets a mugshot, they're talking about maybe we should stage a mugshot.
Listen, I think otherworldly is the perfect way to put it, Jake, because I was just thinking that it maybe is a good time to put this in the context of American history and frankly of human history. This is normally a time when somebody would feel shame, would feel fear, would feel trepidation, and maybe he is feeling that on the inside, but the political thing to do for most normal politicians, and this has happened throughout history, in a time like this, would be to be more apologetic, to have less bravado, to be more contrite. And because this is Donald Trump, who has made an entire lifetime, not just in politics, but in business before that, out of doing the opposite, out of leaning into his problems, we are seeing something very different. To say that that is not normal, never mind the whole notion of an indictment and an arrest of a former president isn't normal, is important context.
And the short-sightedness of it all, I think that really stands out to me. With the Trump campaign, this is often the case. They look at what is right in front of them, not what is coming around the corner. And in this case, this Manhattan District Attorney case against Trump is really just the beginning of this story. And when we think about the historical impact of it all, from my perspective, I think that we cannot divorce this from the big picture here, which is that Trump, yes, the first American president to be indicted, the first American president to actually face charges, but he would also be the first American president to face the prospect of many other charges as well. And that is really what the long-term issue is for the Trump campaign. And putting out merch might get them likes on Twitter, but it doesn't help them deal with that broader problem.
There's also the point I want to make about the otherworldliness of the situation, and that is the Trump supporters, the MAGA base, the Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greenes of the world, who are just ride or die. No matter what Donald Trump does, they're behind it. And she just said to a conservative TV host, we will stand in support of our very incredible, amazing, best president in history of my lifetime, and innocent. And I mean, think about this. President Trump is joining some of the most incredible people in history being arrested today. Nelson Mandela was arrested, served time in prison. Jesus was arrested and murdered by the Roman government. This is no doubt representative of a certain part of the Trump base, John King.
Yes, but is there any truth when you pull back the curtain, right? Comparing Donald Trump to Jesus or Nelson Mandela, I'll leave the common sense of the American people to deal with that one. I'll keep my mouth shut on that one. But the idea, Marjorie Taylor Greene says, let's protest in favor of Donald Trump in Manhattan outside this courthouse. She showed up. She stayed for 10 minutes and she left. She got the pictures she needs for her social media and to be on Fox and Newsmax and OAN, and then she left. Why would she stay there for the day with the real people who may be out there for whatever reason supporting Donald Trump, and they have every right to do so? But back to the earlier conversation here. Look, Jason Miller, Boris Epstein, Donald Trump, he is presumed innocent, and he deserves that from everybody here. Everybody. That is the rule of law that he constantly ignores.
Not according to Nancy
but that
Pelosi.
is the bedrock of our society.
Prove his
But
innocence.
Jason Miller, Boris Epstein, this is a
According to
liar
Nancy
surrounded by
Pelosi,
liars.
it's
Sorry,
weird.
but that's what we have seen. If you judge a man by the company he keeps, he is surrounded by liars, and they have repeatedly lied. You can't lie in court. You can't lie in court. He enters a new phase today, where the prosecutors has a very high bar. This prosecutor is indicting a former president of the United States. He better damn well prove it when they release that indictment today. But in court, you can't lie. You can't lie in politics. You can lie on cable television. It's hard to lie in court, especially if the documents prove you wrong.
That's been something Trump has never understood and never appreciated, that the court is a different ballgame for him.
anybody ever lied
and
in
he
court
tries
before?
to play the outside game in public and wants to take it into the courtroom, and his lawyers are like, no. That doesn't work here.
To Abby's point, though, about other cases coming, it could very well be that by the fall, he is charged in 3 different jurisdictions in 4 cases. We have Georgia, we have the special counsel in the federal cases. That said, we should not forget that other than former Arkansas Governor Asa Hutchinson, and a couple of others.
This guy's like
the
filming
Republican Party
he's filming like
is
a,
still
an
not only
advertisement
standing
for
with
like ties. Check out
just
this tie.
out there over
That
and
is
over
one
again
kind of a power
supporting
tie right
him.
there. Power
now,
ties by
if
Anderson.
these charges keep coming in these cases, what will the long-term effect be? We've seen Donald Trump go up in popular votes. We have seen him defy the odds. Will this, will the forever Trumpers stick with him? Yes. Will GOP voters who support him but have had enough go in another direction? I think that's the question we're going to look at in a year.
And as a logistical matter,
New York, so it's a
as
fast
these criminal actions begin to stack up, if he's indicted in these other investigations, the drag on his time, on his attention, and on his resources cannot be overstated. To defend yourself in Manhattan criminal court on this case is one thing, and he can go through today. It's the only thing he has to deal with. He's orchestrating and kind of stage managing this whole event. That is going to become overwhelming when he may be facing indictment in federal court in D.C., may be facing indictment in state court in Georgia. The legal team will keep growing. The demands on his time to review evidence, to prepare for testimony, to moderate his statements, which could be conflicting and cause him all sorts of problems in different venues. This is not a trifling matter, and it could very easily overtake him as the months and years go on.
Well, this is a long process. I mean, I think to a point that was made earlier, this is the beginning of a really, really long process. If we just take this one particular case, which we still need to see what the actual charges are, there's going to be a motions practice. He's going to make motions to dismiss the case, which I think will have some credible arguments in them, depending on how they actually charge the case and whether there's felonies and underlying crimes that are implicated in the actual case. He's going to make motions there. That motions practice can continue. And so all of these things are going to be running concurrently at the same time. And even though as a practical matter we think, oh, well, the other prosecutors are probably watching this case and paying attention, actually I tend to think that each of these investigations is being conducted independently. That's the way it should work. And the federal case is on its own timeline, and this local case is obviously going to be on its own.
You know what, Andy, it almost made me laugh when you said that his lawyers are going to be trying to sort of regulate his comments. I was talking to one of his close allies this morning who literally laughed and used language that I can't use on family-friendly television, saying, good luck with that when it comes to Donald Trump. Nobody can get him to do that. But one thing also is about his connection to the litigious nature of, what's going on here. He has, during his time in business, particularly in New York, for decades, he has become incredibly familiar with the legal system because he has tried to use it to his benefit, and he has been on the defendant side of it. I mean, it hasn't gotten this far, but he is incredibly familiar with the legal system because of his background.
That is a very different system. Yeah. The system of being a defendant or a plaintiff in a civil trial is very much more at your and your attorneys. You have a lot more cards to play in terms of timing, in terms of the agenda, the sort of motions that you file. Only in criminal court, it is literally your freedom that is at stake, and you really have no choice but to respond to what the prosecution is doing and try to manage the judge as best you can.
And one thing just that you were bringing up that I think people should be prepared for here is that this could take a long time to actually resolve. And in the meantime, we may not know the outcome of this case, while at the same time he could be facing other indictments. And so the stacking of the...
There's Donald Trump right there. I'm sorry, Abby. We just saw Donald Trump walk out of Trump Tower and into a waiting limo. And there we see him getting into his car from the helicopter shot from WCBS TV in New York City. And he is on his way. It's about 4 miles from Midtown, where he is at Trump Tower, down to the Manhattan Court Building, which is in the southern part of Manhattan Island. I'm sure we'll bring that tape back again to show it to people. Go ahead, Abby. I'm sorry to interrupt.
No, just to point out that this could be a stacking of indictments against him. It could be a stacking of allegations against him, and there may not be a resolution. I think one of the arguments politically that his aides make is that, if Alvin Bragg is humiliated in this case, it really undermines the other cases. Well, we may not know for a little while, and those other cases are going to proceed because those prosecutors have to make their own charging decisions about how this goes forward.
Right, and again, Donald Trump on his way to court, Jamie said it best earlier, he will be under arrest in an hour or so. That's not a good thing. I'm sorry, maybe Donald Trump knows no shame. You mentioned that earlier. Maybe Donald Trump is incapable of shame. But in terms of defiant, resilient, upbeat, we keep reading these words. I'm sorry, even if he's 100% innocent, you are not upbeat when you are going to court to be fingerprinted and charged, whether you're John Doe or Donald Trump, whether you're a mine worker or the former president of the United States. It is not a good thing to have to go into a courthouse and face a judge. And again, he's been attacking the judge, attacking the prosecutor, attacking the prosecutor's wife. You can do that in the court of public opinion. You can't do it inside the walls of a courtroom. You cannot sustain that case.
No question. And what I meant by knows no shame was more about the political forward-facing
Trump en route
plan and the entire strategy, which is that go back in time throughout history, for the most part, certainly in this country, when somebody is facing what we are looking at on our screen right now and what we will hear in a court of law, it is a big political negative in any sense of the word.
Absolutely.
And for him, because of who he is, because of how he is running, because of how he has run and the supporters he has built up, he is turning it into something different.
We should note also that this is not Donald Trump's first brush with the law. The Justice Department sued him and his father in 1973 for refusing to rent to African Americans. That ended with the Trumps agreeing to join a consent decree. He did not admit guilt, but he did. They did change their practice. The Trump team, Anderson, has said that they are not going to negotiate. He is not going to plead down. That it will be very different this time. Anderson?
Yeah. It is an extraordinary scene we were watching. John Miller, you have covered citizen Donald Trump as a young reporter in New York City. This is a very different New York City that Donald Trump is driving through the streets.
When I came back, he was in a vehicle.
And this is obviously a fateful and historic journey. You're seeing a motorcade, which is being led by NYPD Highway Patrol and built largely out of the Secret Service. But you're also seeing a route that is not a frozen route. There's other traffic that you're seeing in other places.
Yeah, he stepped out.
I missed it. How was that?
Not the phalanx of motorcycles that we're used to.
I'll have to go back and watch him.
Not the size of the motorcade that he's used to.
Split seconds.
In his prior trips to New York. And
he's
certainly
also
not the destination he had in mind.
And he's also traveling through a city which he is no longer the popular figure he once was in.
Well,
enjoyed being in.
And he is leaving a building that bears his name, passing other buildings that bear his name.
Man. Thanks for filling me in.
And on the way to court, literally to be arrested by a district attorney's investigator and charged with serious crimes.
And 100 Center Street, Karen, I mean, it's a building you know well. This is where the guilty and the innocent go to face justice, and that is what is happening to this defendant today. Explain a little bit about what will happen when he gets there.
So when he arrives, he will be first arrest processed by the DA's office, the law enforcement arm of the DA's office, which are these retired police officers who are DA investigators. And
so he's not under arrest now. He's under arrest, when he enters that building?
Yes. When he enters that building, he will be considered in their custody. He'll be arrested. The paperwork will be done if it hasn't already been done. I mean, this is very quick. Normally, arrest processing takes several hours. So if the arraignment is scheduled for 2:15, I think they have already streamlined much of it, and then they will take him to court where he will be told what the charges are by the judge, and he will be arraigned on those charges, and he will enter a plea of not guilty. The prosecution may or may not file a statement of facts here. Sometimes they do, so that we can know more about what's going on. It'll be adjourned for not only motion practice but discovery. So in New York, within 15 days of arraignment or a complicated case, it's 30 more days of arraignment, which this is. You have to turn over all paperwork that's in your possession, the prosecution does. So he will have the entirety of the prosecution's file in very short order, and that's something we should look at. Is he going to release that or parts of it so that he can try to have the defense attorneys of the world pick it apart and, again, try to try this case in public? And that could be something that a judge imposes a gag order on, maybe not on his words, but perhaps they could impose some kind of order limiting his ability to release the discovery that will be certainly given to him in short order.
Alyssa Farrar-Griffin, I mean, you've spent so much time with him as Director of Communications in the White House. It's just stunning to see these images, him driving through this city, which he knows so well, has driven down the FDR Drive, which he's driving down right now, looking at buildings, probably scoping them out. What do you think is going through his mind today?
Well, I can't imagine, to John's point, I mean, I've ridden in a motorcade with him more times than I can count, and this is a much smaller motorcade than the former president is used to. He's not in the beast. He's not wearing in a car with the presidential seal. And I'm sitting here as a former staffer thinking, glad to not be in the car with him. I just, as much as we've all speculated on his mood and how he feels about this, I know him well enough to say he's not happy about this. This is a man that, despite his actions, does care about legacy. And now his legacy will be, regardless of where this goes, to be the first former president to have been indicted. And that's got to be weighing on him as he's driving in a motorcade through his hometown. That doesn't mean his team is not going to be looking for every way to spin this to their advantage. They've reportedly raised $8 million. You know, he's going to give his speech tonight. He may make remarks at the courthouse. But this has got to be a sobering moment for Donald Trump.
It's also extraordinary. There's no fans lining the sides of the roads. There's no supporters cheering him on, saying, you know, we support you. This is an average day in New York City where life of the city goes on. It's just a couple of cars on the road driving down the FDR Drive, and everyone else is going about their business.
I know, right?
That's our system, in a way. He's going to court, and a lot of people got up this morning and went to court. If you're around the world trying to make sense of this is America. Nobody's above the law. Nobody's beneath its protections. It's not Russia. It's not Iran. When he gets there, like you said, he's going to get all the treatment, all the fair process. He's going to get the entire file handed to him, and he'll have a chance to defend himself. But people go to court every day in this country, and they face prosecutors that I think sometimes are too tough and too mean, and they do the best that they can. And that's what's happening here. And it's a sobering moment, I'm sure, for his family. I'm sure for people who have worked for him and for the whole world. But this is someone who has played at the edges of lawlessness his whole career, and the ice, in this case, has broken under him.
His wife is not with him. He's alone in this. Ellie, what are your thoughts as you see this motorcade?
Well, this is a new chapter in Donald Trump's life, and it will be a long and painful chapter. That's just the reality here. Cases like this will last months, if not years. And this could be the first of up to 4 of these cases that are happening at the same time. There's just no way out of this. You have to go through this process. He's not going to plead guilty. I think that's safe. His lawyers have said that. He's not the pleading guilty type. And so if we're talking about trials in 1 or more cases, this is the new reality. He's going to be going into courthouses. He's going to be going through security. He's going to be sitting at defendants' tables for the foreseeable future.
But what I think is important here, we'll find out shortly, is when we actually see the indictment, as everyone's been alluding to and talking about, what's contained in the indictment. If it's the 4 corners of the document we think it's going to be based on the Stormy Daniels, it's going to be a different outcome this afternoon than if it's more expansive. Yeah. If it's going to be something that maybe gets dismissed in a preliminary motion, how is that going to be different than if it's tried out and impounded for months and years? You're talking about months and years. This could be over in a matter of months on a few motions. And then what does that do to Donald Trump?
To be clear, if he wins the motions based on the Stormy Daniels campaign finance, there still will be the misdemeanor charge for falsifying business records.
Right, but
those are legally safe.
Yeah, but my point out, what is it? How different will it be, right? If
I agree with that.
Right?
Did you guys see what
politically
he got into?
Huge, if he wins here.
Karen?
Yeah, so just in addition to the 4 cases that everybody's talking about, in 3 weeks, he will be on trial down the street in Manhattan for rape, for civil, but it's, make no mistake about it, that is a rape case with a defamation piece afterward. But he will be on trial for rape in 3 weeks' time. So judges are going to have to schedule, deal with each other's schedules with that. Then come October 2nd, he also has another trial where the Attorney General of the state of New York, Letitia James, she has brought this sweeping $250 million case regarding the valuation of assets, the one that was and is an open investigation criminally in the Manhattan DA's office as well. That case, the civil part of that case, is going to trial October 2nd. He's going to be very busy, not just in the criminal cases, but I think also in these civil matters that he has to be involved in.
He's literally minutes away now from the office of the Manhattan District Attorney. It's interesting when we talk about history where he's going. This is the most vaunted, highly regarded local district attorney's office, perhaps in the nation. It is the place that where Thomas Dewey served as the DA before he went on to become governor, as a mob-busting prosecutor before he ran for president. It is the place where one of his proteges, DA Hogan, for which Hogan Place, the street that Donald Trump is being brought to, was named, was district attorney for 32 years, bringing mob cases, corruption cases, cases against high-profile defendants, the place where Bob Morgenthau served for another 30 years, and a place that is, next to the federal prosecutors, the most sophisticated prosecutor's office in the country for things like racketeering, complex white-collar crimes, and impressive cases with big-name defendants, with a reputation for impartiality. What you have here is an interesting set of prosecutors based on Alvin Bragg, and that has made him a target for Donald Trump. But it's the office where Karen Agnifilo spent most of her professional career.
And it is remarkable. I mean, I commented on this a moment ago, but the many times he's come to New York as president, you would expect to see dozens of police vehicles escorting the motorcade. A motorcade probably 3 or 4 times this size, and also traffic on the sides of him stopped. And I just knowing the man, I have to imagine it's a bit jarring for him to be seeing. He's only been back to New York a handful of times in his post-presidency. Kind of seeing the world has moved on, the country has moved on. He's no longer president, and now he's going to a courthouse as a former president without the pomp and circumstance of the presidency.
Yeah, I'm struck just by the life of the city continuing around him. He's just a guy in a SUV with a couple other SUVs heading to court, as Van said, as many people are today in various parts of the country. Shimon Prokupecz is standing by outside the building where the former president is heading. Shimon, explain
Billy Bong Thornton.
what we are about to see.
It's going down.
It's on. It's on and on to the break of dawn.
Well, any minute now, Anderson, we expect to see the motorcade pull up, Donald Trump out of the SUV and enter the Manhattan DA's office, where he will be placed under arrest. He will be considered in custody. You can see the Secret Service agents here on the ground and the NYPD officers all lined up across here, just waiting for the motorcade to arrive. We can hear some helicopters now in the air over us, but it's at any minute now that we expect for the motorcade to arrive here and for the former president to be taken into custody and placed under arrest. It's just an incredible scene out here, Anderson. There are hundreds and hundreds of cameras just pointing at that door where they expect the former president to walk in, trying to get that shot of him walking into this building. And we now see one of the first officers arriving, and now we see the SUVs here pulling up, Anderson.
Okay, here we go, guys.
And they are pulling up here now to the door.
Comes out of the van.
And we see several of the SUVs here, Anderson, pulling up to the corner, and the former president, Donald Trump, is about to step out of this SUV and enter the Manhattan DA's office, where he will be placed under arrest. And here it is, from what we can see, a couple of the Secret Service agents now getting out of their cars.
Why aren't they filming the van?
Here down the street on Hogan Place in front of the Manhattan DA's office.
There he is.
And there he is.
Stepping out.
Waving to the crowd.
Waving.
There he is. We can see him here, Anderson.
We can see Donald Trump is walking.
And his back is to us, and we can see him slowly.
We can see him.
Yeah,
He's walking.
Shimon, we have an over-the-head shot that we're looking at now of the former president walking down with several of his Secret Service officers walking into the building.
The van was a decoy.
And Karen, you're saying as soon as he enters that building, he is technically under arrest?
Yes. He will be in the custody of the DA's office investigators, obviously with his Secret Service guard as well. And he will be told he is under arrest and he is in their custody at this time.
So at this moment at 1:24 p.m. Eastern Time, Donald J. Trump is under arrest.
I don't know why CNN chose to go with an aerial shot.
He's going several floors up in this
guys.
building to a district attorney's office where the detective squad is. There's a room there where the electronic machine that captures fingerprints electronically is there. Against one of the walls, there's a small cell. He will not be handcuffed. He will not be placed in the cell. They'll capture the prints and take the former president and his legal team to a room to wait where they may be able to read that indictment.
Will he see the cell?
He will.
The world didn't come to an end.
He will see the cell in the room where they do the print capture if they use the room they're planning to.
So it's 1:25.
As extraordinary as this all is, and as much as this is a spectacle, this is the same process that hundreds, if not thousands, of people go through every week in this very office. This is how our criminal justice system works. And you can see one of the challenges throughout this case for the DA, for the cops, for the courts, is going to be how to treat this as close to any normal case as humanly possible. We've seen some unusual, but I think reasonable accommodations.
We will capture the prints like we captured deer.
Decision not to take a mugshot. And with the decision potentially not to handcuff him. But beyond that, it's a challenge for our legal system. How do we treat this like any other state of New York versus defendant?
So let's just go through the details on the process, traditionally the process, fingerprinting a mugshot. What will happen, what won't happen here?
So you'll have the fingerprinting. The mugshot?
Not actual fingerprinting with ink.
Not fingerprinting with ink. It's an electronic capture. You put your fingers down on it. It reads the prints, and it sends them electronically to Albany. Now, the purpose of that is to make sure that your prints are captured and that they run them in Albany to make sure you're not wanted in New York or somewhere else for another crime. That's a bit of a moot point here, but as Ellie said, they're trying to go as close to by the book as you can, given the circumstances here. Now, that's difficult.
But it also generates a rap sheet.
That's right. So it generates a rap sheet that he's been arrested, charged with a crime. He's assigned a NYSID number, New York State ID number, that he is an arrested felon at this point.
And Karen, you said when he walked in that building, and that's when he is technically under arrest, who is it who says to him, I don't know if they say, Mr. President or Mr. Trump, you are under arrest?
Well, the definition of arrest is you are in custody, right? Somebody's custody. And so in the moment that he walks in, he is in the
Let's turn that off because that's stupid. And that's all I wanted to see. And I can see that's basically what a lot of people on Rumble wanted to see too. And they left. But the numbers are fantastic. Thank you, everybody. More than 20 people watching the show right now. There will be more. And I will probably be live to cover it when more happens with Trump today. We gotta go let him get processed and stuff. Because he was supposed, I thought he was going to say something before he went in, you know, and that's what I really wanted to see. That was the whole point of my movie. But he didn't stop and speak or anything. So we gotta wait for him to come out. And once he does, you know, and I hope they cover the Marjorie Taylor Greene protest that's across the street. Supposedly. Is that going off right now? Where's that at? Why isn't CNN showing that? Where's the Marjorie Taylor Greene protest, bro? Anyone? Back that camera out. Let's see the protest. Anyone? No? No one? Where's the Marjorie Taylor Greene-led protest? Who are these people?
Billy Bong Thornton. Someone sent white powder in an envelope to the prosecutor. LOL.
Yeah. Not cool, man. What would the white powder turn out to be? Talc? Unscented talc powder. Cornstarch. They're talking about how lonely Donald Trump is feeling right now. They're such idiots. Like they know what's going on inside his head. Yeah, where's his kids at? Aren't his kids with him? You know? Where's Ivanka? Where's his fucking stupid, nagged-ass, disgusting, raggedy wife at? Fucking hooker. Where's she at? Where's the fucking Hua? Where's that Hua of a wife of his? Nobody knows. No answer. Back that out. Show us the protest. Where is it at? Well, don't back out that far, okay? I don't see the Dude, it's like they backed out just far enough, and then they kept going. But if they'd backed out... I want to see the
Heavy
Marjorie
Padilla.
Taylor Greene protest.
My house. Billy Bong Thornton. He's probably having a pizza party with the department right now while getting processed. To think he's being treated like one of us is laughable.
The freaking Hua is at
Crawling
their
4
house.
coins. Anybody else would get a jumpsuit, toothbrush, cup, and mat. Then court sometime this week at prosecutor's convenience.
And flip-flops. There's photographs of him going in. Holding up his fist like a fucking Nazi. Like a goddamn Nazi fucking piece of shit. Dude, in solidarity with my dick, motherfucker. How about that? They're gonna keep showing these two photographs over and over again. Bigly. Greatly, largely, bigly. Oh God, here
Billy
we go.
Bong
It's never
Thornton.
gonna end.
What I
Hi.
want to know
Hi,
is
Trump.
will he have to post bail?
Yeah, your soul is now crushed. Look at the dude smiling behind him. Oops. I bet you that doorman hates himself now. Oh, God. Will he have to post bail? I don't know. I don't think so. I think they release him to his own recognizance. I don't think he has to post bail. Because he's a president, he gets special treatment. I'm guessing. I don't know. I really don't know what I just said. I have no idea. $46,005.89. $46,453. We just gained more than $400. Going up. Oh, Bitcoin's finally going up. So it's 28,181. You can see it probably in the bottom of the screen here. Yes. We're making money. This is how hodlers make money, guys. If you were wondering how hodling works, it works like what I'm doing right now. Yeah. There's just so many of you here, I don't want to go. Because I love hanging out with you. See how I am? Populate the show, we might go 4 hours and 44 minutes. You never know. Here comes my cat. Here comes my cat. Here comes my cat. You want to go outside, cat? Hit it, run. Hit it, run. DMC and DJ, run. Run, diddy, run. He's rocking on the mic so you know where he's from. From, diddy, from. Psst. Psst. I could make that cat leave so easily. I'll just tell him I wish for him to leave. Harley, I wish for you to go outside. Look, he sits his ass down. Harles, I want you to go outside so I can close the door, please. Harley, please. Closing the window. Time's running up, Harles. Psh. Harley, go outside. Go. Go. Go on. We gotta close the window and letting all the air conditioning out. All that good, luscious AC. Precious AC. Seriously, go. Go. Don't play me, go. Are you deaf, cat? My stomach's growling. Big time. I guess that means my metabolisms be metabolisms. Nins. But let metabolism nins. Dude, this
Mike Pasquarello.
Ice man.
Lunch Dads.
Ice man. Man, look, this is my grandfather's Mickey Mouse watch. But it makes my wrist itch. Psst, I know, it's wrong. I need to adjust it and stuff. But don't talk to me about that. I like to talk. So,
Mike Pasquarello.
Itches.
Nice.
Man. I gotta reach in front of my... I can reach in front of it, right? Psst, unreal. Psst. Is it still warm? Oh my God, look who's back. There's a wild animal. It was a feral cat that I...
Billy Bong Thornton. Being Bling.
Hey,
Billy Bong Thornton. Kitty.
He was a wild beast, and I took him in. Now he wants to get into my home and waste my precious AC. Cat, are you deaf, cat? Look at how he's just precariously balanced on that little tiny 1-inch wide. Are you deaf, cat? You deaf, cat? Okay. But you need to get in here now. Go. Go. You deaf cat. I'm doing dabby dabs with Iceman 2. We've got the dabby dabs for me and you. This is why we do a dab party. You get a dab party, you get the dabs. Psh. Nobody's even doing dab party anymore, Palsy. What are you even not doing? You better start heating that before the commercials are up, Palsy. There's nothing going on CNN anyway. Donald Trump is getting processed. He's arrested right now. We're in a new world. We're in a world where a United States president has been arrested for a felony. 32 felony counts. And they're going to announce those charges, and we're going to know what they are. And that should be interesting. Donald Trump's a big boy now, man. Now he's an adult. Finally. Now he knows what it feels like to be an adult. We'll see what kind of an effect it has on him. You know, my mom's never been arrested, and she doesn't act like an adult.
Billy Bong Thornton. Welcome to the real world, Don.
This might be a regular occurrence, man. Donald Trump might have to report in several times to be arrested in different places for different crimes that he's committed. People that said that Donald Trump never, ever committed a crime. Well, what's 32 freaking counts then? I mean, how many crimes is he going to have to be charged with before his followers start realizing that he breaks the law? Or just start admitting that he breaks the law? That would be nice. Just admit it and just be like, okay, he breaks the law. You got us. Okay, we've known all along, and we've acted like it. We've been playing dumb because we're fucking with you, Snowflake.
Billy Bong Thornton.
Moment. Donald Trump.
Imagine if he gets reporting probation. Ha ha ha.
Walking inside the Manhattan Criminal Courts building and into custody. Soon he will appear before a Manhattan judge, where he will enter a not guilty plea, we're told. Joining us now, Jeff Zeleny, who's outside Trump Tower.
Oh, she's
and
hot.
Jeff, Donald Trump just posted on Truth Social. Tell us about his message.
Oh, that's not.
Well, Jake, as he was traveling down from Trump Tower here to Lower Manhattan, he did post a message, or aides posted it on his behalf, certainly expressing this sentiment that we've heard that he's feeling. And let's take a look at this. He says, heading to Lower Manhattan, the courthouse seems so surreal.
All right,
in all
no
caps.
Cannabis.
Wow,
thank you all
they're
for
going to
coming
arrest
in and
me.
checking out this show. I hope
The
you
former
guys are
president
having
writes,
fun.
can't believe
Cheers,
this is
everybody.
happening in America. MAGA. Of course, MAGA is his Make America Great Again movement, really the anthem, the rallying cry for his candidacy. But as we know from covering him for all these many years, these social message postings often offer the best insight into what he is actually thinking. And there is, for all the bravado, for all the trumpeting how much money they've raised, there was a real sense of apprehension for him, for leaving the comforts and security of Trump Tower to walking in to be arrested and alone. And we're getting a first glimpse of this. Now, this could be the message he also delivers when he is at least expected to speak very, very briefly at the courthouse before again delivering a full-throated response, a defense of these charges tonight in Mar-a-Lago. Jake?
A former candidate who ran for president amidst crowds yelling for the locking up of his then Democratic opponent, Hillary Clinton, has been arrested himself. Joining us now, Adam Kaufman, a former prosecutor in the Manhattan District Attorney's Office. Thanks so much for joining us, Adam. Appreciate it. I would think that District Attorney Alvin Bragg knows that this better be a clear-cut case, given the unprecedented nature
don't rub it in too hard,
such
CNN.
An arrest and arraignment. What's your take on the case that he will likely present?
This is already backfiring.
I agree with you, Jake, and thanks for having me on today. This is an unprecedented exercise of prosecutorial authority over a former president. And you really have to hope that it's a case with some substance to it, some heft to it. And I think we're all waiting for the arraignment so we can see the indictment and analyze
what the charges are,
what it says and what the charges are. I think back to the incident that you just mentioned of Rudy Giuliani on stage leading chants of "lock her up" about Hillary Clinton. And I remember arguing with friends and saying, you don't lock up. She may have broken the law, but you don't lock up a presidential candidate.
Don't go running around freaking acting like you goddamn shit don't stink. Y'all are next, bro. Hillary Clinton's next. Obama's next. They'll get them all.
I'm very eager to see what
once you guys did this, man, you guys have opened up the floodgates.
Some sort of substantial fraud. Substantial attempt to subvert an election process or something that is, I hope, more than some entries in the books and records of the Trump organization.
And New York Supreme Court Judge Juan Merchan, who is presiding over this case. What can you tell us about him?
I don't know Juan very well. I've not appeared in front of him. We started together in the DA's office back in the mid-90s.
And this is the shot that got LUL. You had one job and couldn't get the
Juan
picture.
was always he was a good colleague. He was a thoughtful prosecutor. He did a good job on his cases. You could count on him to cover a court part or an assignment for you if you needed it. As a judge, he was in charge of the mental health court, which are cases that present their own sort of challenges. And I think he showed himself during the Trump Organization Weisselberg, the Trump Organization trial, to be a thoughtful judge who listened to both sides, gave everyone a fair chance to express themselves, and then acted deliberately to make rulings on the law.
So right now, individuals watching CNN right now will see they are looking inside the Manhattan courthouse. And tell us, Adam Kaufman, former prosecutor with the District Attorney's Office, what exactly is going on right now, do you expect?
Well, as the other panelists have mentioned, there's a whole arrest processing, booking process that has to occur. So Mr. Trump was taken into custody, which of course formally placed under arrest. He has to be printed, paperwork has to go to Albany, paperwork has to get to the court part. So there's a fair amount of processing and administrative work that's going on. His lawyers are waiting, he's waiting with the DA investigators, and from there they'll bring him to the courthouse to be arraigned. It is, in a way, it is really surreal. And it's something where I've been on both sides. I've been the prosecutor waiting for a case to be arraigned, and I've walked in clients to be arraigned. And the clients, all of them, have that feeling of this is surreal. There's a process that they're going into that they do not control, and the process sort of takes over. For those who know the criminal justice system, it all makes sense. For someone who's coming who's never been involved in it, which is most criminal defendants, It's just surreal, and you sort of get plugged into this system, and it just goes, and you have no control. You just sort of float along with it.
Adam, do you have the TV screen in the room where you are? I'm not sure if you can see these images that we're seeing. If you can tell us what hallway this is specifically.
Well, I can't say. I heard earlier the 15th floor. I think that Judge Merchan is on the 15th floor. I can't remember.
You don't know where your own cameras are,
that
Jake,
could be
really?
a shot of any one of
Are you not in
a dozen
contact with your
floors
producer,
in the
Jake?
criminal
What's
court
going
building.
on?
They all look more or
This is
less
psychotic.
identical.
And they wonder why they
sort
have
of
the
this
lowest
old
ratings in 9
1920s
years,
marble
CNN.
with
They
big
don't
ornate
even know where their own
doors,
cameraman
a little
is.
bit run down. That's the New York criminal court building.
What floor is he on?
All right, Adam
don't
Kaufman, former prosecutor with the DA's office. Thank you so much for your time. Anderson?
Thanks, Jake.
Caitlin Collins is on the 15th floor. What you're looking at is the 15th floor. Caitlin, explain where you are, what we are seeing. Looks like there's some detectives or Secret Service there in the background.
Yeah, it looks like a mix of both, Anderson. Obviously, this is as they are bracing for Trump to come in. I should note that we went through 2 levels of security to get here ourselves, and you can see there are officers lining the hallway, several barricades as well, and they've got us in a barricade pushed against the wall. We are told Trump will come over through that door that you can see there, the black door with the aluminum awning or aluminum lining around it. We are told that is the door Trump is going to be coming through, and then going into that to go into the courtroom where he will be before the judge, obviously the judge that he has been attacking. And so we have not seen the former president make it to the 15th floor yet. Our belief is he is still on the 7th floor right now. But he is expected to be up here any moment now. And we are told, Anderson, he is going to come before the cameras to deliver a brief statement. That is according to one of his attorneys, Chris Kise. He has been wanting to speak to the media about his indictment ever since he arrived here in New York yesterday. He has not actually done so. He went straight to Trump Tower. We are told he wants to talk to the cameras. We'll see if he does make his way over here when he arrives onto the 15th floor of the criminal court building.
And Caitlin, just quickly, the blacked out doors, where do they go? Is that where and where is the courtroom that the former president will be going to?
So it's not exactly clear. It's not exactly clear which door is the courtroom and which door is the one that Trump enters. He's going to come into one of those on that side of the hallway, though, and so in those 2 double doors into the courtroom. That is where he is going to be arraigned before the judge.
Got it.
In a few moments.
All right, Caitlin, thank you. Stand by. Here with John Miller and Karen Agnifilo, also Ellie Honig. Explain the 15th floor. Caitlin was saying he's on the 7th floor right now. John, you raised the question of his Miranda rights. Karen, is he given his Miranda rights?
He probably will be, just to remind him not to say anything, not to blurt anything out, and just in case he does say anything, the prosecutors will want to use that potentially at trial. They would want to have made sure that his Miranda warnings are read, because Miranda warnings are triggered not just from an arrest, but if you're in custody and you're being interrogated and being asked questions. So they'd want to be very technical and by the book.
That's got to be an extraordinary moment for a former president of the United States to have a court officer, a former detective or current detective working for the DA's office, reading his Miranda rights to him.
There's got to be kind of an out-of-body experience for the investigator to say, Mr. President, you have the right to remain silent, you have the right to an attorney. The legal complication here is there's a couple of rules and laws in play here. He's represented by counsel. The DA's office understands that, and they're not allowed to question him. But Karen raises the point, if he starts talking, as Donald Trump is sometimes wont to do, and making spontaneous
As a nation,
statements,
we're really
if one of them
screwed,
is
LOL,
relevant,
when our politicians start putting each other
that
in
usable?
jail.
Yes,
Who's
this
next?
happens all the time. People make
Not
statements
taking
during
sides,
booking that get used
LOL,
against
but
them at trial
seriously, who's
constantly.
next?
And this is another moment. If he has been read his Miranda rights, you have the right to remain silent. That is another reality hit. That is another sobering moment. The other thing I should add is, right about now is the time when the defense lawyers would be given the indictment, because they need to go through it in advance. Because what will happen in the actual courtroom is the judge will ask the defendant and the defense lawyers, have you had a chance to go through this indictment? Because they have to know what's in it before they can plead. And then the judge will say, would you like me to read it to you publicly, or do you waive the public reading? Do you give up the public reading? 90% of the time, maybe more than that, the defendant says, we waive it, we don't need you to read it out loud publicly. We've got reportedly 30 plus counts here. I imagine they will waive it. Maybe they want to stand on ceremony and have every single one of those 30-plus counts read, but right about now it should be in their hands.
The court, it was supposed to be 2:15, correct?
Yes, it's supposed to be 2:15 now.
Is that something they would move up depending on how fast the processing goes, or is 2:15 the time?
The courts take a break for lunch every day from 1 o'clock to 2:15. That is one of those things that is just.
So you think they're in lunch break right now?
Because these guys didn't get to eat, if that's true. But I think the other thing is, there is nothing normal.
That's the final indignity, that they're on lunch break, if that's the case.
That's the court security's lunch.
But this is a day that where nothing is the same. So the courthouse was basically closed down as of 1 o'clock. Everybody had to be out, so if there was a trial going on, anything else. They're running a couple of arraignment parts downstairs, but you know, again, there's 2 sets of magnetometers, one for everybody who comes into the building, and then again for anybody who's on the 15th floor. Former President Trump would be taken from the 7th floor district attorney's office through the judge's elevator to a floor that crosses over to the courthouse, and then through a warren of back hallways where he would enter this hallway and come into the courtroom. The processing, though, which probably started when he, not long after he arrived, and some of which might have been done in advance, is going to take a bit. So, I mean,
see how big that man is?
If everything goes smoothly,
he's standing behind
he should be produced in this hallway within 15 minutes. It's the judge's call as to when he's ready. They have a room reserved. We've been told a conference room or an empty courtroom on this floor for the attorneys and aides to gather. As Ali pointed out, that's probably where they're leafing through what could be a 50-page indictment to learn it.
Adam Kaufman, former prosecutor in the Manhattan District Attorney's Office, is also joining us as well in the conversation. Adam, what are your thoughts as we wait to get sight of the former president about? I mean, what are you going to be listening for in the indictments once they are read out? What's in them and what's not in them?
I think it's really interesting to think about how this indictment might be framed.
Dude, I was about to
you know,
say,
we
look
think
at the
about
beast
the
in the
false
back,
business
LOL.
records.
Every bit of
I wonder if
300
any of
pounds.
the valuation issues, the financial fraud type of issues that were part of the prior investigation and prior special grand jury and feature a large part in the civil case filed by the Attorney General. I wonder if any of that will be in it. You know, an indictment like this, if you can, you'd want to make it, you'd want to have a conspiracy count. You'd want to be able to make it what we call a speaking indictment, meaning you tell a story. You have a conspiracy count that lets you give a narrative that describes the evidence that the grand jury heard and voted on, which is very different than a dry 30 counts of falsifying business records, which is the same paragraph repeated 30 times. And so I'm wondering
Adam,
if there is,
Let me ask you, why does a conspiracy count allow you to then have a narrative? I understand the idea of a narrative in the indictment that tells a story rather than just a dry recitation of facts, but why does a conspiracy count give you that?
So a conspiracy count lets the prosecution frame the conspiracy and describe the evidence that the grand jury heard. If, generally speaking, if you're talking about, for example, falsifying business records, the boilerplate language is just a dry recitation of the facts. The defendant on such and such a date with fraudulent intent caused false entries in the records of a business with intent to conceal the commission of another crime. You can add a little bit to it, but it doesn't lend itself to really telling a narrative or a story. A conspiracy is more of a story. And so that's what I would hope to see. But on the other hand, you have to have a crime which was the object of it has to be a conspiracy to do something.
What makes it a conspiracy?
So that's a great question. A conspiracy is nothing more than an agreement between two people to commit a crime. And you can describe what the agreement was and what the conspiracy hoped to accomplish. And so that really gives the prosecution a strong ability to craft this sort of narrative, much more common in federal practice than in state practice. But it's a great opportunity for the prosecution to make a public statement within the four corners of the indictment.
Given that Michael Cohen has served time
go like that, he comes back.
for his involvement in this, and there was an unindicted co-conspirator in the federal case, does that lead you to believe that there would be a conspiracy count?
The
Billy
problem
Bob Thornton.
is that the crime
Needed
that
to say how
Michael
long
Cohen
it
pled
takes to
to
process
involving
Trumpy
Mr. Trump
Dumpty, LOL.
was
Dude,
this,
this-
or
no.
I should say involving
This dude
co-conspirator
right here,
number one,
not this
involved
guy,
this,
not this guy, but Wayne,
federal
like this dude, he
campaign
used to
or
be the
election
biggest guy in
law
the room.
violation.
And so is this guy.
The Manhattan
He
DA's
used to be the
office
biggest
cannot
guy in the room.
prosecute that
And they
crime.
both
It's a
saw
federal
that guy and
offense.
they were like,
So they couldn't articulate that as a conspiracy to commit that crime because it's not a
You
state
had to
crime.
show up
And
today.
so it makes you wonder, is there another financial crime? For example, they could do this through a scheme to defraud. That would be
There
a
he is again.
typical sort
There
of
he is
state
again. Look at him
level
by them
fraudulent
doors.
scheme
Boom,
that would allow them to
boom,
describe
boom,
the type
boom.
of crime and the type of narrative that I'm
Here he
referencing.
comes.
Karen, you want to?
Yeah, so just picking up on what Adam said, a
want
conspiracy
big boy.
charge,
We
it
want
could also
big
be
boy.
in agreement with David Pecker, for example. It doesn't necessarily only have to be a conspiracy with Michael Cohen, and it's going to be for a period of time. So from on or about a period of
the
time to
cameraman's
on or
like, we
about
don't
a
want big
period
boy
of
on
time. And it allows
boy's
much
coming over
more
to you.
evidence
Put
to
me on
come
you.
in that a judge might otherwise hold out because it's saying it's not related to these, did you make this business record entry?
Big
And
boy's off
conspiracy is
cam, I'm
also
sad
required that you plead the overt acts that are in
That was
furtherance
fun.
of this conspiracy. So what are the actions that were taken that are in furtherance of this conspiracy? And I think that, again, you could have so much more in there that are overt acts that aren't necessarily crimes in and of themselves, like did they pay other people off? Did they get together to agree to pay hush money payments?
see him
Did
wherever
they?
he goes,
How were they
bro.
going to influence the election? Things that aren't necessarily
Doors are
elements
open,
of a
man.
crime
Trump
or a
was
crime
Point out,
themselves.
obviously, doors opened, a number of people.
It's the DA's staff.
That's the DA's staff? What does that tell you
I
about it?
saw Sue Hoffinger, Peter Pope were there. I couldn't see everyone, but I see some financial crimes analysts going in.
Whole bunch of people.
So it looks like it's the team that worked on this
32
indictment.
felonies.
So where are they coming from and where are they going to? Are they going to the courtroom?
They're going in the courtroom.
Yeah.
Okay.
Man,
So
where's
the
Big
court.
Boy
So
gotta go?
that's the door that the president, Karen. That's the door the president, the former president, is likely to come through, and the courtroom is immediately to the left.
So there are many doors into the courtroom, and it's not just this one door. There are side doors and there's a back door.
You're not just speaking metaphorically.
So there are many doors in the courtroom and many hallways
Big boy.
that lead to each door depending on where someone's coming from. A judge comes in a
way
different
zoomed
door,
in on
a
the
jury
shot.
comes in even another door, a defendant who's incarcerated comes in a different door, the public comes in
probably
the
switch
main
to an
door.
aerial
So there
shot
are
from
many
outside when
doors to
Trump comes
choose
through.
from depending on, for security reasons, which way they decided Mr. Trump should go.
Processing should take anywhere
Just
from.
this one thing I was just thinking about right here is the irony of the situation.
You know,
all those rallies where
think
the
a half
MAGA
hour
crowd chanted
to
"Lock her up, lock her
a
up, lock her
long
up,"
time. You know, it just
and
depends.
Donald Trump is now locked up right now at this point in time. So it's completely ironic and sad.
Well,
At the same time.
One other interesting point is that in a criminal case, unlike a civil case, that Mr. Trump will have to make the court appearances, each one. So he will have to keep coming back to this court to face this judge for every motion practice, for every time that the case gets adjourned, whether it's for a hearing or for a status conference or for a trial. So this is a doors he will be walking through multiple times.
And Karen, all the people in this hallway at this point, I mean, these are all court officers, police officers, maybe some Secret Service.
Yeah, this looks like security that we can see here, and potentially some press. But this looks mostly like security, as Adam said, and there were
Look,
the
it's Big
DA
Boy
staff
mini
that
me.
went
Josh
into the
G.
courtroom, and they're going to
LOL,
go
they're
sit
really
at the district
enjoying
attorney
this.
You guys
table
look, it's Big
in
Boy
the
mini
well, which is where the courtroom, where the judge sits, and where the lawyers sit, and where the jury box is, and where witnesses sit. There's a bar that then separates that from the public. In the well, which is what that area is called, there will be at least two tables, one for the prosecutors
Billy
and their
Bonzo.
staff, and then one for Mr.
Oh, yeah,
Trump and
CNN
his
been waiting
lawyers.
for this for
There will
years,
also
Josh,
be
LOL.
Big
room
Boy's
for the
doing
Secret
360
Service
twirls
and
for
the
the
court
cameras,
officers,
everybody. He's
and the court
catwalking.
clerks will be.
Big
There will be
Boy,
a court
360
clerk who will
twirl.
be sitting behind a desk, and that is the person who will arraign Mr. Trump, and he will
he will be given an indictment number. So they will say indictment number 12345, which will be calendar number 1 today on the calendar. The people of the state of New York versus Donald J. Trump. And the clerk will read him the indictment, the charges. He will arraign him on the charges and ask him, Mr. Trump, how do you plead? And he'll say guilty or not guilty. He said he will plead not guilty. And the next thing that happens is the judge asks the prosecutor whether they have anything they want to file with the defendant and serve on the court. Those could be oral notifications that they file or written filings that they can do. And is there any other information that the prosecution wants to give? They also give it to the defense attorney, and then they pick a date for motion practice, and the case gets adjourned for motions, and motions are the time when his lawyers would make the arguments, raise the arguments of things like the statute of limitations has passed, or as Adam Kaufman was just saying, that the federal charges that bump this from a misdemeanor, falsifying business records, to a felony aren't the appropriate charges to be relied upon. Or also in the state, you can challenge the grand jury minutes, which is something federally isn't typically done. So there are several motions that his lawyers might choose to make.
And Adam Kaufman, would the former president's attorneys, would they already
Josh, they're not going to try to slow walk this at all, trust me. Everybody wants to get this done. Nobody's doing that.
The court is supposed to begin at 2:15. Is it likely that the former president's attorneys already have the counts in front of them, that they already know what the indictments the former president is facing are?
I think that is likely. I would imagine they've received a copy of the indictment from the prosecutors. They're probably going over it, probably more than anything to think about what public statements they might make on the record at arraignment to sort of voice almost politically on behalf of Mr. Trump their opposition or what they perceive as the weaknesses in the case, just to get something on the record to counter the show that is really the DA's show of having this arraignment occur, and the negative that sort of is for Mr. Trump.
And Caitlin Collins, you are in the hallway, I assume next to or near where our camera is. Talk about what you're seeing, what you're hearing.
We have not seen the former president's attorneys yet, Anderson. Obviously, we're looking for a new face that has been added to that team, Todd Blanche. He knows this place well. He worked in the Southern District of New York. It's a little bit chaotic and loud behind me, Anderson. That's because I'm standing in a scrum of still photographers. There is only one TV camera, I should note, that is allowed in this hallway of the 15th floor to capture the former president's arrival. We are expecting it to come through those double black doors that you see ahead of you, but there has been a lot of movement of some of the officers who are on here. They do seem to be lining up. It does seem to be finalizing. We just heard the police chief say he was coming.
Hold on, Caitlin, 1 second. Karen, I'm sorry, Karen, who's that?
So those are DA staff. That is the district attorney's security. The gentleman that we just saw who just went back in. So one question I have is, will the district attorney Alvin Bragg actually appear in court himself? We saw the attorneys who are handling the case, Susan Hoffinger, Peter Pope, and others who are assistant district attorneys. Everyone who works in the DA's office is an assistant district attorney. There's only one district attorney, and that's Alvin Bragg. And so one question is, will DA Bragg actually attend the arraignment? This is a DA who actually does go to court proceedings. He watches people on trial, not just high-profile cases. He's a very supportive district attorney. So that's the gentleman who typically.
Let me just quickly go back to Caitlin. Caitlin, you have something?
Well, I just want to note we're wondering which doors exactly he's going to come through. We did see Trump's body man behind those double block doors that you're looking at there that Karen was just referencing, where you were seeing DA staff come in and out of. If he goes straight to the courtroom, he would come through those doors and take an immediate left, his left. Of course, we were told he will come to the cameras. We will see if that happens. But we did see a Trump staffer behind those doors. So we do expect the former president is in that direction.
Okay, Caitlin, thanks. Karen?
Yeah, so just that gentleman that you see closest to the door in a suit right there, he works for the district attorney's office, and he one of the things, actually he works for the NYPD. He is the detail, but that's the DA squad. There's an actual police precinct that the NYPD has in the district attorney's office. It's called the DA squad, where they have detectives, and one of the roles that they play is they are the detail that provides security to the district attorney himself.
And obviously that detail has been beefed up, just given what the threats that are being made and have been made and encouraged by, or the arguments the former president has been making about the district attorney.
Yeah, I mean, all DAs, Mr. Morgenthau, Mr. Vance, and DA Bragg, they all have police protection and a police detail.
There need to be special prosecutors that charge people like this.
It's not unusual.
It'll be an interesting decision by the DA. Does he physically appear in court? On the one hand, it's the biggest case he will ever handle, and he wants to give the imprimatur of his entire office. On the other hand, again, there's this challenge of treating this like any other case, and it would be very rare, far fewer than 1% of all cases, that the actual DA makes an actual in-person appearance.
Robert Ramos.
Well, this district attorney
This looks really bad, like
from time
really.
to time go to court. This week he was in a courtroom for a sex crimes case that he wanted to show the district attorney had an interest in. So appearing in this courtroom would certainly, as Ellie says, there would be a logic to it. He is the name, the voice, the face of the office, and he is the reason this case went forward.
There would also be political calculations, both for him and for the former president's team. The former president has been obviously very critical of this district attorney, so him appearing in the court might play into that in some respects.
That's right. But as we had mentioned earlier today, for those of us who are just joining, he has a press conference planned essentially for immediately after this arraignment, where he can, for the first time, because the grand jury investigation was secret, talk about the details of this prosecution.
So it appears more people are going into the courtroom.
Why does all of a sudden the camera start
When we see the former president, just to let our viewers know, we're not going to be speaking. We want to let you hear what is happening in that hallway at that time. So as soon as we see the former president, we will we'll just let the natural sound. We anticipate we are about 6 minutes away from when the court is supposed to start. How likely is it that it would be on time?
That is a $1 million question on a normal day. This is not a normal day. So assuming that the processing went on time and that the judge is expecting a former president in his courtroom at a specific time, I think we have a better chance than normal today.
I think this is highly choreographed and arranged for security reasons more than anything. Exactly what's happening at what time.
Robert Ramos.
The former president, where would he be?
John Gotti
at
had
this
160 felonies with murders and
He
got
would.
off at
There's
first.
Alvin Bragg.
There's DA Bragg right there.
There's
yes.
Alvin Bragg.
Billy Bong
Peterson, I should say
Thornton.
I've worked with him for years.
Is this the
as a
door
federal
the Don is
prosecutor
coming through? Or
across the
press
street. He
area?
ran for this office. He's been in office for about a year. He beat a very crowded Democratic primary here in Manhattan, very narrowly, in order to win this job. He is a deeply experienced prosecutor. I've known him to be nothing but a straight shooter, an honest prosecutor, a man of integrity. He's a trailblazer. He's the first African-American man or person to be the DA of this county of Manhattan. And so he's already carved out a place in history. This will, of course, be another part of Alvin Bragg's legacy. And I think it is not surprising that he's making an appearance in this courtroom. I think it would be an astonishing omission if he did not. This is the most important case he will ever be part of, and by going into the courtroom here, he's making a statement. He has to stand behind this. He's the person who the citizens of Manhattan elected to this office. He's the one whose name is on the door. He's the one whose name will be on the indictment, and this will be the biggest part of his legacy.
Adam Kaufman is also with us. Adam, would DA Bragg be speaking during this court proceeding, do you think?
I doubt it. To me, I think he would probably have the team that is going to prosecute the case stand up and do the arraignment. I think there's a fine line between sort of being the face of the office and showing up to support and letting it be known that you're the guy behind the prosecution. And maybe speaking and taking over the arraignment would be a step too far and could be construed as sort of showboating. So my money would be that he is present and supporting, but not taking an active role.
Alternatively, he could also say, "Look, Donald Trump attacks anyone who does anything with respect to him. He goes after people's wives, he goes after people's spouses, families." And I could also see Alvin Bragg saying, "I don't want to put my assistants who aren't politicians, who aren't elected, who bring these cases without fear or favor, and bring no politics into this whatsoever." I could see him wanting to shield them from that as well. But I agree with Adam, it is typically not done. But in this particular instance, it at least will have been discussed whether or not to do that, again, just to draw that away from his assistant DAs.
One of the challenges that he faces here is protecting his office. Protecting the integrity of his office, the independence of his office, the people who work for him in that office. We've already seen him start to do that in his statements in response to the threats that have come through from Donald Trump and in response to Congress, which is trying to intervene in this and interfere in this. And Alvin Bragg has sent a letter back to them essentially saying, butt out, you have no jurisdiction over us. And so that will be another challenge. In addition to actually prosecuting this case, he has to make sure to protect his people, protect his office, protect their integrity and independence.
And I mean,
God
the
forbid I
fallout
have an opinion on
the
pronouns.
verbal criticisms, or the written criticisms that Donald Trump has made, the verbal
so
criticisms
badass, Brad.
he's
I
made,
got news for
whether on social media or to the press.
You guys, we've reached
has been
33.6, which
there's
means we've
about
hit 33,333, which means
60
we've hit a third
threats to District Attorney
of our
Bragg,
investment,
his
you
first
guys, a
assistant,
third return
and the
of
judge in this
$35,000
case.
has come
And I've
back
read
already.
through some of
If we
those
were to pull out
threats
right now,
that
we'd get a third
include
extra over
extraordinary promises of
$11,700.
violence and threats of violence and suggestions of
Total- for a
violence.
total of
So
$46,500
I think showing up in this
over the
courtroom
35. It's amazing.
is very important to Alvin Bragg to say, I am not hiding from anything or anyone, and I am behind my staff here.
Just 2 minutes now from when court is supposed to come into session. We don't know if it will start on time or not. Let's just talk a little bit about how things will start once the judge has hit that gavel and court is in session, Karen.
Yeah, so once that happens, the clerk will call the case into the calendar. The clerk sits in the well behind a desk off to the side, and the clerk will call the case into the record. There'll be a court reporter sitting there taking down all the words that are said, typing into a stenography machine. And the clerk will call the case into the record. The case will have an indictment number, and they'll say, calling indictment number XYZ.
By the way, sorry to interrupt. A question I should have asked you before. If the president's attorney, assuming the former president's attorneys have the indictments in front of them, have they already, do you think are they able to be in communication with the former president? Does the former president have his phone? Like, does he have his phone taken away from him or anything?
Ordinarily,
I mean, an ordinary defendant in a normal arrest, they would have everything, their phone, keys, whatever, taken from them.
Yes.
But the lawyers have to have had a chance to actually sit down with Donald Trump and go through the indictment with him because he's going to enter a plea. And so in order to enter a plea, he has to know what he's pleading to. In fact, the judge typically will ask, have you had a chance to review this indictment with your attorneys before the judge takes the plea?
They may well be meeting in one of the back rooms behind those double doors right now. I mean, there's conference rooms, and there are places for counsel to meet with their client. So that could be what's going on now for all we know.
So that would explain why we have not seen the former president's attorneys entering the court. We've now seen the prosecution team, we've seen the district attorney opening through those double doors and turning left going into the courtroom. We have not seen, obviously, the former president or his legal team at this point entering the courtroom.
That's right, Anderson. And it could take a while. If there are 30 plus counts in this indictment, as we've reported, a lawyer would want to go through all of them with Donald Trump, and that could take time, and he may be angry. He may have questions. He may want to talk it through. And so we're already a little bit past 2:15, but that can take some time. And so, we'll have to wait and see how much longer it takes. But a 30-plus count indictment is a long indictment.
Plus, if there is that conspiracy charge that Adam Kaufman was talking about earlier, that could be pages and pages long. That is the speaking indictment Adam was talking about, which will have a lot of language from a long period of time and lots of elements to it and acts that wouldn't be there in the other 30 plus charges of falsifying a business record. So they would want to go through all the facts because it'll also give an indication of what was the evidence that was presented to the grand jury, because any facts that are in the indictment are facts that were given to the 23 grand jurors who sat and listened to this case since January, and they were all voted on by those 23 grand jurors. So the copy of this indictment that we will see, all of the elements in there, you will see that that is the evidence that was presented to the grand jury, and they voted on each and every one of those.
So would the former president see the evidence that is behind those charges?
Well, go ahead.
Not at this moment. He would see the actual indictment, but within that 45 or so day period, prosecutors would have to turn over what we call discovery, which is essentially their entire file. And it's important to understand this. In criminal practice, prosecutors, state and federal across this country, have an affirmative obligation to turn over all of their evidence, including evidence, especially evidence, which may be helpful to the defendant, which may suggest that the defendant is innocent. People sometimes call that Brady evidence, but that is an important part of the job of being a prosecutor. He is owed that evidence as part of discovery, which will be within 45 days or so, typically, under the state system.
And Adam, would a normal defendant be given as much time as they needed in order to confer with their attorneys to go over the charges against them? If the court was supposed to start at 2:15?
Normally it moves pretty quickly, and you're sort of on the judge's schedule, and you move when the case is called, you're ready to go. Again, unusual circumstance. We don't know how long Mr. Trump has been possibly meeting with his counsel to go over the indictment. In state court, there's just a lot of cases to be called, so things sort of move a lot more quickly than they tend to move in federal court. Arraignments are quicker. Everything tends to move a lot more quickly and a lot more volume in state court. One thing I'm wondering. Sorry, I just keep thinking about. Karen was speaking to that sort of idea of a conspiracy and a speaking indictment. I'm trying to think. I'm sort of racking my brain. I'm trying to think what the conspiracy would be. A conspiracy to do what? Because unless it's a financial crime, there's really no state conspiracy to violate a federal election law. And so it'll be interesting. Again, I think we're all in the same position of waiting to see. But whether that 30-count indictment is, again, 30 counts of falsifying business records or something more interesting.
Anderson, this indictment could have an awful lot of narrative detail. That is in the prosecutor's prerogative. Prosecutors write their own indictments, and I assure you, Alvin Bragg understands just how much attention will be on this case, and this is the debut. This is when we in the public get and scrutinize their case. And so if I'm in that position, I am putting in as much evidence and as much detail as I can. And another thing I'm doing is trying to refer to specific pieces of evidence. For example, if there are important quotes in texts, in emails, in documents, I would put that in that indictment so that we in the public and the media can see that. And so again, this could be quite a lengthy document. Alyssa knows Donald Trump better than any of us. I mean, if he's being read page upon page of accusation against him, I'm not sure he's the type of guy who would just sit there and nod and say, let's get this over with. He may have something to say to his lawyers.
I think the other reason you would put it in as well is so that you get to introduce that evidence at trial. If it's not in there, the defense attorney could make the argument that this is a prior bad act. This is an uncharged bad act, and so its probative value is outweighed by its prejudicial effect. And so you want to put it in there to make sure that you can get that evidence in at trial. If Adam's right and there is no conspiracy because there's no crime that they agreed to commit that counts, although I think there is. If Adam's right, I think that the district attorney will also file a statement of facts in this case so that the DA's office unlike Donald Trump, is really bound by what they can talk about. All your speaking should be done in court, and it has to be about things that have been done on the record. It's actually inappropriate for them to, and it could be an ethical violation to talk about a case and to talk about something that is not in the court record. And so I think the DA's office will want to put as much as possible into the record so that they can talk about it publicly. And so I think if we don't have a speaking indictment per se with a conspiracy charge, we will at least have a statement of fact filed with this indictment.
Is it clear to you, Karen, at what point we and our viewers will learn what the counts are? I mean, is it when they come out of the judge's mouth? Is it something that's released moments before?
So there's different ways you can receive it. It'll be, I'm sure the district attorney's office will send it out publicly the minute it's unsealed, and it'll be available
And it gets unsealed when the judge speaks, or?
Yes, at the arraignment is when it is unsealed, and this is done by statute. So if somebody is just arrested and then the case is presented to the grand jury, which is actually what mostly happens in New York City with most felonies, in Manhattan, to proceed with these cases, typically you make an arrest and then an indictment. But in long-term investigations where you're in the grand jury and the indictment comes first, the law actually has that indictment. That's called an NA indictment, or a no arrest indictment. And the law provides that indictment is sealed until the arraignment and until it's unsealed by a judge. So that's why this particular indictment is unsealed, but others might not be before the Supreme Court arraignment. And Supreme Court, by the way, is the lower trial court in New York State. It's the lowest level trial court. It's not an appellate court. So this is where they are right now. They are in the Manhattan Criminal Court building. It's the name of the building, and in the criminal court building you hear both felonies and misdemeanors, and the felonies are heard in Manhattan Supreme Court, and that's where they are right now.
And this is presumably the first time that the former president is, reading the indictment and actually seeing what the grand jury had voted on. And I have to imagine, having briefed him previously, whether it was, news outlets reporting allegations or legal documents that we've received, he's somebody who's going to want to go through all of it. He's somebody who's going to want to push back and explain to his lawyers how he wants to respond to it, even though that's not part of this specific process. So this could go on for an amount of time, knowing that Donald Trump is going to want to go through each of these allegations and be prepped with his attorneys.
And also, it's also be interesting to hear if he does come out and speak, what he's going to say. I mean, it's going to be incredible.
He will know what the indictments are against him.
We won't have had that opportunity to hear it. He'll be, if it's expansive, it's more than the four corners of the document. I wonder what he says. If it's what he expects, how does he respond?
Well, the fact that Alvin Bragg has called a press conference for later today, I think it's 3:30. Tells me that he's going to put detail in this document.
He wants to try to control the narrative before Trump gets back to Mar-a-Lago.
Sure, it's one of the many advantages that prosecutors have. You get to go first. You get to lodge the allegation. But when any prosecutor, any DA or U.S. attorney or attorney general stands in front of the microphones, it is universally observed that you cannot speak about anything that's not on the record, that's not in the indictment, that hasn't been said in court. Now, prosecutors know how to do this. Prosecutors are aware of that restriction, and so sometimes we will put more detail in an indictment for specifically this purpose. But I think that all indications are that there will be quite a bit of detail in this document, and that's why 215 is already not holding, and it may be a bit.
I'm very curious to see how Alvin Bragg acquits himself. He's been talked about. He's been frankly, demonized. People have tried to make him the issue, and I know you know who he is, but I'm curious to hear how he performs.
Well, let me give you this insight into Alvin Bragg. He is not a big ego. We sometimes assume, think of prosecutors as being loud and pounding the podium, and especially someone who runs for office in an extremely challenging district like this. Alvin Bragg is a soft-spoken person. He's very effective in court. I think we'll see he's very effective behind the podium. He's determined and he has a backbone, but he does not fit the stereotype of the prosecutor in a lot of ways. He is not a fire breather. He's careful, he's deliberate, and he's modest. And I think we'll see that when he takes the podium in an hour or maybe a little more than that.
I mean, he's certainly different. He's certainly been controversial. He ran on a progressive platform of criminal justice reform. And on his first day in office after being elected, there was a controversial memo called Day One. And it said, you know, from here on out, the office policy is to not to prosecute these kinds of cases or those kinds of cases. Basically, many low-level crimes, unless certain conditions were met, whether they were violent crimes, not to seek bail in cases, and a bail reform law was on the books that was new at the same time. So he kind of made his entrance saying, not here's all the things I'm going to go after, but here's all the things we're not going to do. And by doing that, I think what he was saying was, I am going to be a leader in criminal justice reform in New York City. This put him on the bad side of many police officers, some other prosecutors, a lot of politicians. So he stirred up a hornet's nest. This case is on the far other side of that universe, which is it's a white-collar crime. It's a crime that's politically controversial, and it's a crime that is singular in that its defendant is who it is.
Let's see.
Oh, and there's Todd Blanche right there. That is Donald Trump's new lawyer.
Susan Nicholas and Joe Tacopina.
So that's the Trump defense team.
Yep.
So obviously we're about to see the former president.
That tells me they were probably back there with him, talking to him, because I think he's back there.
And Anderson, on the topic of Alvin Bragg, again, I was colleagues with him for a long time. Also important in his history, and we're looking out for the president here. I'll be quiet when.
Actually, let's just focus on what's about to occur. Alyssa, it's very possible. We don't know how much the former president.
There he is.
Watch. Let's just watch.
President Trump, will you come speak to us, President Trump? Oh, that was just
Former President Trump entering the courthouse to hear the indictments read against him. An extraordinary moment in history, John.
Yeah, and you know, there was some reporting that he would come through that door as we watched the replay and come to the cameras and say something and then go into court. Clearly that is not in the plan anymore. The question is now, and he's currently, again, technically in custody, so he's got to follow instructions. But the question is now, after he is released, which is anticipated from custody at the end of this hearing, will he come to these cameras and make a statement then?
Caitlin Collins, you're in the hall. I believe that was you yelling out a question. What did you see from your vantage point?
Yeah, we were trying to summon him, obviously, over here. To just give you a sense of what you can't see on camera, we're probably about 50 feet away from that door where former President Trump just entered. He took a left. He went into the same courtroom where you saw his attorneys go in, also his aides, Jason Miller, Boris Epstein, and his attorneys going in with him. We asked him, and his other attorney, Chris Keyes, had said he would come to the cameras and speak. He obviously did not do so. He went straight to the room. They were behind those doors for several minutes, Anderson, and the attorneys went in first, then Boris Epstein, then Trump, followed by Jason Miller, just to give you a sense of the succession of who you saw walking in those doors. I also want to note one other person that is here is Walt Malta. That is the former White House valet to Trump, who is now a personal aide to him down at Mar-a-Lago, who is actually a key witness in the documents investigation.
No one wants to hear Caitlin Collins talk ever. So what's interesting now is we're going to find out what the charges are, right? So this was good, seeing, you know, him walk through those doors. He seemed, I'm looking at it right now again. He had to push the door. He seemed aggravated that he had pushed the door. It's funny. Nobody held the door for him. All those police standing there and nobody held the door. I love it. So, he's just a fucking regular person now. And now he knows what it feels like to be processed and be handled by people when you don't want it. So that'll be interesting, you know, it'll humble him. My mom doesn't think so, but I think it will. I mean, I think he'll use it to campaign with. But, that's his prerogative. It's his right to. I think anybody would, if they could get away with it like he can. He can game the system, take advantage of the system, take advantage of people, do whatever he wants. It's what he likes to do. He gets off on it. This is on a huge scale. This is, it's not a win for anybody, but it's not a loss for Donald Trump. That's for sure. Let's just wait and see what happens. You guys, 5 hours, 42 minutes. I hope you guys appreciated the long show. Still 18 of you watching. Not a single person was able to chat on Rumble. I don't know why that was. I'm sorry for that. I will see you guys later. Love you guys. Take care. And maybe if anything goes on, I'll go live again. Okay. You guys take care. Bye now.
Josh G.
Remember, I'm at Nays Garden.
People love a martyr.
Remember, I know, right? Remember, I'm at Nays Garden on Twitter, everybody. Okay? I'm at Nays Garden on Twitter. So come to Twitter and come enjoy the fun with us. All right. Bye, guys.